Sweet refused to admit she'd made a terrible, horrible, career-sinking mistake, even if it was true. Dressed in her favorite second-hand Ann Taylor suit and shoes from the DSW sale rack, she stood in the shadow of a 12-foot, dirt-smudged, stainless steel brew kettle at the Sweet Salvation Brewery and rubbed the squirrel-shaped medallion her sisters had given her for good luck, forcing herself not to gag each time she inhaled the stink of mildew wafting up from the dirty vents. She pointedly ignored the graveyard of cracked bourbon barrels that lay abandoned in the corner and smiled as if she didn't notice the less-than-welcoming stares of the brewery's staff. "Too late to go back now, girlie. Let's prove the haters in this town wrong." The brewery's 25 employees glared at her as they lounged against the concrete wall or leaned against large stacks of bagged Pilsner malt. Wariness narrowed their eyes to slits. She couldn't blame them. The only thing she knew about beer was how to drink it. Yet here she was, the only person standing between them and the unemployment line. If it were possible, she'd be giving herself the side-eye too. Miranda shoved her clammy hands behind her back, clasped them together to stop the nervous shakes, and attempted her best, "I have an MBA and know what I'm doing," smile. "I know you're all busy, so I'll keep this as brief as possible." No one cracked a smile or made any movement, except from the brewmaster Carl, who spit chewing tobacco juice into a dented soda can. "Okay, then. My sisters and I were as surprised as all of you were to find out that Uncle Julian had left the brewery to us in his will. They couldn't be here today, but they will be coming soon." Exactly when they'd get here was another question altogether. Miranda inhaled a deep breath and immediately regretted it. The brewery reeked like gym socks heated on the face of the sun until they were too funky for words. "I know it's been tough lately to make a go of the Sweet Salvation Brewery." That garnered a round of dark chuckles. "But I have a plan to turn the brewery around and make it profitable once again." They didn't need to know that as soon as the brewery stopped bleeding cash, her employer, DeBoer Financial, would add it to their vast holdings, and she'd finally get out of the cubicle farm and into the corner office she'd been working 90-hour weeks to get. At 27, she'd be the youngest junior vice president in the company's history. "I give you my word." "Yeah, we all know what a Sweet's promise is worth," Carl snorted. "Remember the Christmas bonuses we were promised? Or the extra paid days off? Should never have trusted the man who wanted to make beer that smelled like marijuana." That sounded like Uncle Julian. "You may not believe me, I understand that, but my sisters and I are different from the rest of our family." Her last name might be Sweet, but unlike previous generations of her family, she had a business degree instead of a criminal record. In place of fly-by-night ideas, she had a fully developed business plan. She didn't simply fight the power, she was determined to be the power. Her spine snapped straight. "I didn't come back here for the first time in 10 years to fail." "Why did you come back?" This from Carl, his teeth stained a yellowish brown from his ever-present cheek full of chaw. These people didn't trust her. Fine by her, she didn't trust them either. But they were her responsibility. Whether they realized it or not, they needed her to turn the brewery around and save their jobs. And despite what they and most of the town thought, she'd do it. And then she'd sell it and get the hell out of this shitty little town for good. "It doesn't matter why I'm in Salvation." She planted her no longer shaking hands on her hips. "What matters is that I am here, and we're going to be making changes to make Sweet Salvation Brewery a success." Miranda didn't let her backbone wilt until she'd made it safely back to her office, closed the door, and twisted the lock on the knob. She would have slid down the door into a puddle on the floor, but one quick glance around showed that the less-than-stellar cleaning habits of the brewery crew extended into Uncle Julian's old office. Picking her way around the boxes stacked thigh-high and towers of paperwork, she crossed the small room and settled into the desk chair. Second thoughts crowded her brain. Making the Sweet Salvation Brewery profitable was supposed to be a sure thing. She knew there would be challenges, but she'd forgotten just how little the people in this town thought of her family. No one took a Sweet seriously in Salvation. She stared at Uncle Julian's "Live Free, Die High" framed poster and sighed. I can't imagine why the town thought we were a bunch of weirdos. Well, she didn't fit that stereotype, and she'd promised herself a long time ago that she never would. Needing to hold on to tangible proof of that fact, she grabbed the legal pad she'd used to jot notes during the brewery tour. The list of repairs she'd compiled covered 2 sheets, front and back. She was going to need a significant advance from the DeBoer coffers to implement her turnaround plan. She powered up her laptop, grabbed the phone, and dialed up her office. DeBoer Financial, how may I help you? Her cubicle mate's calm voice helped to steady Miranda's barely keeping it together nerves. Hey, Barb, it's me. Thank God you called. Barb's voice dropped to a whisper. He's on the warpath. No question about who he was. Her boss was Patrick Basin, a guy most of the staff secretly called Patilla the Hun. He was infamous for hoarding work and dumping it off on an underling only days before it was due. If the project fell apart, he made sure the staffer took the fall. If it was a success, he took all of the credit. The man was a menace in a cheap suit and garish tie. He's pissed I went straight to DeBoer on this project, huh? And for good reason. Patilla the Hun had temporarily lost one of his worker bees. Poor guy must be analyzing financials and outlining acquisition deals for the first time in years. That's putting it mildly. He yelled at me for about 15 minutes about how you have no respect for the chain of command. He's itching to find a way to submarine you, so be prepared. It sucked having a nemesis at work, especially when it was your boss. Miranda had tried everything short of blowjobs to get on his good side, but she'd finally had to admit that Patilla the Hun didn't have a good side. He was just an asshole. A big one. So she'd buckled down and put in more hours than any other acquisitions associate in the firm and finished every extra project, no matter how tight the deadline, in an effort to get out from underneath the boss from hell. Making Sweet Salvation Brewery into a success was the key to getting her name on the door to her own corner office and out from underneath Patilla the Hun's control. Can you get me through to Mr. DeBoer? Miranda asked. Shouldn't be a problem. Barb lowered her voice. I plied his assistant with an extra cherry Danish this morning. Miranda chuckled. Thank God the woman used her powers for good. You are the best cubby mate ever. True. Now get this brewery thing out of your system so you can get back to the real world in Harbor City. Hold on. I'll patch you through to Mr. DeBoer's office. Miranda hummed along to the on-hold music for half a bar. Miranda. The speakerphone made everyone sound far away, but Mr. DeBoer's deep baritone came through loud and clear. I've got Patrick here in my office. He was just telling me how he's reorganizing the workflow in your absence. It seems he was expecting your input on a number of projects. She rolled her eyes, more like he was expecting her to do his work for him. Really? I finished everything in my inbox before I left this morning. All of the files are on the company drive. The clacking of Mr. DeBoer's fingers plinking away at the keyboard echoed across the line. And so they are. So sorry for any extra headaches. Miranda clamped down on the urge to sing out Nanner Nanner Boo Boo. She'd busted her hump for too long to give up the high road now, especially when she needed something extra to make everything work out according to plan. Mr. DeBoer, I've had to reassess the situation here at the brewery. Before I can implement the turnaround I outlined prior to leaving, I need to shore up the existing operations. To do that, I'm going to need financial help. How much do you need? Relief loosened the tension pulling her shoulders up to her ears. She opened her mouth to give him the figure, but before she could answer, Patilla's voice came onto the phone line. You know, Mr. DeBoer, the mission you gave the acquisitions department is to spot diamonds in the rough, companies that only need proper management and a little elbow grease to turn a profit. He accented proper management, as though he was pointing out Miranda was anything but. True, but Mr. DeBoer mentioned limited financial support also, she added. Patrick said, yes, and one of the best ways to gain that support is to obtain local support for a turnaround project, as everyone here knows. Rather than provide funding to Miranda for her little project, wouldn't it be a wonderful opportunity for her to show if she has the chops to gain community funding? Of course, considering it's her hometown, it won't be that difficult. The Sweet family is so well known there. His sickly sweet tone of false support told her he'd done his research and knew just what kind of reputation her family had in Salvation. If her life had been a prison movie, she would have looked down at that moment and seen a shiv sticking out of her aorta. The rat bastard. It's a small town. Miranda curled her fingers around the phone cord, imagining it was Patilla the Hun's neck. There's only one bank, a small, family-owned one. You can't put the local and local support like getting a family bank in your corner. Snake oil was less greasy than her supervisor's voice. Excellent point. Mr. DeBoer made a clicking noise with his tongue. Miranda, you've always been a proponent of localized funding. Let's go with that plan. Any hope of succeeding went flat faster than an open beer abandoned in a heat wave. The Martin family owned the bank, and unfortunately, the Martins had been the Hatfields to the sweet family McCoys since Salvation had been founded more than 100 years ago. A long time ago, she'd made the mistake of forgetting just how deep those lines were drawn, but it wasn't a mistake she'd ever make again. Not that she had to worry about that. No doubt Logan Martin had moved away, just like most of the people in her graduating class had done within minutes of receiving a diploma. Thank God for small favors. If coming back had meant she'd have to see him again, she didn't want to think about it.
Another thing, I've been reviewing your timeline after Patrick brought up his concerns about you being out of the office for so long.
He paused long enough for Miranda's heart to bang against her kneecaps.
We're going to have to adjust the calendar on this. I need you to stop the bleeding of the account books within 3 months.
A cold sweat glued her blouse to her spine. Putting Sweet Salvation Brewery back on the financial straight and narrow in 6 months would have been hard enough. Doing it in half that time was impossible.
Now, Patrick worried you wouldn't be able to make that happen, but I've got faith in you, Miranda. Are you game?
She slammed her mouth shut before any words could rush out, even though a quick glance down at the handwritten repair list made every other word but no vanish from her vocabulary. This was her chance to get out from underneath Patilla the Hun, to show the town of Salvation that the Sweets were more than just slightly rehabilitated moonshiners and nutty doomsday preppers. To prove to herself that she'd finally shaken off the stench of being from some backwater town in the middle of nowhere, Virginia, and had earned her place among the movers and shakers in Harbor City. Dust and God knew whatever else covered her 3-inch heels. She'd already broken 2 nails moving enough debris out of the way so she could sit down in the office chair. The brewery employees distrusted her at best and were forming a mutiny at worst. She needed a massive infusion of cash and at least 3 months more time than she had to make miracles happen. Add to that the fact that her immediate supervisor was actively trying to kill any possibility of success. Pretty blondes and poorly made horror movies had better odds of survival than Miranda. But this was her chance to prove herself at DeBoer and to the naysayers in Salvation. She sure as hell wasn't going to let this opportunity go without a fight.
Miranda?
A sharp buzz of feedback shot across the line when DeBoer picked up the receiver on his end, taking her off speakerphone.
What do you say? Can you do it?
She straightened in her chair. Consider it done. Anyone who'd ever tasted Ruby Sue's prize-winning pecan pie at the kitchen sink diner would be on Logan Martin's side on his mission to steal the last piece of it. He'd bet every penny in his trust fund on it. Whatever the secret ingredient was that she added to the gooey center had crack-level addictive powers. Of course, even knowing what a cantankerous octogenarian Ruby Sue could be, the mystery component wasn't actually crack. Probably. Hud Bowden, Logan's best friend since birth, sat back against the wood chair, beefy arms crossed and a toothpick sticking out of his mouth.
It can't be done.
Taking a pen out of the inside pocket of his suit jacket, Logan smirked. He and Hud had known each other forever. If anyone should know that he only took bets when the odds were stacked in his favor, it should be Hud. Logan scratched a thick blue arrow across the front of a yellow sticky note and stuck it to the front of his water glass.
Of course it can. I can make the arrow change direction without ever touching the sticky note. Okay, you asked for it.
Hud adjusted his fixer-up auto shop baseball hat and grinned as he rubbed his hands together.
The loser? That will be you. Buys lunch.
Hook, line, sinker. Now to reel his good buddy in.
Nah, the stakes are too low.
Logan pointed at the slice of pie in front of Hud. Hud scooted the plate closer to his side of the table.
No way. It's the last piece of Ruby Sue's pecan pie.
So, you agree it can be done? Logan asked. Daring and pranking each other had become the shorthanded code of their friendship, which meant he knew every one of Hud's tells better than he knew his own. And judging by how Hud couldn't stop shredding his napkin, his best friend was on the ropes.
Like taking candy from a baby. Or in this case, pie from a mechanic.
Hell no. He nudged the napkin confetti around the red-checked vinyl tablecloth. Logan grinned. Then pony up. Rolling his eyes, Hud scooted the plate with a huge slice of the prize-winning pie to the middle of the table. Practically tasting the pecans already, Logan reached for Hud's glass of water.
How long have we known each other? Kindergarten?
Uh-huh. He slid Hud's water glass toward his glass that had the sticky note with the arrow pointing left.
And how often have I ever lost a bet? It's happened.
Hud shrugged, the epitome of cool, calm, and collected. Except for the now-destroyed napkin. Logan placed Hud's glass in front of his own.
But not often.
Hud looked down and saw the optical illusion the glass had created. It acted like a mirror, flipping the arrow so that it appeared to now point right.
You suck. I can live with that.
He savored the success and sank his fork into the pie. Damn, success tasted almost as sweet as the pecan pie. The first bite of gooey goodness hit Logan's tongue like a sugar rush of pure happiness.
Anyway, it serves you right after you messed with the radio in my truck so it only played classical music.
Hud's laugh boomed in the kitchen sink's nearly empty dining room.
Learn to change your own oil and that won't happen.
Half of the slice was already gone. He needed to slow down, but damn, once he got started, he just couldn't stop.
Can you imagine my father if I came into the bank with grease under my nails?
Hud glanced down at the thin black lines that remained under his short-clipped nails, no matter how much he scrubbed.
Not pretty.
Pausing mid-bite, Logan imitated his father's voice.
The Martin name is not to be sullied by actions or deeds.
He shook his head and returned his voice to normal.
There's nothing like a reformed man to make you crazy. Shit, I'm surprised the old man doesn't have his personal motto carved into the family crest.
The Martin family name and expectations had hung around his neck like an ever-tightening noose for as long as he could remember. But not for much longer. As soon as the Sweet Salvation Brewery admitted defeat and closed its doors forever, he'd be able to make his vision of an industrial park become a reality. The town would benefit, and for once, he'd have done something without his father trying to dictate his every move.
How is dear old Dad?
Hud's gaze followed the fork carrying a bite of the warm pecan pie.
Dad is out of the office on doctor's orders. He can only come into the bank 3 days a week. It's making him nuts. I swear, I thought he was just a mean drunk, but then he sobered up and I realized he's just as mean sober. And yet you work with him.
Who are you, Dr. Hud? Did you misplace your balls? He shoveled the last 2 bites of pie into his mouth.
You're so funny.
I am, and I'm also full now. He pushed his plate, dotted with a few pie crust crumbs, into the middle of the table, and then reached for his wallet. But since I'm such a lovable guy, I'll cover lunch. I have a meeting in a few with the brewmaster from the soon-to-be-shuttered Sweet Salvation Brewery.
One of the sweet triplets?
Logan shook his head.
She and her sisters are long gone. I'm meeting with someone named Carl. What does he want?
Probably a loan, which they are not going to get. Logan fished out a 5 and dropped the tip on the table.
That rundown brewery is all that stands in the way of the Martin Industrial Park becoming a reality.
The Sweet Salvation Brewery plot of land stood directly between the interstate and the site for the industrial park. He needed the land to connect the two and lure potential investors. Negotiations with Julian had been fruitless, but now that the Sweet triplets owned the place, he had the second chance he so desperately needed. There was no way any of those 3 were going to come back to Salvation, especially not the one who still had an occasional role in his fantasies.
Fine, you can buy lunch, but it still doesn't make up for the pie,
Hud grumbled as he got up and walked toward Ruby Sue, who was sitting at her usual spot behind the cash register.
What can I say?
He followed Hud to the register.
Losing isn't the worst, but it's awful damn close.
Chapter 2. Miranda stared at the 3-story Martin Bank and Trust, which stood at the corner of Main Street and First Avenue, right on the invisible border between the social castes of Salvation Society. Homes on the avenues started small, but by 10th Avenue, they became grander visions of what old money and modern commerce combined to create. The Sweets rarely set foot on the avenues. They'd always lived on the street side of town, where duct tape held everything together and WD-40 stopped the squeaks. Miranda turned off her Lexus engine, but didn't get off the heated leather seat immediately. October's chilly winds blew a trio of russet leaves down the sidewalk past the heaven-sent bakery. Back in high school, she'd worked there every day before and after school to save enough for college tuition. Larry Martin had stopped in each morning for a glazed cruller and a large coffee on his way into the bank the Martin family had owned since the dawn of time. His red-rimmed, bloodshot eyes had showed just how much he needed the caffeine. He'd never made small talk, no Martin ever did with a Sweet, and he'd never left a tip in the jar. Maybe he'd had a change of heart about her family since then. And maybe lime green bikinis would become all the rage in Antarctica. For the 5th time that morning, she checked to be sure all of her paperwork was in order, including the detailed plan for the brewery's turnaround. Just like every other time, she had everything she needed, except the money. And the only way to get the money was to get off her duff and into that bank. She shoved the papers into her charcoal-colored briefcase and dropped the keys into her purse before stepping out onto Main Street. The wind whipped her long, light brown hair around her head as she hurried through the bank's glass double doors. A loose strand blew across her mouth and stuck to the pink lip gloss on her bottom lip. Without losing a step, she tucked the errant hair behind her ear. So much for the extra time she'd spent this morning taming the wavy mass into submission. The bank looked almost exactly as it had the last time she'd stepped foot inside the walnut-paneled lobby. The front counter had 3 windows, attended by conservatively dressed women. Behind the counter, the floor-to-ceiling metal bank vault door leading to the safety deposit boxes stayed shut tight. Off to the right was the bank president's office. The closed door was marked with a brass nameplate reading, L. Martin. For the first time since she'd arrived, she was grateful nothing in this small town ever changed. Miranda's heels clacked across the marble floor, the sound echoing up to the high ceiling even after she'd come to a stop in front of Larry's secretary. "Good morning. Is Mr. Martin in?" In a small operation like the Martin Bank and Trust that employed maybe 10 people, the president also served as the chief loan officer. The petite blonde glanced up from her computer screen. "He is. Do you have an appointment?" "Yes. The Sweet Salvation Brewery's brewmaster, Carl, was originally scheduled to meet with Mr. Martin, but I'm here in his place." Miranda tightened her grip on her briefcase so the leather handle wouldn't slip from her clammy grasp. "Give me a sec." The secretary pushed back from the desk and sashayed to the door, which she gave 3 quick taps before walking in and closing the door behind her. Miranda felt the bank clerk's eyes on her, as curious as rubbernecking drivers passing a fender bender on the highway. No doubt they didn't recognize her as the girl with the double-patched jeans, thick glasses, and freckles she'd been before she left town. The designer suit, secondhand though it was, did a lot to hide her origins, but she still felt the same nervous energy that had eaten her gut every time she was around the Martins, the royal family of salvation. "You're in luck," the secretary's cheerful voice interrupted Miranda's train of thought. "Mr. Martin can see you now." "Thank you." She raised her chin and straightened her shoulders, determined to project a successful image. "Do you happen to have a business card?" "Of course." Miranda fished a card out of her briefcase and handed it over. The secretary glanced down, and her eyebrows arched so severely she looked like an example of plastic surgery gone wrong. Her slight gasp boomed in the bank's library-like environment. Figuring she'd better make a break for it before the secretary regained her senses, Miranda strutted her way through the open doorway. Larry stood with his back to her at an open file cabinet, his fingers flying across the many folders jammed inside. He seemed taller and with broader shoulders than she remembered, but it had been a decade since she'd last seen him. He still had a thick head of mahogany brown hair, which had to be the envy of most of the men in his age group. She strode into the room and laid her briefcase and purse in one of the 2 chairs opposite his desk. "I hope you don't mind that I came in Carl's place today, Mr. Martin." He jerked to a stop. Unease curled into an iron ball in Miranda's belly. At this close of a distance, she picked up on some of the small details that had eluded her from the doorway. The lack of any gray hair, and the tight cowlick at the back of his hairline, the deep tan coloring the back of his neck, the thickly muscled forearm revealed by his rolled-up shirt sleeves. Then he turned around. Realization tingled across her skin, teasing her senses into a heightened level of awareness that left her body yearning for something it had no business wanting. Not then, and definitely not now. It was just her luck. Logan Martin hadn't moved away. "Miranda Sweet." The words came out like a whispered curse, and Logan crossed his arms across his broad chest. "I never expected to see you in Salvation again." Oh, God. She was really and truly screwed now. Forbidden fruit had never looked so good to Logan Martin as Miranda Sweet. Not when they were teenagers. Certainly not now. For as long as Logan could remember, he'd chased after the fairer sex like his father had gone after the last drops of bourbon in the bottle, and Logan had caught just about every one, even Miranda Sweet. But she'd been the only one to walk away from him. Scratch that. Run away from him. She'd taken his heart and his virginity and left him more bitter than sweet. Judging by the guarded look in Miranda's sea-blue eyes as she shielded herself behind one of the creamy leather office chairs, the years hadn't changed her opinion of him. Checking out her still made-for-sin body, he had to admit to himself that he hadn't changed his mind either. Miranda Sweet was still the most delicious woman he'd ever laid eyes on, and as bad for him as his favorite powdered sugar donut. West Virginia had the Hatfields and the McCoys. Shakespeare had the Capulets and the Montagues. Salvation had the Martins and the Sweets. So, what brings you back to Salvation? He kept his arms folded across his chest, squashing the plans in his hand for the Martin Industrial Park, scheduled to break ground as soon as the Sweet Salvation Brewery closed its doors for good. I didn't expect to be back. Miranda shrugged her delicate shoulders. The late morning sun filtering in through the large window gave her light brown hair a golden halo. If half the stories about the Sweets were true, she'd never get the angel wings to go with it. But life doesn't exactly work out according to plan. He nodded toward the empty chair. True. When Miranda glanced down, Logan dropped the plans in a drawer and settled in behind his desk. She crossed her long, tan legs that went on forever and clasped her hands together in her lap. At first glance, she appeared to be every inch the proper businesswoman, albeit the Hollywood hot version. But Logan couldn't help but notice the little hints of the sweet hidden behind the corporate exterior presented by her navy skirt. The sloping curve of a purple tattoo peeking out from the edge of her black heels. How the dewy pink of her lipstick accentuated the fullness of her bottom lip, and the leopard print interior of her otherwise stodgy gray briefcase. You know that my Uncle Julian passed away 6 months ago. She tapped her shoe against the carpet. Logan nodded. I was sorry to hear about that. He left the Sweet Salvation Brewery to my sisters and me. She took in a deep breath, and her curves threatened the top button on her conservative white shirt. I need a loan. He relaxed back in the chair. The old familiar want was still there, but he wasn't falling for it again. This time, he was in total control. You need funds to fix things up so it's more appealing to potential buyers. It was a logical move, and one that would work right into his plans. No, I'm not selling. I have a plan to make the brewery profitable again, but I need a loan to keep us open long enough to make that happen. Miranda pulled a single file folder out of her briefcase and handed it to him. I've outlined my proposal, the timeline, and the loan request in these documents. Logan flipped open the report and discovered enough red ink to soak the floor of a butcher shop. Letting out a long, low whistle, he scanned the rest of the documents. Wow, it's a miracle Julian managed to keep things running this long. He should have pressed his case to buy the brewery's land parcel years ago. He wasn't exactly known for his business skills. Her clipped reply told him everything he needed to know about the state of affairs her uncle had left behind. Any member of the Sweet family was completely unsuitable for a loan, even if it weren't for something as risky as Sweet Salvation Brewery, and exceedingly unsuitable if the loan would impact his plans for the Martin Industrial Park. Maybe once upon a time he thought Miranda was an exception to the Sweet rule, but she'd shown her true colors when she left Salvation, and him, without a second look back. I'm sorry, but we're not going to be able to offer you a loan. Logan closed the folder and pushed it across the oak desk toward Miranda. If she wouldn't sell, he'd just wait her out. It was only a matter of time before the brewery sank underneath the sea of red ink. Her jaw tightened, and a determined spark lit up her blue eyes. He had too much on the line to be thinking about anything other than business, but he couldn't help but notice the way the flash of creamy cleavage peeking out from the top of her shirt rose and fell in response to her quickened breaths, reminding him of how she'd looked that night so long ago when she'd come undone underneath him. In truth, there wasn't much about Miranda that he could forget. The way her skin had smelled like spring rain, how seeing her around town was better than throwing out the first pitch during baseball season. The sweet taste of her lips before either of them remembered who they and their families were. The sight of her pink lips parted and back arched as his fingers slipped underneath her skirt and headed toward the promised land. If you look at page 3, you'll notice that I outlined all of the growth within the craft brewery industry and the increase in customer demand for locally made beers. Miranda slid the folder back in his direction, bringing him back to the here and now. Also, while the brewery has fallen on hard times, I believe the opportunities outweigh any negatives. Turn to page 10 and you'll... He had to get her out of the office before he forgot who she was and who he'd become. I wish you luck finding financing at another institution. He handed her the folder and stood up. She didn't move. This is a solid investment in what will be a strong local business that employs 25 people, all of whom have kids to feed and mortgages to pay, many of which are held by your bank. And I will tell you in confidence that the company I work for has agreed to buy the brewery once it's profitable. A flush pinked her round cheeks, and the color of her eyes lightened to an almost Caribbean blue. For a second, he forgot who she was, who he was, and why they weren't both naked and on top of his desk. But he pulled himself back from the brink. Then your company should be willing to back you. The company is insisting on local backing. As I said, I can't give you that. If you'll just look... Her already tight voice broke, and she fell silent. Would you have said no if I had a different last name? Guilt tweaked his conscience. I don't know what you mean. Yeah, what would a Martin even know about being a part of the family everyone in town whispers about? Being a Martin isn't everything you might imagine. What he wouldn't give for the freedom of being a Sweet and saying the hell with expectations and a life planned out for him before he'd even learned to walk. But as his father often said in his drinking days before taking yet another swig of bourbon, if wishes were pigs, he'd be eating bacon every day. Really? Her eyes went wide. What happened? Did your silver spoon tarnish? He laughed despite himself. This Sweet always did have a tart bite. Something like that. He rubbed his hand across his jaw, the prickle of day-old beard scratching his palm. Look, I'm sure you can find a buyer. I can help if you want. Especially if that buyer was him. That'll be the day. Miranda stood up and smoothed her skirt over her full hips. A Martin helping a Sweet, their sworn enemies? We'd have at least 4 generations rolling over in their graves. He nearly threw his hands up in the air in frustration. You're the one who came to me for help. I should have known better. It's probably best if we agree to forget about that. She tucked a wayward curl behind one ear, an unconscious gesture that used to fascinate him when he'd watched her in chemistry class. A vision of the waves spread out around her in the bed of his Chevy truck, parked at the edge of the Hamilton River. Want and duty played a tug-of-war inside Logan, but like always, the Martin genes ran roughshod over everything else, and he walked Miranda to his office door. As soon as he opened it, the chatter in the lobby ceased, and everyone turned to face them. Word of who was in his office had obviously gotten out. The town gossips had arrived en masse, like squirrels at a newly stocked bird feeder. Miranda pulled herself up to her full height and angled her chin higher, putting her almost eye-to-eye with him at 6 feet. Thank you for taking the time to see me. Damn, the woman made his left eye twitch, but he had to give her a sliver of respect for not cringing in front of Salvation's most vicious coffee clatch. Sorry it didn't work out the way you wanted. It's not a problem. She turned the full wattage of her blue eyes on him, and his chest tightened. You know us Sweets. We always find a way. With that, she strutted across the lobby, her high heels clicking against the marble, and he stared after her, feeling like a man who'd forgotten his own name. Chapter 3. There were few things in Salvation that Miranda ever missed, but the kitchen sink was one of them. Part coffee shop, part diner, part chocolate heaven. It had been around for as long as she could remember. So had Ruby Sue Jepson, sitting behind the cash register by the front door, sucking down gallons of sweet tea loaded with enough sugar to give a dentist the vapors. Miranda had just crossed over the Food is Love welcome mat when the early dinner crowd fell silent. Heads swiveled, and the invisible hammer of judgment nailed her right between the eyes. A tingling sensation swept up her body, bringing the fire of humiliation with it until her cheeks burned. Looked like the gossip of her arrival back in town had hit Main Street. I'll be damned. Miranda Sweet. Is it you, or is my glaucoma acting up again? Ruby Sue sat her glass down on the Formica countertop with a clank. You always did know how to make an entrance. Who do you think you are, the Queen of England? The tension ebbed out of Miranda's shoulders at the sound of Ruby Sue's pack-a-day roughened voice. Stick to what you know. Isn't that what you always said? The very definition of elderly petite, Ruby Sue slid gingerly off the stool and shuffled around the counter. Her bony but deceptively strong arms locked around Miranda's waist and squeezed. The Sweets had few allies in Salvation, but Ruby Sue headed up the pack. And for the first time since Miranda had crossed the train tracks, Salvation felt like home. The tips of Ruby Sue's tight white curls tickled Miranda's nose, and she wondered, not for the first time in her life, how a woman that smoked as much as Ruby Sue did always smelled like chocolate chip cookies straight out of the oven.
I heard that crazy old uncle of yours left you and your sisters the brewery.
Blunt and brassy, Ruby Sue hadn't changed a bit.
What's left of it after the old bat let it slide downhill?
It's not nice to speak ill of the dead, Ruby Sue. The words were serious, but it took effort to fight the upward curl her lips wanted to make.
When in the world have I ever been nice? Anyway, Julian Sweet tried to talk me into serving pot brownies. If that's not crazy, I don't know what is.
Miranda couldn't help but laugh. It would probably increase food sales.
That is exactly what Julian said.
Ruby Sue shook her head and led Miranda over to an empty stool at the counter.
Bring me 2 teas, Ellen.
The waitress at the other end of the counter nodded her head and grabbed 2 glasses from the drying rack before disappearing into the back. Many older women in Salvation protected their biscuit recipes with the devotion of a Knight Templar standing guard over the Holy Grail. Ruby Sue couldn't care less about biscuits. For her, it was always about sweet tea and pecan pie.
Where are those sisters of yours hiding? I know it ain't at the brewery.
What makes you say that? They could be armpit deep in hops and malt.
Ruby Sue snorted. Natalie may have her nose in a book about beer, but I'd bet my sweet tea recipe that she's never set foot in that brewery. As for Olivia, the last I saw of her was her boobs hanging half out of her itty-bitty excuse of a swimsuit on a Sports Illustrated cover a few years back.
You're right. Natalie's in California and Olivia's in Missouri. They'll get back here as soon as they can, but they're tied up with work, and I told them I wanted to try this on my own. Miranda didn't blame them a bit for not rushing home. Most of Salvation had looked down on the Sweet triplets since the day they were born in the back seat of their parents' sedan in the Shop and Sips parking lot. Once they'd left for college, or in Olivia's case, Harbor City's catwalks, none of them had ever wanted to come back. The waitress put 2 tall glasses of whiskey-colored tea on the counter in front of her and Ruby Sue. Condensation dripped down the sides. Part of Ruby Sue's tea recipe, and the only part that was public knowledge, was serving ice-cold tea in warm glasses. Miranda picked up the glass emblazoned with a picture of a kitchen sink. Heat from the glass seeped into her fingers. She took a big gulp that left her gasping for air and almost gave her senses whiplash. The frigid tea was enough to make her teeth chatter, but damn, it tasted good.
You know people are worried you'll set fire to the brewery and collect the insurance money,
Ruby Sue deadpanned. The pronouncement of her presumed criminal intent constricted her throat and sent the mouthful of tea down the wrong pipe. The resulting coughing fit had her lungs bouncing off her ribcage like a toddler in a bounce house. Her eyes watered, either from the oxygen depletion or Ruby Sue's palm whacking her on the back. The woman was old, but she still had fight in her. Finally, a thin thread of air found its way into her desperate lungs. Slowly regaining her equilibrium, Miranda eased her greedy gulps of air until her breathing returned to its normal pre-shock rhythm. I am not going to commit insurance fraud. The words scraped against her raw throat as well as her tweaked ego.
Well, you can't blame 'em for wondering. It's not like you ever showed any interest in the brewery before.
Ruby Sue ripped open 5 sugar packets and dumped them in her tea.
Plus, your grandma did go all firebug on the DMV when they wouldn't renew her license.
She was never charged. Miranda dabbed ineffectively at the brown wet spot soaking through her favorite white shirt. The building had faulty wiring.
Mm-hmm.
Ruby Sue shrugged her shoulders. The old familiar weight of being a Sweet in Salvation weighed down Miranda's shoulders, and she bit back a nasty comeback just in time. Ruby Sue was just being her normal, blunt self. If anyone in this closed-minded little town was in her corner, it was the feisty old lady with the sugar addiction. Miranda's attempt to eliminate the tea stain had only served to spread a damp spot across her chest. She needed to go rinse the shirt before it was ruined. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick, but I promise I'm not going to hurt the brewery. She grabbed her briefcase and jacket from the next stool, then stood up. I'm going to make it better than it has ever been. Mind focused on what her next move should be for financing the brewery's turnaround. Maybe it was time to put out an SOS to her sisters. Miranda paid little attention to the handful of customers filtering into the private dining room next to the bathroom. But instead of the numbers coming together clearly in her head, all she kept seeing was Logan Martin. The asshole looked even better than he had in high school, and that was saying something. Not that she cared about his muscular arms, or his square jaw, or the way his butt had looked in his perfectly tailored suit pants. The restroom door had barely swung shut before Miranda looped her briefcase and jacket onto the counter, engaged the sink's small stopper, stripped off her white shirt, and held it under the tap while the basin filled with water. The tea had soaked through to her ivory lace demi-bra, too, but there was no way she was taking that off in a public women's restroom. She could live with a stained bra. It's not like she'd shown anyone the results of her lingerie shopping addiction lately, or would anytime soon. The creaking of the door's well-worn hinges caught her attention, and she jerked up her gaze. That's when she spotted the white urinal reflected in the mirror above the sink. Her heart thundered in her ears, and her cheeks burned. Oh, shit. Focused only on escape from the men's bathroom, she whirled around and slammed right into an immovable object in the hot-blooded form of Logan Martin. She bounced back and teetered on her heels. Only his strong fingers wrapped around her bare upper arms saved her from falling backward. Electricity sparked across her skin, leaving nothing but jumbled nerves and half-melted objections in its wake. She thought she'd been vaccinated against his brand of hotness, but it looked like she needed a booster shot. All her know-better-nows turned to ash under the heat of his touch, each finger burning an imprint on her skin. Her nipples pebbled, the hard points pushing against the unlined lace. Being this close to him was like sitting under a hotness heat lamp. In the desert, at high noon. The potency made her panties wet and her belly light. The last man she should want just had to be the one she'd never been able to forget. She should step out of his embrace, at least cross her arms to cover her exposed flesh and block out the bam-chicka-bam-bam porn music playing in her head. Logan. His name escaped her lips with far more breathiness than the low-down cur deserved, but damn, she couldn't help herself. As slow as molasses in January, his lazy perusal inched its way up from her lace-covered breasts, continuing upward across the bare expanse of her heated skin to her face. What she saw then had her rethinking her life choices. His brown eyes had darkened to black pits of want and desire, but there was more than animal lust there, and that scared her out of her mind. She should back up. She should scream. Hell, she should be halfway down the hallway like a bat out of hell. He zeroed in on her mouth. Her heavy, aching breasts nearly brushed against his shirt buttons. Miranda. His lips were only a few scant inches above hers, close enough that she could feel him without them even touching. Everything south of her neck turned molten, blocking out the weak SOS her brain emitted. Miranda's lips parted as if of their own volition, and a tiny sigh escaped her. Water hit the tile floor and splashed against her leg. The sink! Whipping around and out of Logan's embrace, Miranda turned off the faucet and yanked out the sink stopper. The creak of the bathroom door opening and shutting echoed in the small room. Her gut twisted. A quick glance in the mirror confirmed her suspicion. Logan was gone. Her fingers rubbed against her unkissed and still yearning lips. It was a blessing, really. He was the enemy, the one guy she could never give in to. Not again. With a white-knuckle grip, she twisted her shirt and squeezed out the water. Her hands shook as she unwound the material and dropped the sopping mess into the empty sink. What in the hell had she been thinking? She pulled several sheets of brown paper towels from the dispenser, hard enough to shake the plastic holder on the wall, and dropped them to the floor to soak up the spill. He was a Martin, for God's sake, and not just any Martin. The one who had not 2 hours ago had turned her down for the loan she desperately needed. The one who'd taken her virginity and said nothing while the town whispered about how that sweet girl had led him astray. She balled up the paper towels and tossed them toward the trash. They hit the wall above the can with a hard thunk and fell into the bin. You're a Class A moron, Miranda Sweet. She glared at her reflection in the mirror. Her bottom lip shook. She stood in the men's restroom, practically naked from the waist up, and her hair going every which way. The shirt she'd meant to clean was a wadded-up, waterlogged ball in the sink. Yeah, par for the course for someone from her family. Closing her eyes, she sucked in several cleaning breaths. She had to turn the brewery around, earn her corner office, and get the hell out of this town before it turned her into just another crazy sweet. There was no way she'd be able to dry the shirt enough to wear. Luckily, she was parked only a block away. She grabbed her jacket, slipped it on, and fastened both buttons. The black blazer's deep V showed off enough cleavage to qualify for one of her sister Olivia's magazine covers, but it would have to do. She would just have to bust a move out the kitchen sink's front door. Pulling open the bathroom door before she lost her nerve, Miranda hustled into the hallway.
"We can't let her ruin this deal," a man grumbled, his voice wafting out from inside the private dining room. "The last thing Salvation needs is to have another suite messing things up in this town."
She jerked to a halt outside the partially open door. "I say we sue," a woman said. Miranda huffed out of breath, sending a chunk of hair flying up. For what? Not towing the stuffy town line? She balled her hands into fists as heat bubbled up in her belly. The bastards! She'd been in town for 24 hours, and they were already trying to run her out on a rail.
"Can't you do something to shut them down?"
This from the first man. More grumbles from the crowd. Miranda shuffled as close to the door as she dared, her shoulder brushing against the white doorframe.
"Look, there's nothing to worry about."
The sound of Logan's voice made her stomach flop, but his words turned her vision red.
"She was at the bank this morning, looking for a loan. The Sweet Salvation Brewery is drowning in debt. All we have to do is wait her out. A few months tops, and that land is ours. We have nothing to worry about here."
Forget eavesdropping. These assholes weren't getting away with this. Miranda burst into the room. At least 20 people were packed in there, including Salvation's mayor, Tyrell Hawson. They filled the chairs and lined the walls. Everyone turned to gape at her. Logan stood at the front of the room, a map of the county behind him. Several land tracts were shaded blue and surrounded a single block of white with a red X across the name Sweet Salvation Brewery. Her blood pressure ratcheted up to nuclear levels. Too much of a risk. She stomped over to him and jabbed a perfectly manicured nail into his hard, muscular chest. "Wasn't that your excuse, Logan?" Glancing around, she took in the faces of the town's ruling elite. All this mob needed were some pitchforks and torches to finish the job. "What's this? The annual meeting of the Tar and Feather Committee?"
"Miranda."
A vein danced a fast rhythm against his temple, and he pushed her finger away from him.
"This is business. The Martin Industrial Park is a smart investment for Salvation."
She smirked. "And a sweet never has been." He shrugged.
"You said it, not me."
"You're wrong." She glared at the crowd. "You're all wrong. I'm going to turn that brewery around."
"With what money?"
Logan leveled an appraising gaze at her.
"We both know you need it, but don't have it."
The truth of his words dampened the indignation burning in her belly. Doesn't matter. Her plan would work, and he'd know that if he'd bothered to read the proposal she'd brought to their meeting at the bank. But if he couldn't be bothered to learn it then, she sure wasn't going to give him a play-by-play now. "I'll find a way."
"I don't think you will."
The lips she'd moments ago yearned to kiss curled into a self-satisfied smile.
"Here's what's going to happen. You're going to go back to that brewery, take a look around, and realize what a heap it is. You're going to start wondering, if you're not already, why in the hell you want to tie yourself to such a money pit. Then you'll wake up and realize you don't have to be. That's when you'll beg me to take it off your hands. And I will. For about 50 cents on the dollar."
What she wouldn't give to slap the smug smile off his face. Damn, it would feel so sweet. But she knew something that had eluded her Aunt May, a woman who'd shaved half her cheating husband's head bald and then burned his clothes in the front yard after finding out he had a secret family in Washington state. Winning was the best kind of revenge. For the Prince of Salvation's entire life, everything had always gone his way. Until now. He'd loved to take calculated risks in high school. Was he still the same? Of course he was. People didn't change, especially not in Salvation. The man who loved to bet on a winner was about to find out what it felt like to lose big. Care to make a bet on that? Logan blinked, but recovered in the next heartbeat.
"Name your terms."
"When the brewery gets back on track within 3 months, you take out a full-page ad in the Salvation Gazette admitting you're a short-sighted idiot who wouldn't know a good business opportunity if it knocked the silver spoon out of your mouth."
"Agreed."
He narrowed his eyes.
"But when that doesn't happen, and we all know it won't, you sell me the brewery and its land according to the terms I dictate."
The first pinpricks of unease marched up the back of her neck. There was more on the line here than just a promotion. Her sisters had entrusted their inheritance to her, the ultra-responsible eldest sister who never failed, and the brewery staff needed their jobs. She braced her shoulders and mentally wrestled her doubts back to the ground. There was no way she would fail this time. Logan Martin and the rest of Salvation's elite could kiss her sweet ass. This is one bet you're going to regret making, Logan Martin. Her gaze swept across the rest of the room. Holding her head high, even though her insides were shaking, Miranda pivoted on one heel and strutted out of the room, not giving a damn that the movement made her exposed cleavage jiggle. Ruby Sue's internal gossip radar must have gone off, because the elderly woman stood right outside the private dining room door. She took a step back to allow Miranda to pass.
Girl, you make a crowd-silencing entrance, and sure know how to make one hell of an exit, too. I tell you.
The slam of the kitchen sink's front door cut off the rest of Ruby Sue's words. It didn't matter. Marching down the sidewalk, ignoring the double takes from the people walking past, Miranda was already planning her next move. She fired off a quick SOS text to her sister Natalie and another to her friend Mark Oberon, a genius in corporate turnarounds based in Harbor City. Ruby Sue was right. She did know how to make an exit. But the people of Salvation, especially that pampered prick Logan, were about to find out that she wasn't going anywhere. Chapter 4. After a quick change into jeans and a t-shirt at home base, aka Uncle Julian's old house, which technically belonged to her and her sisters, Miranda pulled into the parking lot at the Sweet Salvation Brewery, ready to put her plans in motion. The first step was a brewery-wide deep clean. She may not know a lot about running a brewery, but even as a newbie, she knew that the smallest bit of dirt on the inside of the equipment ruined the beer's flavor. Miranda pulled into a parking spot a few feet away from the group of 5 brewery employees standing in front of the door. Their arms were crossed, and the curved brims of their camouflage caps were pulled low. They looked like a southern version of mob enforcers here to collect protection money. Smack dab in the center stood Carl, the brewmaster. Her stomach twisted with dread. Ignoring the little voice telling her to put the car in reverse and keep going until Salvation was a dot in her rearview mirror, Miranda turned off the engine and got out. She shut the Lexus door with deliberate care, buying herself a few moments before she had to march into the eye of an unavoidable shitstorm. "Gentlemen?" She nodded and walked toward them, stopping when she was just out of arm's reach. Carl hawked a chewing tobacco-laced loogie that splattered against the sidewalk an inch shy of her black ballet flats. Lovely. Refusing to take the bait, she kept her face neutral. "Is there something I can help you with?"
Only if it involves you leaving,
Carl sneered. Weariness tugged at her spine. Was there anyone in town that she didn't have to fight? She expected this kind of reception from the rest of the town, but her family had been running the Sweet Salvation Brewery for close to 50 years now. Most of the employees were long-timers who knew her family better than most. This greeting party sucked the big one, but she sure as hell wasn't going to back down to anyone, long-timer or not. Me abandoning the brewery wouldn't be the best way to operate our business.
It's not our anything.
A vein thumped against Carl's temple.
Julian never wanted you girls,
he spit again, this time leaving a brown stain on the grass,
to have the brewery. He'd promised to sell it to me, but he got sick before we could draw up the paperwork.
An ogre armed with a sledgehammer started taking whacks at the gray matter in her head, and the muscles in her shoulders went to DEFCON levels. That sounded exactly like something Uncle Julian would do. He was famous in the family for agreeing to things he had absolutely no intention of ever doing, just so he could avoid a confrontation. His aversion to going straight at a problem explained the brewery's financial and operational difficulties, too. More than likely, for at least the recent past, Carl had been used to running the place on his own terms, with minimal to no supervision. "I'm sorry things didn't work out the way you wanted, Carl, but it is what it is." She leveled a no more bullshit glare at the group. "Now, we've got to do a lot of work today to get the brewery back to where it should be. Let's get to it." Praying she could brazen her way through the crowd before they got a chance to regroup and launch into full mutiny mode, Miranda marched forward. Carl hesitated for a heartbeat, but then shifted to the side, giving her just enough room to get by. Thankfully, her hand didn't shake when she grabbed the door handle and strode inside. Like the rest of the brewery, the tasting room could use a massive bleach hose down. Bits of mold hid in the crevices of the 10-foot-long oak bar with 6 on-tap stations that stood in the northeast corner. A giant chalkboard took up the wall behind the bar and listed the varieties of beer available, but half the words were wiped away. The tasting room hadn't been open for 6 months, and a thick layer of dust covered the booths lining the rest of the 20 by 20 room. Still, Miranda could envision the potential. An open spot on the southwest corner would be perfect for local bands to set up. Live music would help draw in new customers once the brewery was back up and running like it should. The brewery's location right by the river would be great for community events and fundraisers, the hosting of which would improve its image among the locals. Then there was the beer itself. Craft brews were huge on the marketplace, with even large brewers attempting to rebrand themselves in the smaller business's image. If she could find a way to convince the brewmaster she wasn't the devil trying to usurp his power and convince him to stop fighting her on every move to get the brewery onto solid financial ground, she had no doubt the brewery would be profitable within the shortened deadline. They could work together to streamline operations, boost production, and line up local businesses to start selling Sweet Salvation Brewery beer again. Improving supply and increasing demand. That was the key to turning the company around. It would work. It had to.
Problem.
Sean Odell, the assistant brewmaster, set a half-full box of dried hops on the bar. The earthy smell filtered up from the box of light green, dried, acorn-shaped flowers. Only one? The day has improved. Her shrill laugh sounded desperate even to her own ears. He didn't crack a smile.
There's only enough hops for one brew day.
That was practically a Shakespearean soliloquy from the friendly but bordering on silent Sean. But ordering more hops was an easy problem to fix. Maybe that was a sign of things to come. Okay, I'll order more this afternoon. He shook his head.
You have to buy hops on a commodities market years in advance to lock in a price.
The asshole using a sledgehammer on the back of her head picked up his pace. And Uncle Julian didn't lock in a price.
Nope.
Sean rocked back on his heels and looked at her expectantly. And suddenly, her day turned into the kind that explained why God invented chocolate, comfy pants, and booze. One brew day would produce enough beer to fill one set of orders, but not any follow-up ones. She was already dealing with a town that expected her to flake out. There was no way she'd prove them right. Not to mention that her real job and real promotion hung in the balance. They had to find a way. So, what does that mean for us? Will we be able to get any? Miranda held her breath while Sean consulted with an invisible force on the tin ceiling. After a minute of clicking his tongue against the back of his teeth and tugging on his short beard, he shrugged.
Possible.
You're killing me with these cryptic one-word responses. Come on, Sean, give me something to work with. He eyeballed her for a second, his soft brown eyes narrowing, then shrugged.
I have connections. I can ask around and see if any of the other breweries have extra stock they're willing to sell.
If that was their best chance, she was going to grab a hold of it with both hands and beat it into submission. Great, let's get that in motion.
It'll be expensive.
Of course it would. Why should anything to do with this damn brewery be simple and easy, or, God forbid, cheap? Can we make do with the hops we have?
Not after the next brew.
Without hops, they wouldn't be able to make more beer. Without beer, they couldn't meet demand, and her plan would fail. There really wasn't a choice to be made. She had to get more hops. How much? Sean passed her a piece of paper containing a figure that just about gave her a heart attack. Ignoring the palpitations, Miranda ran the numbers in her head. They'd have enough in the current budget to cover the cost of the hops, but it only heightened the need for additional money. Then I guess we don't have a choice but to give them both arms and a leg. Maybe she could persuade the seller to accept Carl's arms and leg. The sledgehammer in her head went into overdrive, the vibrations shaking her spine. At least the day can't get any worse. Sean nodded toward the front windows.
Company.
It took a second for her eyes to adjust to the brightness outside compared to the doom and gloom that had taken over the tasting room. When she did, she realized God really was not looking down favorably on her today. And judging by the way Logan Martin slammed the door of his red Chevy truck, neither was he. Gravel crunched under Logan's feet as he crossed the Sweet Salvation Brewery parking lot. Loud, but not powerful enough to drown out the self-recriminations of retreading a poisoned path. Almost kissing Miranda Sweet? What the fuck had he been thinking? He hadn't. Logan's little head had taken over as soon as he'd seen Miranda, specifically her mind-boggling tits on display in her barely-there lace bra. He'd almost kissed her. And damn it, he couldn't tell if he was more pissed off because he hadn't, or that he'd wanted to so fucking bad. Shit, he still wanted to, even after the shitstorm she stirred up by barging into the meeting at the kitchen sink.
Get it straight, Martin. It won't ever happen again.
He wasn't about to let the Sweets ruin this opportunity for salvation, especially not Miranda Sweet. He knew too well how she liked to cut and run. He couldn't let her do that to Salvation. The industrial park would be a shot in the arm for not only the town's, but the region's economy. He couldn't afford to become blinded to that because of a pair of sinfully long legs or an ass that should be a world wonder. Several brewery employees were clumped around the front door. They eyeballed him with surly glares and puffed out their chests. The possibility of a testosterone-fueled pissing match centered the energy running wild through his body, and his hands curled into fists. He hadn't been in a fight since college, but he'd never forgotten the visceral rage and power that had pumped through his veins right before he returned that first punch. Aggression buzzed like a killer wasp in his gut, angry and ready for release. "You here to give her that loan she needs?" One of the men practically snarled the question before letting loose a stream of tea-colored tobacco juice. "Hell no." That negative response elicited a yellow-stained smile from the man. "Well then, by all means, welcome to the Sweet Salvation Brewery." Logan yanked open the door and stomped inside, righteous vengeance propelling him forward. He spotted his prey standing by the bar. A worried divot crinkled her forehead. Good. She had every reason to worry. "Barging in on a private meeting and pitching a hissy fit is low, even for a sweet," he snarled. The mountain man beside her took a step forward, but she stopped him with a hand on his forearm. "Sean, go touch base with your contacts about the hops. I can handle him on my own." She spun on one heel and marched out of the tasting room, pausing only at the hallway entrance where she looked back over one shoulder. "You coming?" Shit. It wasn't like he was going to make an ass out of himself by yelling at her back as she strolled away. Grumbling under his breath, he followed her down the hall, doing his best to ignore the swing of her hips and the way her jeans fit snug against her round ass. Her office was a complete pit. Papers and boxes were piled all over the small space. Even with her narrow frame, she had to turn sideways to get around one stack just to get to the chair behind her desk. There was no place for him to sit, which was for the best. It made it easier for him to keep the psychological advantage of height. As cool as a snow cone in January, Miranda settled into her seat and gazed at him expectantly. Logan wasn't shy about seizing the invitation. "I don't know how things work in Harbor City, but that's not done in Salvation." She raised a skeptical eyebrow. "This should be amusing. What secret Salvation code did I violate?" "Very funny. But unlike you sweets, some of us here want to see Salvation prosper." There. That had just the right amount of righteous indignation and pomp. He sounded like his dad. Not a comparison he normally wanted to be made, but the man wasn't all bad. "I don't know." She shrugged her shoulders, her languid body language making him harder and more intractable. "I saw that map. Looks like every member of your little cabal is going to be lining their pockets." How had he gotten on the defensive here? Man up, dude. "There's nothing wrong with capitalism." She narrowed her blue eyes, nailing him to the floor without even busting a nail. "I never said there was, but don't pretend this deal of yours is all about altruism. You're going to make a pretty penny off the whole thing. Or at least you would have if I hadn't come back to town." "Come on, think straight." Instead of giving in to the frustration running rampant through his veins, he put his palms on her desk and leaned forward, invading her space. She didn't give an inch, but he grew a few. God, why did arguing with her have to be an aphrodisiac? "You can't possibly win the bet, Miranda." He laid the sympathy on thick. "Sell to me now, and I'll give you 75 cents on the dollar." "How?" She paused and tapped her steepled middle fingers against her chin. "Very generous of you." Ignoring her not-so-subtle message, he forged ahead. "I'll have the paperwork sent over in the morning." "Don't bother." She stood up and made her way to the door as if to dismiss him. "I'd rather lick the floor clean than sell the Sweet Salvation Brewery to you." "You don't want to follow through on this bet?" He pivoted to face her, but disregarded her hand on the knob of the closed office door. "I'm giving you an out that will let you save face. Come on, prove it to the town that not all the sweets are dumb enough to piss in the wind." "You're cute. I'll tell you what, I'll name the first beer we take national after you." Her pink lips curled into a sly smile. "I'm thinking Martin's Folly has a nice ring to it." Logan didn't want to take it to this level, but he couldn't lose this bet. "Do you really want to test just how difficult I can make your life?" Anger flashed in her eyes before she smothered it with a cool mask. "I think I can take it better this time around." "What does that mean?" She was the one who'd blown him off all those years ago. If anyone should be holding a grudge, it was him. It means, do your worst. This is one bet you're going to regret taking. She opened her office door and ushered him out. Don't come back now, you hear? Logan made it down the hall and out the door in record time. His hand was on his car door handle when someone called out his name. Glancing back, he spotted the sullen man from when he first got there, hurrying across the parking lot.
Glad I caught you.
A conspiratorial smirk curled his thin lips.
My name's Carl, and if you need any help getting rid of her, you just let me know. No one has a better handle on the brewery, and all the things that can go wrong, than me.
He gave Carl a long, hard look, but kept his mouth shut. No one ever said winning was easy. Sometimes a man had to get his hands dirty. And in this case? He rolled the idea around in his head, but couldn't get past the bad taste it left in his mouth. He'd flirted with the line plenty in his life, but he drew the line at something like this. Without a word, Logan got into his truck and turned the ignition, feeling like a shithead for even considering taking the other man up on the deal. Carl rested his elbow on Logan's open truck window.
If you want to stop her, you come find me after hours at the Spotted Pig on Route 1.
He nodded and took a backward step.
And you will. I know your type. You don't like to lose. Neither do I.
Good thing Logan wasn't planning on losing. Chapter 5. Saturday morning breakfast at the kitchen sink had been a Martin family tradition since his father had come out of rehab for the second time. No matter their disagreements, Logan and his dad always met up for bacon, eggs, and home fries served up sizzling on a cast-iron plate, washed down with a giant glass of orange juice on the side. The food made up for whatever the conversation lacked.
Look what the cat dragged in.
His father shot a dirty look toward the door.
You'd think she'd have sense enough to stay away from where she's not wanted.
Miranda stood chatting with Ruby Sue in front of the cash register. If he'd thought she was hot while she fired daggers from him at the bank, he'd been a fool. Watching her laugh with Ruby Sue, there was a confident lightness to her that amped up her beauty even more. The last time he'd seen her so relaxed and happy had been in the back of his truck before Mr. Cooper had found them and started the town talking. The whispers hadn't been kind, but his father had put him on lockdown immediately. Still, he should have found a way to come to her defense. He dropped his gaze to the food on his plate, wishing he could eat the guilt away as easily as he had breakfast. Right after graduation, Miranda had blazed out of town as fast as she could. He'd stayed, transforming a little bit more each day into his father. Now, wasn't that a pleasant thought? Larry continued.
Charlene said the Martin girl came into the bank for a loan the other day.
The muscles in his shoulders tensed up, and so the lecture on propriety and maintaining the family name began. They'd been having this conversation on a weekly basis since his father had gotten back on the wagon almost 10 years ago, right in time for all the gossip after his one night with Miranda. Best to cut the old man off at the pass before he really got going.
Yep.
Logan scooped up a forkful of scrambled eggs while still staring at the way Miranda's blue eyes lit up each time she smiled at Ruby Sue. What would it be like to have her look at him like that again? A spark of unwanted jealousy skittered down his spine.
I turned her down.
His father snapped his fingers.
Earth to Logan.
He blinked and turned his attention to the man sitting across the table from him. Something more than a little bit ugly burned in his father's eyes.
Don't let a pretty bit of fluff make you lose focus. Her people have always been trouble, and she's no different.
But she was trouble, and that was what made her so damned interesting.
I'm like a laser beam, Dad.
He shoveled the eggs into his mouth, chewing them with the force of a lion tearing out a gazelle's throat.
Good. The faster you get her out of town, the better. All we need to do is wait her out, Dad.
The way the old guard in town carried on, he'd almost believe Miranda carried the plague with her. For him, it wasn't personal. It was business. That meant taking risks, sure, but measured risks. He was a betting man, but he wasn't a fool.
No, I've spent years watching how the Sweet family operates. You think they're just buffoons, but they have a cockroach's ability to survive just about anything.
The old man leaned forward, the fork jutting from his white-knuckled grip like a weapon.
Get her gone. Now. Dad, if you don't, I don't think I'll be able to trust your judgment enough to retire at the end of the year as we'd planned.
He glanced down, and his eyes widened as if he didn't realize he'd nearly bent the fork with his ferociousness. With exacting care, he placed it on his now empty plate.
I'm just not sure you're ready for the responsibility that comes with running the Martin Bank and Trust." "Are you trying to blackmail your own son?" He bit the words out in an angry whisper. His father shrugged dismissively. "Call it what you want, but I'll follow through. I'll stay at that desk until they cart my dead body out, and I'll leave my shares to be distributed to the board of directors, not you."
Larry Martin had been dangling retirement in front of Logan since he first came home from college. When the doctor told his father to cut back on work, or else, the old curmudgeon had finally stepped back. He didn't want anything bad to happen to his father, no matter how much of a giant pain in the ass he was, but it was past time Logan took over the family business. "Well, if the doctor's right, that won't be long if you don't start taking care of yourself. Years of hard drinking take their toll." "I'm a stubborn son of a bitch." He smiled, but the gesture was anything but fatherly. "You really want to take that bet?" Miranda sat down at the counter next to Harold "Red" Gaines, who just happened to be in charge of all the county road projects. She'd been waiting all morning for Ruby Sue's call saying he'd shown up for the kitchen sink's Saturday brunch. It was the perfect spot to plea her case for fixing the pothole-laden country road leading to the Sweet Salvation Brewery. The guys who brought everything from bottles to barley had threatened to halt their deliveries if it didn't get corrected soon. If it wasn't the hops, it was the road. If it wasn't the road, she was scared to contemplate what would happen next. A plague of locusts didn't seem out of the realm of possibilities. "Heya, Red!" She hopped up onto the seat next to him and picked up the menu like it was an ordinary Saturday. He tipped his Salvation High School football Saints baseball cap.
"Miranda."
He didn't smile, but he didn't shoo her off either. That had to be positive, right? Her stomach gurgled. Okay, time to go all in. Swiveling her chair, she turned until she faced him. "I've been trying to get in touch with you."
"Sorry."
His namesake's color rushed up his throat.
"I meant to return your calls."
"Not a problem. I know how busy this time of year can be." Since grabbing him by the collar and shaking him until he did what she wanted wasn't an option, she gave her most indulgent smile. "I wanted to chat about the road leading to the brewery. I understand it's been on the repaving list for the last 5 years, but it never gets done." He folded his napkin over and over until it formed a tiny triangle.
"That happens."
"I'm sure it does." She put her hands close to the counter and lifted her pointer fingers and thumbs to form a mini goalpost. "But there's going to be a lot more traffic on that road soon, what with additional delivery trucks, supplies coming in, and people going on brewery tours."
"Uh-huh."
Red flicked the paper football, sending it sailing through her fingers. She picked up the triangle and handed it back to him. "I'm hoping you can make sure the road doesn't get skipped again this year when it comes to repaving." He gave her a half grin and a nod.
"Let me see what we can—" "Red, how's the kids?"
Logan elbowed his way in between them, leaning on the counter with his back to her. Miranda's blood pressure spiked as she got an up-close and personal view of the cowlick in the back of Logan's mahogany hair, and his still worth-mooning-over ass brushed against her knees, making her legs tingle from ankle to hip. Damn the man, and her own mutinous body for reacting to being this near the jerk.
"I hear Marty is going to be stellar at quarterback this year."
Logan continued as if he hadn't just barged in between her and Red. The other man's eyes were the size of dinner plates, and his signature flush had deepened to vine-ripe tomato red.
"I sure think so, and Coach Lansky put together a great team this year, so we're hoping for a state championship."
It took a second to recover from the shock of Logan's brazen full-frontal attack. Then, she couldn't believe she didn't have smoke coming out of her ears. Resisting the sophomoric urge to give him a wedgie, Miranda cleared her throat instead. Logan ignored her.
"Well, you can depend on the bank to be a big booster supporter again this year." "Great. Our boys sure appreciate it.
Always glad to help a friend." He clapped his hand against the other man's shoulder. She tapped him on the shoulder. "Excuse me." He glanced back. "You're excused." Then he turned away and started talking football again with Red. For his part, Red's eyes had gone huge, and his worried gaze flickered between Miranda and Logan as he slouched back until his butt was barely on the chair. She jabbed her finger into Logan's kidney. "We were in the middle of a conversation before you so rudely interrupted."
"You were?"
He stepped back, his face as innocent as a discount store Christmas tree angel.
"I'm so sorry. What were you talking about?"
Red stared at the ground like he was wishing for a hole to open up. If he did, she was going to shove Logan in it. "Repaving County Road 44, she responded.
A divot of fake concern appeared between his eyes. The one that leads to your very troubled little brewery?
That's the one. An angry heat enveloped her from toe to eyebrow. She was beginning to understand how this town had driven her family to act out.
I'm curious, Red. Logan stroked his dimpled chin. Is that road high up on the county's priorities?
Red had nearly turned purple.
Whoa.
It's been on the list for years, Miranda snapped. The dam holding back a lifetime's worth of repressed crazy started to crack.
I'm sure there's a reason for that.
He rolled back onto his heels, a benevolent look softening his eyes.
Times are tough. It can be hard to find the money for every worthy activity.
The shithead. He didn't come right out and link the bank's booster club support to the road paving priorities, but he didn't have to. Red didn't miss the innuendo. His eyes narrowed, but he didn't flinch.
It's a pretty low priority. I doubt we'll get to it this budget year.
Logan tisk-tisked.
Tough break, Miranda.
She clenched her hands into fists. I bet you think so. His laugh echoed through the dining room as he strolled out of the restaurant like a man who'd already won. She couldn't wait until he tripped over that big ego of his, and if she gave him a little extra push, that would make the victory even better. 2 days later, Logan was back at the kitchen sink, this time picking up a coveted slice of pecan pie, which he planned to eat in his office while going over the plans for the Martin Industrial Park. Nothing like a little comfort food to offset the lingering feeling that he was off his game. His dad was on his ass about the industrial park. Salvation's Mayor Tyrell Hawson had horned his way into an upcoming meet and greet with an investor, and he couldn't stop thinking about Miranda Sweet in ways that had nothing to do with the bet. He needed the pie. You're lucky. This is the last one Ruby Sue is making for the rest of the year. Ellen wrapped up the pie in waxed paper before putting it in a styrofoam container. His gut pinched, and his taste buds lodged a formal complaint.
Why would she do something like that?
Logan hadn't cried in only God knew how many years, but 2.5 months without pecan pie might be what it took to change that. She's raffling off the recipe. Part of the agreement is she won't make any fresh pies until after New Year. She slid the container across the counter to him. Ruby Sue had been guarding the pecan pie recipe since before he was born. People had tried to steal the damn thing, and now she was giving it away? There was no way he could resist the odds.
How much are the tickets?
He could win the recipe and make it at home. How hard could it be? Ellen shook her head. You don't want to know. Logan's hand was on his wallet before his brain had a chance to catch up.
Tell me.
$100 a pop. He almost dropped his wallet on the floor.
And people are buying them?
Ellen looked over both shoulders and leaned forward. Judge Carter bought 10, she whispered. There was no way that old coot was winning the raffle of a lifetime.
I'll take 12.
A minute later, he was handing over the check when the kitchen sink's door opened and a cold blast of October air blasted in, bringing Miranda with it. The thick sweater she wore did nothing to disguise the curve of her body. He forgot the fall chill, the raffle tickets, his own middle name. The woman was a danger to his sanity. Her footsteps faltered when she spotted him, but only for a moment before she strutted over and took the seat next to his. She glanced down at the pie box in front of him. Better watch the pie intake, Logan. Gotta watch those hips.
You can watch them all you like.
He winked at her, enjoying the way her chest rose in indignation.
How go the deliveries on that rough road?
Peachy keen. She didn't flip him off, but she sure looked like she wanted to. Ellen reappeared at the counter with a handful of tickets. Here you go, Logan. You bought pecan pie recipe tickets? Miranda's eyebrows went skyward, and she spun her seat around to face him. You? He looked from Miranda to Ellen and back again, swearing he could hear the da-dum, da-dum of a horror movie soundtrack in the background.
What's wrong with that?
Miranda laughed until tears formed in her blue eyes. Well, thank you for your support. The last word was punctuated by another fit of giggles.
My support?
Oh, this was going to be bad. Very, very bad. She let out a sigh, the kind women made after they'd laughed until they couldn't anymore. Didn't you ask what the raffle tickets were raising money for? All of a sudden, he lost his appetite.
No.
God, I can't wait to tell Ruby Sue. The raffle was her idea. She wiped a tear from her cheek and peered at the tickets in his hand. You, Logan Martin, just donated $1,200 to the Save the Sweet Salvation Brewery Fund. He stared at the orange raffle tickets in his hand. They turned blurry, and he blinked several times to bring the world back into focus. Fuck. Not in this lifetime. She winked at him. Enjoy the pie. While his brain was still trying to process how in the hell he'd just messed up so wholeheartedly, the rest of him was enjoying the view of her ass and round hips, swaying as she strolled across the restaurant to a back booth where Ruby Sue waited for her. He should have been pissed, but all he could do was shake his head with wonder. Chapter 6. Even though the loading dock had been open for a day and a half to let the place air out, more than a hint of bleach hung in the air as Miranda toured the 15,000-square-foot brewery floor. The 3 stainless steel beer kettles, once smudged with grime, shined enough that when she peered closely, she couldn't miss the overstuffed suitcases under her eyes and the freckles across her nose. Both were the result of 2 days spent painting the 6-foot-wide Sweet Salvation Brewery sign out front. The finished sign, along with the successful negotiation for the hops, were minor victories, but they still went in the win column, and she needed every one of those. The DeBoer-imposed deadline loomed like a black cloud on the horizon, and there was a ton to do before she could get the brewery to stop leaking money like a busted keg. Without that, everything she'd done so far would be a waste. She hopped back from the kettle. Best not to look that close at her messy reflection. Instead, she gave the brewery the once-over and didn't even bother to fight the smile tugging up the right side of her mouth. The past few days had been long and hard days of cleaning, and just as long nights studying the brewing process so she could prove to Sean and the rest of the staff that she wasn't a complete idiot. She could recount the steps by heart now. First, the staff would steep the malt in hot water for about an hour. Thanks to Sean's Beer for Everyone books, she'd learned that this process activates enzymes in the malt, making it break down and release its sugar. The hot, sugary water, which goes by the gross name of wort, is drained out of the kettle and put into a brew kettle, where it's boiled and the hops are added. After that, the wort is cooled, filtered, and transferred to a container where Sean adds the yeast, making the whole place smell like an alcoholic bread factory. Then, bam! In a couple of weeks, they'd go through the bottling and aging process. A month later, Sweet Salvation Brewery stock would be delivered to restaurants and bars across the region. It sounded so easy when she thought of it that way, but the reality was a lot harder. Every step of getting the brewery back on track was kicking her ass, but she wasn't about to give up. Miranda's belly fizzed up like a can of soda on a roller coaster, and she did a little shimmy in the middle of the brewery floor. They were going to do it. Despite everything, they were really going to make the brewery profitable. "Thought you were nuts." Sean stood beside her, his normal grimace replaced with a neutral look. That translated to practically an ear-to-ear grin for him. At 6'1", with a barrel chest and a close-trimmed beard, the taciturn assistant brewmaster wasn't known for his exuberance. "Be still, my heart. You think I'm sane now?" She laid on her long, dormant southern accent extra thick and batted her eyelashes for comic effect. Not a muscle in his face moved. "Didn't say that." Miranda let out a laugh. "You're the oldest and grumpiest 28-year-old I've ever met." He lowered the bill of his Sweet Salvation brewery cap. "Thanks." After a week spent cleaning the brewery from the front office to the back door, she and the assistant brewmaster had formed an alliance of sorts. He backed up her changes to the staff with his silent but solid presence, and she prodded him into longer and longer sentences each day. The other day, while they and 3 other staff members had been working to clean the walk-in cooler, she'd asked about the difference between Amarillo, Fuggle, and Sterling hops. He'd spoken for 2 minutes straight about aromas, alpha acids, beta acids, and growing locations. Then he launched into an explanation about how alpha acids acted as precursors to beer bitterness. Beta acids, on the other hand, were only a little bit bitter, he'd said, and typically lost their bitterness during the brewing process. The monologue had stunned the staff into silence. Miranda peeked into the walk-in cooler, now organized and sparkling, which only went to show just how damn empty it was when it should be bursting with boxes of dried green flowers. "So, where are we with the hops?" A horn blared, and Sean nodded in the direction of the loading dock, which had been refinished and stained. "Should be them." Thank God. In between cleaning and renovating, she'd been lining up restaurants, bars, and stores willing to carry a new line of beer. She had a meeting with the Boot Scoop Boogie management soon. It wouldn't be easy to get them to bring on Sweet Salvation beers, not with the slipshod operation Uncle Julian had run the brewery and handled accounts, but she had to make it happen. And when they did sign, she wasn't going to blow it by not being able to fill their beer orders due right in time for the holiday season. And if the people of Salvation didn't need an extra beer or 12 on hand when they were stuck elbow to elbow with family, arguing about football and the proper way to make stuffing, she didn't know when they would. The late October breeze swirled the leaves scattered across the wooden loading dock that stuck out about 3 feet outside the large rolling door that looked like a garage door on steroids. The driver backed the delivery truck decorated with the green and gold Gulch City Brews logo up to the edge of the planks before getting out and jumping up onto the dock. The timbers groaned and swayed under his feet. Miranda reached out to him, but it was a hair's breadth too late. The wood posts holding up the dock tilted to the right, and the whole thing tumbled down like a slinky on a staircase. The driver landed in a heap on top of the pile. Sean jumped down the 3-foot drop and hauled the driver into a standing position. "Oh my God, are you okay?" Miranda scrambled into the fray, picking her stepping spots carefully so as not to bite it. The driver brushed off his pants and jacket. "It'll definitely leave a mark, but I'll live." He had a pair of leaves stuck in his hair, but otherwise didn't have a scratch on him. At least not one she could see, and she wasn't about to do a strip search. Relief slackened the tension, pulling her shoulders tight. "Thank goodness. Is there anything you need? Anything we can do?"
"Well, I'd suggest getting that dock fixed."
Which was exactly what she'd asked Carl to do on Tuesday. "Where's Carl?"
"Outside."
Sean pulled the driver up onto the landing. She pulled the assistant brewmaster aside and lowered her voice. "Make sure he's okay and get folks moving on unloading those hops. For what we had to pay out for those little buds, I won't be able to breathe until they're safe in our cooler."
"Where are you going?"
"The OK Corral." Time for a showdown with her mutinous brewmaster. She'd tried nice. She'd tried all business. She'd tried cajoling. Now, it was time to try bitch with big brass balls. While the rest of the crew worked their asses off, Carl was exactly where he'd spent most of his time this week, lounging in the outdoor employee picnic area, a dented soda can full of tobacco spit in one hand, and a view of the Hamilton River in front of him. There was no way he didn't hear her cross the gravel parking lot to get to him. Still, he didn't bother to glance her way, keeping his gaze locked on the slow-moving water. It was one thing to be a difficult person to work with, but laziness and a bad attitude made a dangerous combination. She marched in front of him, blocking his view and forcing him to look at her. "I asked you to stabilize and refinish the dock on Tuesday so we'd be able to accept delivery of the hops we just spent a huge portion of our budget on. The dock just crumbled underneath a driver from Gulch City Brews here to deliver the hops. We're lucky as hell that he didn't get seriously injured." Carl rolled his shoulders.
"It's not like he fell into the Grand Canyon. He'll live."
"That's not the point." She smacked her palm down on the table hard enough to make her skin sting. "If you aren't with us in turning this place around, then you're against us, and there's no place for you here." He thunked the can down on the table, splashing a few drops of foul-smelling brown liquid onto her hand. Hate and a little touch of something crazy burned in his narrowed eyes.
"You think you can fire me?"
"I know I can. My sisters and I own the brewery." The hairs on the back of her neck pricked up, but she wasn't about to back down to Carl. First, the grandstanding when he and a few others tried to intimidate her from walking into the brewery, his refusal to help with the renovations this week, and now the dock. He was a bully and a lazy SOB, and she'd put up with enough of his shit. "Clean out your office, Carl. You're fired." Carl unfolded his rangy form from the bench until his shadow covered Miranda from bangs to tennis shoes. Wary but undaunted, she didn't flinch. If there was one fringe benefit of being a Sweet in Salvation, it was learning to stick up for yourself and stand your ground before you could even walk. Being a stubborn pain in the ass was an ingrained part of the Sweet DNA. When she didn't budge, Carl took a step back and rocked on his heels.
"All those hops are going to go to waste if I'm not here for brew day."
"Sean'll do fine without you. Maybe better."
"Are you as crazy as the rest of your people? That boy showed up one day without any experience working in a brewery, and your uncle hired him against my advice."
His body tensed, and he curled his hands into fists. If he'd meant to intimidate her, he'd failed. "Considering a trained chimp with a coke habit would be better than you, I'm sure Sean will blow your record out of the water." Sure, Sean was relatively new to the brewery business and had never been a brewmaster, but dealing with a newbie had to be better than dealing with the current brewmaster. Hell, she put Uncle Julian's obnoxious cursing parrot in charge just to get rid of Carl.
So that's how it is, huh? His upper lip curled into an angry dog snarl. You not only steal the brewery out from underneath me, you fire me, too.
That wasn't how it happened at all, but she was beyond done petting this man's ego. Looks like it.
There's a ton of breweries that'll be lucky to have me.
Not once they met him. Glad to hear that. While you pack up your stuff, I'll cut you a severance check.
Oh, don't worry.
A glint of something ugly and mean shone in his eyes.
I always get what's coming to me.
At the end of an unbelievably long day, it took everything Logan had not to peel out of the bank's parking lot. But once he hit the city limits, all bets were off. He needed to blast down some country roads with the windows down and the fall wind chilling him until he stopped thinking about the woman who'd gotten the better of him, because the thoughts he was having had nothing to do with revenge or winning. The woman with her sassy mouth, sharp mind, and curvy body had taken up residence in his head, and he needed to freeze her out. Hours later, he parked his truck in the Sweet Salvation Brewery's nearly deserted parking lot and headed over to the Hamilton River. The irony didn't escape him. He hadn't meant to end up here, but the place drew him like a magnet. Leaves crunched behind him, and he turned. Miranda crossed the grassy space between them, the brewery's outdoor security lights outlining her mouth-watering hips as she walked. Something released inside him, loosening his limbs. The truth of it was, he had spent years wanting the woman before him. She was just so unexpected. She stopped beside him, near enough he could feel her without touching. "You're not here to burn the place down, are you?" Her words were a challenge, the kind he relished.
According to the rumors around town, that's supposedly your devious scheme.
He meant it to tease, even though it was true. A heavy silence fell, and embarrassment slapped him on the cheeks.
Fuck, you are such an asshole to make a dumb joke.
Then she tossed back her hair and laughed. Loud, happy, relaxed. The transformation from her normally tough-as-nails exterior sucked the wind right out of him. It was like he'd seen the real her, the one he'd first seen years ago in chemistry class, and he liked it. Really liked it.
It's still a beautiful view.
He nodded toward the river. The last time he'd been up here at night, it had been farther upstream. He'd been with Miranda then, too. An image of her spread out before him on the thick blanket covering his truck bed flashed in his mind. God, they'd been so young and hopeful. He'd actually believed who they were wouldn't matter. He'd learned differently, a hard lesson in what happened when he veered from what was expected of a Martin in Salvation. "So, you came up here for the view?" Logan turned to face her.
Exactly.
Long legs, bountiful curves, and freckles. She was a wonder. "You are so full of shit." She laughed again, the sound warm against his skin like a summer rain. "A little Martin flirting won't get me to give up on the brewery." As if their family histories weren't enough, they still had that between them. God, he was so fucking tired of it.
I suppose that was too much to hope for.
She nodded, sending her wavy hair shimmying around her shoulders. "Truce for tonight?"
Why?
Her shoulders dipped, and she rubbed the back of her neck. "Because I just fired our brewmaster, and I don't have the energy to fight anyone else tonight." Now was when he should seize the chance to hit her while she was down. Sympathy and emotions didn't have a place in business. How often had his father told him that?
Truce.
The word slipped out before his brain had a chance to block it. Miranda sat down backward at the picnic table, so she stared out at the river. Logan followed her lead, keeping enough space between them to be decent, but not enough that he couldn't smell her jasmine perfume or feel the spark of electricity buzzing between them. But it was wasted attraction. He was a Martin. Solid, dependable, duty-bound. She was a sweet, wild, unpredictable, always stirring up trouble. Salvation wasn't the kind of place where they could get together. "If one of us doesn't say something soon, this could get awkward." He leaned back and put his elbows on the table, stretching his legs so that the outside of his thigh brushed against hers.
You got out of here, away from what people expected and your predetermined role. Why come back?
She sighed. That was one of the first things the brewery staff asked me when I got here.
So what's the answer?
Maybe I wanted to show people they were wrong about me, about my family. Her jaw tightened as if she were holding back from telling him more. Not all of us can be town royalty.
I'd abdicate if I could.
Why on earth would you do that?
I've been locked in that role since I was born. After my mother died, there were problems.
Now there was an understatement.
I thought I'd get to leave after college, but instead I did what was expected and went to work at the bank. My life was planned out from the moment I was born.
How does putting the Sweet Salvation Brewery out of business and replacing it with an industrial park fit into that?
It would help Salvation attract business. It would help my family. But also because it would be mine. Something I did, not my dad or his dad before him.
He'd never said it out loud before, not even to himself, but they were the truest words he'd ever spoken.
I can't believe I just told you that.
What happens at the Hamilton Riverbank stays at the Hamilton Riverbank. She swiveled toward him, the movement drawing her leg more fully against his. The moon came out from behind a cloud, bathing her in its pale glow. Her wavy hair danced against her full tits, and she sucked on her bottom lip. Lust hit him as hard as a Mack truck, flattening his defenses. For a second, he let himself imagine what it would be like to toss her over one shoulder and carry her down to the river's edge. He'd peel away her Sweet Salvation Brewery t-shirt and jeans and see her like he had that night. His hand twitched at his side with the need to touch her. But he couldn't. This wasn't high school anymore.
How about you?
He jerked his chin toward the brewery.
Looking to slay some personal demons?
You could say that. I need to make the brewery profitable to get a promotion at work. I've been putting in crazy hours for years, and it's my time. Their families were enemies, would always be enemies. Nothing could change that. Not that night so long ago, and not a story so close to his own. That's how things worked in Salvation. So really, you want to help me to succeed. It means finally getting the sweets out of Salvation, which is the unofficial town motto. She laughed, softening the true statement. The sound swirled around them like a newly fallen leaf on the breeze. Their gazes caught. His mouth went dry, and his heart sped up. Want and need and expectation twisted his insides in an effort to pry apart the fibers of what he'd always known to be true. Martins and Sweets were enemies.
But then I'd lose the bet.
He held on to the last word in his mind like a glaring neon sign reminding him of what was at stake. Oh, yes. Her smile faltered, and she glanced up at the stars lighting up the night sky, weariness lining her beautiful face. The bet. I'd almost forgotten with our little momentary truce here tonight. She angled her body so she was only inches from him, close enough that loose strands of her hair tossed around in the breeze tickled his cheek, and looked up. Slivers of softness showed through her usual hardened exterior. He didn't see weakness in her blue eyes, but isolation and hunger, both of which he understood at a bone-deep level, and part of him hated her at that moment for making him see so much of himself in her.
Not me.
He couldn't, no matter what.
Do you know what they charge for ads in that newspaper?
I could offer to half it with you. Her gaze lowered to his mouth, and she licked her bottom lip.
Nah, that would go against the spirit of the bet.
He forced his gaze away from her pink tongue, even as his body responded like a well-trained dog.
We couldn't have that.
A car engine purred to life in the parking lot. Miranda started, and a flush pinkened her cheeks. She jumped up from the table, brushing away the dirt from her high, firm ass. It's getting late. I should be heading out.
Can I walk you to your car?
I think I can manage on my own, if you can be trusted not to damage the place when I leave you alone. Her smile hit Logan hard, and he realized how long it had been since anyone but Hud had joked with him. He held up a hand.
Martin's honor.
Uttering the phrase caused a pang of guilt. Miranda didn't seem to notice. Good night, then. She turned and took a step away. He snagged her hand before she could go any farther. Electricity zipped up his arm.
Thanks.
Imaginings of what could have been if she was just a woman and he was just a man left a bittersweet taste in his mouth. But as it was, she was a Sweet and he was a Martin. They'd been down that path before, and he'd been left shell-shocked when she'd run, not just from Salvation, but from him. There was no possibility of anything more now. She squeezed his hand before releasing it, turning and sauntering toward the parking lot, her tantalizing hips swaying with each step. A few feet from the parking lot, she stopped and pivoted to look back at him. I guess this means our truce is over. The parking lot's lights spotlighted her, showing off every curve and the slight quiver of her bottom lip. But before it could grow into a full-blown tremble, She straightened her shoulders and looked him dead in the eye. Swords or dueling pistols in the morning? She knew it and he knew it. Their roles in the ongoing Salvation drama were set, and they had no choice but to play the parts assigned.
Swords, of course.
He could fight her, but not reality. They were enemies. Chapter 7. Miranda slammed the phone down on the receiver. 2 days, 10 contractors, 6 slightly nervous he's or she's not here's, and 4 straight-up no's. At least the last guy had the decency to sound embarrassed, but that didn't change the fact that not a single contractor in Salvation would rebuild the loading dock. So much for her and Logan's little moment of zen last week. He hadn't been kidding about dueling at dawn. None of the contractors had come right out and said it, but she knew a Martin family bitch slap when the invisible palm smacked her across the cheekbone. Their families had history. A long one. The way her Meemaw had told it, Matthew Sweet and Benjamin Martin founded Salvation together. Then they both fell in love with Elizabeth Hamilton, who, according to Meemaw, had enough intelligence to marry Matthew Sweet. But Benjamin Martin had taken it as the first strike in a war his family had to win. It only got worse after that. Bootlegging, crooked land deals, cattle rustling, drought, the Civil War, lies, inconvenient truths, with the end result being 2 families on opposite sides of the track who grew up hearing tales of the other's treachery and general worthlessness. She'd been stupid enough to forget that history when she was young, dumb, and barely 17. Logan had been as hot as any completely off-limits and out-of-her-league boy could be, and she'd known there was something more to him than being the crown prince of Salvation. In her demented teenage mind, he was the prince to her Cinderella. It was like the beginning of a cheesy song by some overly earnest tween pop star. God, she'd been as dumb as a box of rocks to even think he'd ever seen her as more than an easy conquest. The phone rang, and she grabbed it before the second jangle. Sweet Salvation Brewery, this is Miranda. Please, God, let it be a contractor.
So, how goes it in Podunk, Virginia?
The sound of Patilla the Hun's voice tore through her hopeful mood like a hacksaw mutilating a child's birthday balloon. Hard, vicious, and total overkill. The boss from hell only called when he had last-minute assignments for her or wanted to gloat. She was too far away from his patented dump and dash, so he had to be about to rub something awful in her face. Everything's fine, Pat. What can I do for you? Cool, calm, collected, at least on the outside.
Can a boss check in on an underling's progress on a pipe dream?
Now that sounded more like the weasel she knew and despised.
I hear there was a workplace accident. I hope everyone is okay, and that the federal workplace safety folks aren't on your doorstep.
Her stomach sank faster than a full keg in wet cement. Everyone is fine, and the dock is in the process of being repaired. If she could line up a damn contractor. How did you find out about the incident?
That's what you're calling a potential injury lawsuit? Cute. You didn't think I wouldn't keep an eye out for you, did you?
She could practically see him twisting an imaginary mustache like a villain in a silent movie.
So, it looks like that corner office you've been drooling over will be filled by the time you get back.
He paused for effect, while she screamed, "No!" in her head.
Mr. DeBoer opened the position to outside candidates.
Patilla the Hun continued, a light lilt to his voice as if he was relating the cutest story about how his adorable pet snake swallowed the neighbor's baby whole.
It really is too bad that you're out of the office for the next few months. You know how important it is in this kind of volatile situation to have the big boss see you every day working to build the company.
Because reaching through the phone and strangling him wasn't an option, she closed her eyes and exhaled a deep breath all the way from her toes. Thanks for the update.
Oh, anytime. Have a great afternoon.
He hung up before she even had a chance to respond. Staring at the phone in her hand, heat burning her cheeks, she fought the urge to scream. You look like you're about to pop, big sis. Her sister Natalie's familiar voice zapped the annoyance right out of Miranda, and she ran across the recently decluttered office. The middle of the sweet triplets, her hair pulled back into a tight French braid, stood in the door wearing a goofy grin, her ever-present pearl necklace, the latest in a long line of nondescript pastel pink cardigans, and a tan mid-calf-length skirt from some Academic Researchers Gone Wild catalog. Miranda hadn't seen a more beautiful sight since she'd stepped foot in Salvation. Seeing you is better than Christmas morning. Wrapping her arms around one of her 2 mirror images, Miranda squeezed. Thank God you're here. How could I say no after that last text? I'm just sorry I couldn't get here earlier. Her sister rolled her eyes. I swear, you're almost as big of a drama queen as Olivia. We both know I'm not that bad. Anyway, I knew threatening to hire another efficiency expert would get you. She pulled back from the bear hug. True. Natalie gave the office a less than approving perusal and pushed her thick-framed glasses back into place. Is it all as bad as this? You should have seen the place before I cleaned it. She laughed at her sister's horrified expression. Come on, let me give you a tour and get you up to speed on our progress. After showing off the newly clean and only slightly in need of repair brewery, they ended up back in the front office where, behind closed doors, she paced from one end to the other while catching her sister up on the latest curveball tossed their way. So, I have to get back and claim that promotion before someone else takes it, but that's not going to happen until we make the brewery profitable, and we can't do that until they can get enough local bars and restaurants to carry the beer. Of course, we'd have to be able to deliver the beer, which is pretty damn hard to load onto the delivery trucks without a proper loading dock that could stand up to scrutiny from code inspectors. And I bet Ruby Sue's pecan pie recipe that Logan Martin is behind our inability to hire a qualified contractor. The bastard. And he was, but still, her stomach did a weird, fluttery thing. He's not all bad. Are we talking about the same Logan Martin? How can you say that after what he did to you? Number one, I was an active participant in that incident. I didn't accidentally fall buck naked into the back of his truck only to have him trip and land with his dick in me. Why you did, I have no idea. Because I thought he was different from the rest of the people in this town. I was young, dumb, and thought I was in love. She rolled her eyes as Natalie clutched her pearls. Miranda! She cut her sister off. Number two, it happened almost 10 years ago. I lost my virginity, and when the gossips in town found out, they couldn't let it go. It was like I'd stolen their prince from them. Natalie opened her mouth to argue, but Miranda cut her off. Can't we just let it go? Do we really have to continue the sweet family tradition of holding on to grudges as tight as if they were winning lotto tickets? Natalie's hard look softened. There was more to it than just that, and you know it. Miranda flipped off her sister to cover the truth of her sister's observation. There wasn't a damn thing she could say to contradict her, not about how she felt then, or now. Did you talk to Neeland yet? Natalie asked. She stopped mid-step and slapped her palm to her forehead. Of course, but he's off the grid. Neeland was the best unlicensed and mostly sober contractor in Salvation. Best of all, he was a sweet in everything but name, having married and divorced 2 sweet sisters within the span of 5 years, which had always added an extra layer of awkwardness to family gatherings. After the divorces, the aunts had met and married a set of identical twins and moved to Tennessee. Still, even with the divorces, there was no way he'd be kowtowing to any Martin blackballing. I saw his truck in the kitchen sink's parking lot as I was coming in. Go catch him before he heads out to his deer stand for the weekend. Miranda gave her sister a quick hug. You're okay hanging out here? I do co-own the place. Natalie straightened her pale pink cardigan, brushing away an imaginary piece of lint. Anyway, I want to do some poking around so I can start formulating an efficiency plan. You're the best. Miranda grabbed her navy blue trench coat and hustled out the door, mentally creating a to-do list of repairs that Neeland could do now that he'd popped back up on the Salvation radar. Finally, things were going her way. Chapter 8. Where is he? Logan jerked his gaze up from the safety deposit box at the sound of Miranda's voice as it bounced around the metal walls of the bank vault. Adrenaline ricocheted through his system. Judging by the vehemence with which she'd spit out the words, he'd give her a 10 on the Richter scale. He'd known she'd show up eventually, but the weight and uncertainty of exactly when had driven him nuts. Logan's life had been all about certainty and well-developed plans, until Miranda had returned to Salvation. Now he couldn't silence the nagging doubt that he might not win the most important bet he'd ever made. Everyone in town had heard about the brewery's dock collapsing. It had been the perfect time to dissuade local contractors from working with Miranda, throwing up one more stumbling block in her path. He'd wondered how long it would take for her to show up mad as a wet cat with her claws out. His heartbeat kicked into high gear. From a war of wills perspective only, not because he couldn't stop thinking about the way her blue eyes darkened when she was challenged, or because he looked for her honey brown waves every time he left his house. This was strictly business. Dude, you are delusional. By the time he'd made it to the thick door leading into the safety deposit vault, Miranda stood with her hands on her full hips, staring daggers at his secretary. He'd always thought of himself as primarily an ass man. However, Miranda, Sweet, had proven him wrong because her long legs encased in tight jeans and dark brown riding boots were enough to make a Catholic sprint to confession. Add in the way her chest was heaving and how her honey brown hair had gone wild in a way that begged a man to run his fingers through the mass of waves, and she was a wet dream, albeit an angry one, and somehow that made it even better. "I'm sorry, Miss Sweet. Mr. Martin isn't available." Charlene was doing her best to persuade Miranda to leave, but she was slowly folding under the pressure. Her shoulders had curved so far forward that Charlene looked like a letter C. Whether to protect the under-fire secretary or just to get a better vantage point to retell the story later, the bank's sole security guard, Cyril, had positioned himself in front of Logan's closed office door. The speculative grin on his face eliminated any intimidation factor offered by his uniform. "I'm not going anywhere until I see that blackballing piece of—" "Looking for me?" Logan's voice carried across the lobby. The customers and bank staff fell silent. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted George Hampton fiddling with his hearing aid, no doubt turning it up to full volume to catch what would happen next. Miranda turned and hit him with a glare hot enough to spark a forest fire. "Bribing Neeland with private hunting privileges on your land in North Carolina? That's low, even for a Martin." "Honestly, I figured he'd hold out for a hunting trip to Canada. That man does love bow season." She stalked across the lobby, her hips swaying and her full pink lips flattened into a grim line. Damn if he didn't want to kiss her until she forgot why she was pissed off in the first place. God knew he could barely remember at the moment. The locked, waist-high gate dividing the lobby from the teller area stopped her attack. Dirty tricks. Business negotiations. He smirked just to see her blue eyes spark. She didn't disappoint. "You're a pompous ass and a double-dealing scoundrel." "Such flattery." He pressed his palms to his cheeks. "I do believe I'm blushing." She reached over the gate and flipped the lock before pushing the gate open with such force it banged against the wall. That got the tellers buzzing, but she ignored their surprised chirps as she continued on the warpath. "I didn't realize you were too petrified to fight fair." "A Martin, scared of a Sweet? In your dreams, sweetling." The use of her hated high school nickname had her left eye twitching, just like he knew it would. She jabbed her finger into his chest, right above his speeding heart. "I only see you in my nightmares." "Really? That's the best you can do?" Damn, she looked amazing when her eyes snapped with fire. Her spine went ramrod straight, forcing her breasts to jut out and her hard nipples to poke against the thin red V-neck sweater. Were they a light pink or a dusty peach? The need to know hit him like a gorilla on the warpath. His hunger for her became an almost living force, pushing him, goading him into pushing her buttons. All of them, until she lost control. God, he wanted nothing more at this moment than to see her right on the precipice of need and satisfaction, then watch her crash over into oblivion. "I'm not here just to trade barbs." A breathiness replaced her strident tone. "We need to agree to fair rules of engagement." He gripped his hands together in front of the hard-on, pushing against his zipper, so much so that he worried his dick would have an impression. "Why?" "Because I'm a Sweet. Do you really want to see what it's like when I don't fight fair?" He thought back to the generations of her family who'd practically built the county jail with all the bail money they'd paid. Miranda didn't seem the type, but he'd been wrong about her before. Logan swept one arm back toward the vault. "After you." She brushed past him into the vault, leaving a trail of jasmine in her wake. Pushing aside the worries of what the googly-eyed witnesses were about to spread all over town, he grasped the cool metal handle and swung the door shut behind him, the automatic lock clicking into place. Now it was just him and Miranda in a locked vault with one waist-high table and no windows or cameras. Just him and the woman who made his dick beg for mercy every time he even thought of her. And he'd thought of her a lot since the other night at the river. Too often. And usually it involved her naked and panting in ecstasy. He hadn't jerked off so much in 2 days since high school. Miranda got to the far wall of the 10-foot narrow room and turned around. "I don't expect you to go down without a fight, but let's at least make it a clean fight." "It seems I'm holding all the cards." Good to have, but that wasn't what he wanted to be holding at the moment. Triumph flickered across her face. "I know you'd like to think so." He loved seeing her like this, confident, powerful, assertive. Even all those years ago, she'd carried herself like she owned the town. And now? Shit. She was a queen who wasn't about to give even an inch of hard-fought ground. He loved that about her. The woman was just as fascinating fully dressed as she was naked.
"And what am I going to get from agreeing to rules of engagement for our little bet?" Logan asked.
"I won't tell DeBoer Financial about this great little local bank ripe for takeover." She sauntered over to the table, tracing a line down its center with her red-tipped nail, before she stopped just outside of his reach and hopped up on the table. Her long legs dangled in the air. "You have non-family member stockholders who only care about the bottom line. Imagine how they'd react to the opportunity to make more money by becoming part of a larger organization."
"Good luck with that."
He closed the distance between them, anticipation vibrating up his spine. Being this close to her was like walking a tightrope. Exhilarating, nerve-wracking, and above all, amazing.
"The Martins own 60% of the stock."
"True." She tilted her head and gazed up at him through her thick lashes. "But do you want to spend your precious time on that industrial park you're so determined to build, or fighting off a takeover challenge?" Her plan wouldn't have any long-term effect on the bank's ownership, but it could cause a headache he really didn't need right now. The industrial park's investors were already jittery.
"Tell me something, Miranda."
Giving in to the need ready to eat him alive, he positioned himself between her open legs and placed his palms flat on either side of her luscious hips. The pulse in her neck kept pace with his own rapid heart rate, and his body throbbed with want. He couldn't help but inhale a deep breath of her teasing scent. If he didn't watch it, he'd be falling for the enemy. Again.
"What counts as fair?"
Her teeth raked across her bottom lip before she sucked it in. "Stop bribing contractors not to work with me." He shouldn't just say no, but hell no. That squirrely guy from the brewery had been right. Logan hated to lose. Hated it. But he didn't give a rat's ass about all of that right now. Not with Miranda so close he could count each one of the freckles decorating her cleavage until they disappeared beneath the V of her sweater. Even with the bet and their personal history hanging over them, he needed to count the freckles hidden by the soft cashmere. Could there be a way if they fought fair? Was he ready to take that bet? Miranda's tongue swiped across the center of her very pink bottom lip, but her hooded gaze never wavered from his eyes. Logan slid his hands over her jeans until his palms lay across her firm thighs, thumbs against the raised inseam of her jeans. The feel of her against him heightened everything except his sense of self-preservation. Fuck it. He was all in.
"I'll stop bribing contractors not to work with you."
The single sentence hung in the inch of air between them. Tension pulled his balls tight, and need swirled at the base of his spine. Primal, bone-deep, all-encompassing. Worlds were created or destroyed in moments like this. She flexed her muscles beneath his touch, leaning forward as her lips parted. "I don't want you, and this doesn't change anything." Her words brushed against his parted lips, taunting him with their nearness. "I still hate your guts."
"Liar."
His mouth crashed down to hers, and he surrendered to the combustible cocktail of frustration, lust, and something too new to define drowning them both. She moaned into his mouth, opening fully beneath him and inviting him to plunder her sweet depths. But this wasn't a surrender. It was challenge for control, and the last threads tying him to where he was began to unravel. When her legs circled his waist and locked him into place, the last vestiges of Martin-bred propriety fell in a tattered heap to the vault floor. Here, now, Miranda. Nothing else mattered. Leaning into her, he moved his hands across the worn denim of her jeans to grasp her hips and pull her even closer, eliciting a soft mewl of pleasure. Abandoning her mouth, his lips traced across her arched neck, licking his way down her throbbing pulse until he stopped at the spot where her neck met her shoulder. Drunk on the taste of her skin, he paused to inhale the rich, sensual scent of her perfume as her pulse fluttered against her throat. He slipped his fingers beneath the hem of her red sweater, raising the soft material until he had to relinquish the taste of her creamy skin so he could pull her sweater off. With the tip of his finger, he followed the trail of pale peach freckles across her collarbone and over the upper swells of her breasts, a wave of goosebumps following in his finger's wake. When his finger disappeared into the deep valley of her cleavage encased in a lacy black bra, Miranda closed her eyes and dropped her head back, her hair cascading down to the polished wood table.
It had been so long since he'd seen her like this, warm, inviting, devastating in her willingness to go after what she wanted wholeheartedly. The unfinished business between them snapped from the past to the present, and he meant to finish it here and now. Her tempting nipples pushed against the flimsy see-through material, begging to be touched. He dropped his head, licked the lace covering her hard nub, then blew against the damp spot, eliciting another throaty moan that grabbed him by the balls and squeezed. "What do you want, Miranda?"
"You know what I want."
Loving the breathy quality to her voice, because it meant she was just as far gone as he was, Logan traced a circle around her nipple. He could see she wanted him, but he needed to hear it. "Tell me."
"This."
Miranda raised her blue-eyed gaze to him, reached behind her, and undid her bra. The black lace fell from her skin, revealing two of the most perfect tits he'd ever seen. The sound of her amused chuckle told him she hadn't missed the effect.
"Please."
It was all the answer he needed. Dropping his mouth to her heated flesh, he traced the outline of her light pink nipple before flicking it with his tongue and switching his attention to her other breast.
"God, yes,"
she whispered as she writhed against him. His hand dipped between them to the button of her jeans. It flicked open with only the slightest pressure, and as he lowered the zipper, she moaned his name, anticipation and agony heavy in each syllable. Desperate to touch her, but hampered by the angle, he slid his thumb into her lace panties and caressed her slick folds. "Damn, you feel good." He pressed lightly on the nub, and her thighs tensed as she arched into him. "So hot and wet for me."
"It's been so long. I'm sure just about anyone would get me like this."
She rocked against him, twisting her hips to increase the friction. "You're a lousy liar." Withdrawing his thumb, despite her regretful moan, he used it to trace a wet line across her nipple, then licked the sweet juice away. Greedy for more, he sucked her other nipple into his mouth, tugging on the nub as she squirmed beneath him and moaned.
"Enough!"
She shoved at his shoulders, pushing him back, and hopped off the table. Dazed by her sudden rejection, his mind went blank. But then she reached for his shirt, yanking it out of his pants. She made fast work of his zipper, and her hand wrapped around his aching hard length before his slacks dropped to his ankles. He nearly came just from the contact of her cool fingers over his overheated flesh. "Miranda."
"Oh no, you've been torturing me."
Sinking down to her knees, she raised her blue-eyed gaze to him.
"Now it's my turn."
The exquisite torment of her tongue hurt so good he couldn't stop the low groan from escaping. She followed the move by wrapping her lips around the crown and engulfing him, then pulling back and starting the process again. When he thought it couldn't get better, she took him again deep into her hot mouth. Looking down and seeing her glistening lips wrapped around him amped up the tingling sensation in his balls. She gazed up at him with wide blue eyes. If he didn't stop her now, he'd lose control. There was no way he'd do that before he sent her over the edge. He stepped back, the cool air in the bank vault crisp against his throbbing dick, and pulled her into a standing position. "Do you have a condom?"
"No."
Miranda, her face flushed with need, reached down with shaking fingers and unzipped her knee-high boots before kicking them off with urgency.
"But there are other options."
She hooked her fingers in her jeans and slid them over her round hips and down her long legs. Naked, except for a pair of black lace underwear that showed almost as much as it hid, she eliminated the space between them. Her deft fingers loosened his tie and unfastened the buttons on his shirt.
"Do you want me, Logan?"
She spread his shirt wide and pushed it off his arms. The striped button-up shirt fluttered to the floor. "You have no idea how badly." Hooking his fingers into the tiny elastic band of her panties, he pulled her forward until his hardness brushed against the damp lace. He lowered his head and moved his hands around to cup her full ass, just as desperate to give her release as he was to find his own. The buzz of the intercom sounded before his lips even touched hers. He and Miranda jumped apart.
"Excuse me, Mr. Martin?"
Charlene paused.
"Your appointment is here. The developers, and Mr. Hampton needs to access his safe deposit box."
Reality crashed down like a brick wall. Remembering his home training, he pushed the talk button to respond, praying he didn't sound like a man who had just lost his mind, which he was. "We'll be out in just a minute, Charlene." Miranda stood a foot away, her chest heaving, her blue eyes drained of passion, and a bright pink blush staining her cheeks.
Oh my God.
It's okay. The door is a foot thick. No one could hear us. He grabbed his slacks off the floor and pulled them on. She hadn't started to put on her clothes, was instead clutching them to her magnificent breasts.
That doesn't matter. They'll all assume.
True, the Salvation Gossip hotline circuits must have overloaded the minute he closed the vault door. Nothing to be done about that. They would have assumed it whether we had done. He waved his hand in the air. This or not. Miranda arched an eyebrow and shot him a saucy grin.
And do you get frisky in the bank vault on a regular basis?
No, he laughed. But you're a sweet, and it's not like your family is known for common sense. The second the words were out, Logan knew he'd just put his foot so deep in his mouth it would give him indigestion for a week. Her body, so soft beneath his touch a moment before, turned rigid. His stomach turned into a lead weight, and his pulse went wild.
And you're a Martin. We couldn't have the town thinking you'd gone slumming. Again.
Sarcasm dripped from her voice as she snapped her bra shut and shoved her sweater over her head.
Well, don't worry. I'll set the gossip straight.
Regret, the most merciless of vices, tightened his lungs. Hurting her feelings had been the last thing he'd wanted. He stuffed his shirt tails into his pants and put his tie back in place. Miranda, I didn't mean
for this to happen.
She pulled on her jeans and snapped them closed.
That makes two of us.
She rammed her feet into her boots and zipped them up before his muddled brain could figure out what to say to fix this, because whatever this was, it went beyond the bet. Miranda. Crossing to her, he fumbled for whatever words would make it right. There will be talk.
Do you even know what it was like for me in this town after Mr. Cooper found us parked out by his barn after I'd lost my virginity to you? Oh, they laughed about how boys will be boys when it came to you, but I had a scarlet A tattooed on my forehead. It didn't matter that I had a full scholarship to an Ivy League school. It didn't matter that I had plans for my future. All the small-minded gossips in this town could say was, here was another crazy sweet trying to trap a good man into marriage. And you never said one word to defend me. Not one. What do you think this is the first time I've set foot in Salvation since high school graduation? She sucked in a ragged breath, her gaze steady but bright with emotion. Believe me, no one wants what just happened to come to light any less than I do, not even you. And I'd appreciate it if you just kept your mouth shut about the whole thing. Guilt twisted him. He'd heard the talk, but he'd been too young, too cocky, and too fucking dumb to do the right thing at the time by speaking up and telling everyone to shut the hell up. Now, she wanted his silence. He couldn't give her the brewery, but he could at least give her that. She reached up and straightened his tie, her fingers lingering on his chest. Hurt, old and new, shimmered in her eyes, and he wished he could take back everything after the intercom went off. He nearly vocalized the wish, but Miranda blinked the emotion away before circling around him and heading to the door. She paused, her long fingers wrapped around the door handle, and her back to him. Are you ready? His chest pinched. To have Miranda walk out the door? Absolutely not. Yeah. She straightened her shoulders and tilted her chin higher, then pulled open the door. Chapter 9. Riled up in more ways than one, Miranda stomped down the brewery's hallway, wanting nothing more than to get lost in a pile of work so she could forget about Logan and the itch he'd caused that still needed to be scratched. But when she swung the door open to her small office, she found her sister sitting behind the desk, clacking away at her keyboard. You look like you've been up to no good. Natalie pushed her glasses up the bridge of her pert nose. Do tell. Miranda flopped down into the guest chair. You don't want to know. Her sister leaned forward. Don't make me call Olivia. You know she'll have the truth pulled out of you in about 3 seconds flat. Logan Martin. Specifically his lips and hands and fingers and six-pack abs, so beautiful they deserved their own billboard. Oh, shit. A divot of worry carved itself into her sister's forehead. Did you kill him? Worse. I kissed him. And she wanted to do it again. God, what was wrong with her? Natalie gasped, and her cheeks turned pinker than her pastel cardigan. Did you have sex with him? Miranda squirmed in her seat. Almost. What she wouldn't give to have finished what they'd started. At least then she would have the orgasm afterglow to go with the mental palm to her head for messing around with he who should not be touched. Where? Now it was Miranda's turn to blush. In the bank vault. Natalie's eyes rounded, but she didn't say a word. Instead, she picked up the phone, fast-dialed a number and then clicked on speakerphone. The other person on the line picked up and said, "Olivia Sweet, Hargrove Public Relations." Natalie crossed her arms and leaned back in the chair. "You will not believe what your sister just did." "What's wrong with your voice? Am I on speaker? You know I hate being on speakerphone." Natalie rolled her eyes. "It's necessary. Miranda's right here." "Hey, Amanda, what did you do? Try to make Natty wear a jewel tone?" "No, she became intimate with Logan Martin." Natalie paused and raised her palm to her throat, covering her pearl necklace. "In the Martin Bank and Trust bank vault." "Go get you some, you kinky girl. Does he still have a great ass? My God, his body was lickety-lick good." Truth be told, his ass was even better now than when he was a high school quarterback. Damn, she'd gone to games just to admire the way his football pants had molded to his butt. "I did not have sex with him." "Too bad. That boy is fine." "Olivia, you're not helping." Natalie let out an exasperated huff. "Don't you remember what happened the last time she was with him?" "Loosen up and live a little. Logan's hot. Anyway, high school was eons ago." Embarrassment ate its way through Miranda's belly. This conversation was not what she needed right now. "Again, I didn't sleep with him, and I'm not planning to ever get close enough to talk to him again." "Smart move." Natalie nodded her head emphatically. Olivia snorted. "Chicken shit move." "Please, can we please talk about something else? Like the brewery we own that's falling apart around us?" "Sean is rebuilding the loading dock." Natalie smoothed her already tightly clipped back hair. "I tried to get him to walk me through the brewery process, but I couldn't get more than 3 words out of him." "Don't take it personally. He's just the quiet type," said Miranda. "You probably scared him off with your charts and graphs and pearls," Olivia countered. "You're still wearing the pearls, aren't you, June Cleaver?" "Oh, shut up, Olivia," Natalie said. However, he did confirm that we're all set for brewing. Now, we just need buyers. I have a handful lined up, but we really need to get the Boot Scoop Boogie to start carrying our beer." The biggest honky-tonk in 3 counties, the Boot Scoop Boogie was a draw for country musicians from up-and-comers to headliners. The place was packed from Wednesday's ladies' night to Sunday's last call and had plenty of bar traffic during the rest of the week. Getting them to carry Sweet Salvation Brewery beer could make or break the brewery. "Sounds like you two are on it. Carry on, ladies. I'll be there as soon as I can get some time off." "When are you going to be able to make it home?" Miranda asked. "When did Salvation become home, Manda?" Olivia laughed. "Don't start drinking the crazy Kool-Aid now. We're flipping this brewery to DeBoer Financial so you get that big corner office, not getting sucked back into the loony world of Salvation." Had she called it home? She had. What the hell was that about? "Slip of the tongue. But we could use some of your PR genius, Olivia." "I have a couple of weeks' worth of vacation stored up. Let me see what I can work out." "Let us know. It's been too long." 8 months, to be exact. Sure, they were on the phone with each other a million times a week, but there was nothing as good as being together. Nothing. "Damn straight. Look, I have to get into a meeting before the boss notices I'm late." "Talk to you soon," Miranda and Natalie chimed in together. "Will do. Oh, and Manda, go have some dirty, nasty, smexy times with Salvation's version of Prince Charming." Olivia hung up before Miranda had a chance to respond. That was happening a lot to her lately. Grocery shopping equated to the 7th circle of hell for Logan, especially after he'd caught 2 old biddies in the produce aisle whispering about what had happened between him and Miranda in the vault. Damn his promise to Miranda to keep his mouth shut, and damn the people in Salvation who couldn't leave well enough alone. "You gonna crush that box of crunchy yum-yums, or put 'em in your buggy?" Ruby Sue leaned against her shopping cart. Logan tossed the mangled box in with the mound of frozen foods in his cart. "Probably the healthiest thing in there, and that's a sad fact." She jerked her chin toward the top shelf. "Now grab the store-brand granola off the top shelf for me." "Yes, ma'am." On autopilot, he swiped the blue and white box and handed it to her. At that moment, the squeaky wheels of another cart pulled his attention away from Ruby Sue. Miranda halted at the opposite end of the aisle, a flush creeping up from her low-neck green t-shirt. She'd pulled back her hair, wore skin-skimming yoga pants, and had a startled look on her face. His heart sped up, and for a few precious seconds, the world slowed down, and a kind of hope lightened his shoulders. But then she spun the cart around and quick-stepped it out of the aisle. The stark reality of the situation weighed his shoulders down like an anvil. Even if the brewery didn't exist, she was still the woman he couldn't have no matter how much he wanted her. And he had to admit, even if just to himself, that he wanted her, always had wanted her. Sometimes being a Martin sucked giant hairy balls. Look, Ruby Sue poked him in the arm with a surprisingly strong jab. If an old lady knows anything, it's that fate loves to spit in the eye of idiots who think they have everything figured out. Still staring at the empty spot where Miranda had been, he shook his head and turned his attention back to Ruby Sue. I don't know what you mean. Course you don't. She winked a rheumy eye at him. Why would you, idiot men? The old woman shuffled down the aisle, leaving him to wonder what in the hell was going on with his life. Logan bit into a grilled cheese sandwich stuffed with bacon and jalapenos and leaned back against the kitchen sink's vinyl booth to enjoy the punch of spice mixed with smoky bacon and gooey cheese. Getting lost in a bottle had never been much of a draw for Logan, but the bliss produced by an artery-clogging shot of comfort food got him every time. That stuff is going to kill you. Hud sliced into a baked chicken breast surrounded by steamed broccoli. At least I'll die happy. That shit? Logan nodded at his friend's plate. It's just depressing. Hud shrugged his wide shoulders. It had been more than a decade since they'd played ball together, but the burly mechanic looked like he'd just stepped off the field. I like eating healthy. Uh-huh. That's why you eat lunch here every day? Logan took another oversized bite of his sandwich. Has nothing to do with a certain waitress? Hud's gaze locked on his plate. No way. Ellen, the waitress in question, stopped by the table, their ticket already torn off and ready to be slapped on the table. Anything else? Logan swallowed his automatic response, pausing to give his buddy a chance to engage the former Hamilton County Miss Soybean in conversation, but the only sounds were from the other customers' conversations. He waited another few beats, but Hud just kept shoveling food into his mouth. Looks like we're good. Logan handed Ellen 2 20s. Unless there's pecan pie. She chuckled. You wish. She took the 20s and turned her attention to Hud. How about you? Need anything else? Like a horny 12-year-old boy faced with a Victoria's Secrets model, Hud clamped his jaws together and gave her a thumbs up. Ellen shrugged and weaved her way through the crowded diner to the front register. Logan shook his head. You are a moron with shitty taste in food. Hud flipped him off. Not everyone wants to go all bam chicka wow wow in a bank vault, you know. How many times did he have to relive the same fucking gossip shitstorm? I already explained. Yeah, you have bigger problems than small-town gossip right now. Hud leaned forward. Tyrell Halston brought his caddy in for a tune-up this morning. I overheard him on the phone telling someone that if the meeting with the developers tomorrow night didn't go well, he was going to pull his support. Fuck. Logan rammed his fingers through his hair. If Tyrell backs out, so will the others. I'll be left with letters of intent to buy property and no funds to purchase it with. The deal will crash and... Trouble ahead. Hud jerked his chin toward the diner's front door. Miranda stood with her sister and chatted with Ruby Sue, who sat in her regular spot behind the register. Though Miranda and Natalie were 2 parts of the nearly identical sweet triplets, only Miranda made his palms sweaty and had him questioning his sanity on a regular basis. The ass-hugging pair of black pants she wore today reminded him of the lacy black panties that had haunted his dreams since that afternoon in the bank vault. He'd bet the bank that the soft pink of her sweater would match the rose of her nipples that had hardened under his tongue. Part of him stiffened at the memory of the jasmine perfume she'd worn and how her body had responded to his touch. He shifted in his seat, unable to look away from her. If he didn't get a hold of himself soon, he'd pop the zipper on his pants. Ruby Sue said something, Miranda laughed, and the warm sound of her happiness spilled down his spine, warming his body. Then she turned toward the full dining room, and the total force of her blue-eyed gaze hit him straight on, slamming against his body like a linebacker with a grudge. He knew the moment she spotted him, because the smile that curled at the left side of her mouth a little higher than the right dropped into a flat line. After a quick word with Ruby Sue, Miranda and her sister found seats at the counter at the far end of the diner. Natalie shot his table a quick questioning look, but Miranda only showed him the iron of her spine. Damn, I don't think she's really happy to see you, Hud chuckled. That's the first time I've ever seen a woman shut you down without even saying a word. Glad you're enjoying the show. Logan threw back the last of the sweet tea in his glass. Suck it up. Hud pushed back from the table and stood.
It's just Miranda Sweet. It's not like you care.
He flinched.
Exactly.
Logan got up and made his way to Ruby Sue to collect his change. In a small town like Salvation, where everyone was always in each other's business, the last thing he needed was to have the lunch crowd at the kitchen sink report that he'd been mooning over Miranda. Still, he couldn't help himself from sneaking one last look at the woman who, despite his protestations, had stopped being just another sweet more than a few summers ago. Miranda gulped the sweet tea, downing the glass in a few seconds before carefully placing it on the counter. Salvation was too small to think she could avoid Logan forever, but damn, she was down with trying. It was better than drooling all over him every time they crossed paths, especially when he wore the shade of dark blue he'd had on today. And the way his pants clung to his ripe ass was enough to make her revert to high school when she'd driven slowly by his house, circled the block, and made another pass. Do that again and you'll go into sugar shock. Natalie took a dainty sip of tea, pressing a paper napkin to her lips to catch any drops that dared to stray. If I didn't know any better, I think you were considering Olivia's idiotic advice. Not in this lifetime. Fantasized about Logan's doctorate degree level kissing skills and hard body? Yes. Found excuses to do business on Main Street near the bank in hopes of catching a glimpse of Logan? Guilty. Considered paying him a midnight visit? No. Okay, maybe a little, but only for a second, a long, hot second, before sanity resurfaced. The lust wasn't the worst of it. No, that came after she'd brought herself to orgasm with her fingers when she lay in the dark, wishing they could be side by side, snuggled under the covers talking and teasing like they had by the riverbank all those years ago. Now that was dangerous territory. Good, because we all remember what happened last time. Miranda's gut clenched at the reminder, and her heart slammed against her ribs. The 18-year-old her had been 2 breaths away from totally in love, and Logan had just been out for a little fun, something Miranda hadn't realized until too late. The sweet tea sloshed in her stomach. Let's change the subject. Natalie gave her a quick shoulder hug. Tell me more about Mark Oberon. Now there was a safe topic. Not much to tell. He's with one of the top finance firms in Harbor City, and we've worked on a few deals together. Natalie deflated. So, no romance? Not unless I develop a few extra body parts overnight, she giggled. Oh, her sister pushed up her glasses. So, why did he call you? He's in town for a meeting tonight. He didn't say it out loud, but my guess is he's looking into whatever deal Logan is cooking up for the industrial park. She took a bite of spicy mac and cheese. He invited me to the dinner his group is having with Logan. You didn't say yes, did you? Natalie slapped her pearls against her neck, then rolled her eyes. Of course you did. Never pass up an opportunity to learn more about your business opposition's plans. Plus, I have an idea that could get Logan Martin to stop blackballing the brewery for good. And that's all this is for you? Business? Miranda ignored the twinge in her chest. Why would it be anything else? Chapter 10. Miranda couldn't decide, red or black. Choosing between the 2 dresses spread out on her bed wasn't the most important decision of her life, but it mattered. The simple black cocktail dress was the smart choice, the expected choice. But tonight was about impact, daring, and the power of surprise. How better to do that than with the vintage Ralph Lauren sleeveless cranberry silk dress? Men might not consciously accept or admit to the power of fashion, but they instinctively reacted to the signals clothing sent. She couldn't make more of a power statement than red. She ran her fingertips across the smooth material as she lifted it up and held it against her body. It hit an inch or 2 above her knee, borderline for a business dinner at the Hamilton River Country Club, but the high neck balanced out the slim flash of thigh. She'd skipped the metallic stilettos she usually wore with the dress for a pair of nude pumps. Add in the cream, hip-length blazer that nipped in at her waist, and voila! Her subdued, pulled-back hair, and the dress would make a bold statement without screaming. We got a jet in about 10. You almost ready? The closed door muffled Mark's voice, but she couldn't miss the slight strain. There were 2 things in the world that drove him crazy: people who didn't balance their checkbooks, and being late. I can't believe you've waited this long to say something. She slipped the silk dress over her head. What did you do, alphabetize the cans in the pantry? Your sister beat me to it, he laughed. If she wasn't a girl, I'd snap her up in a heartbeat. Ha! She'd take one look at your shoe shopping bill and kick you to the curb. Miranda grasped her thick hair, twisted it into a bun, and secured it with an elastic band. It's always something. I talked to the big boys back in Harbor City. They're on board with your plan. Giving Logan's group access to the interstate and river makes sense. Plus, it'll eliminate Logan's motivation for submarining the brewery. What about this bet that your sister let spill? What she wouldn't give to have never proposed that stupid bet in the first place. Some things matter more than pride. If she was willing to swallow a bitter pill to make the brewery profitable to show the people at DeBoer Financial that she could complete a corporate turnaround and finally get her promotion, then he could do the same. You know you're talking about a man and his ego, right? Mark asked. Wars have been fought over less. Hopefully not tonight. Sticking the final pin in place to hold her hair in the smooth knot at the nape of her neck, Miranda turned away from the mirror, slipped on her shoes, and then swung open the door. Mark gave her look an up-and-down assessment. I see we're going as a predator tonight. Exactly. You need earrings. He strode into the room, stopping in front of her jewelry travel case. He dug through the glittery contents for a minute before pulling out a pair of dangly gold earrings. No way. Totally wrong for a business dinner. He cocked an eyebrow. But you and I both know this isn't just business. A flush heated her cheeks. How? Natalie doesn't gossip, but the girl does love to talk. He grinned and plopped the earrings into her palm. Damn. Staring at the sparkly jewelry in her hand, Miranda drew in a deep breath. Suck it up, princess. It's time to go dazzle the boys with your mind and my clients' deep pockets. If only your clients were local and wanted to invest in a brewery. Mark tweaked her on the nose. That would make things too easy. And where's the fun in that? Logan hated sitting with his back to the door, but when Tyrell Hawson had decided that the corner spot was the position of power and asked Logan to switch, he didn't argue. He needed Salvation's mayor on his side, even if that meant his side was sitting in the worst spot at the table. Cordell Blankenship and Roger Knox sat between Logan and Tyrell, leaving 2 seats open for Mark Oberon and his associate. All 3 men represented the Salvation status quo, and Logan was destined to join their ranks in due time. He'd been looking forward to it, more than ready to accept his destiny as a Martin. But then Miranda had come home. Sorry we're late, gentlemen, but some people can't be rushed. Mark pulled out a chair, but instead of sitting down, he took a step back, revealing Miranda. 2 thoughts hit Logan at nearly the same moment. 1, she was wearing a flowy red dress made out of some sort of silky material that left a man's fingers itching to inch it up over her curves. 2, what in the hell was she up to now? After their meeting at the bank vault, she'd given him the cold shoulder every time they passed each other in town. Not too surprising, considering their history, but still, why ignore him for the past week, only to show up at the dinner that could make or break his plans? The rest of the men at the table stood, but the sudden onslaught of lust and confusion left Logan tongue-tied and nailed to his chair. I hope you don't mind me joining you, gentlemen. Miranda sat down in the seat directly to Logan's right, studiously ignoring his presence. He wished like hell that he could do the same. Her bare knee brushed against his, setting off a jolt of awareness that ricocheted up his thigh and landed squarely between his legs. Maybe it was the Jim Beam and Coke he just slammed back, but the world took on a hazy quality, putting her in soft focus. The sparkle of her gold earrings caught his attention as they brushed against her neck, partially exposed by her tightly pulled-back hairstyle. Staring at the delicate column of her throat, he could almost taste the salt of her skin on his tongue. How a woman could confound him and make him harder than dirt in January, he had no earthly idea. Normally, he didn't like being off balance, but he developed an appreciation for it when it came to Miranda. I take it you all know my associate, Miranda Sweet. Mark either didn't see the smoke starting to pour out of Tyrell's ears, or he didn't care, because the Harbor City financier settled into his seat and flipped open his menu. So, what do you recommend? I don't believe this. You really expect us to believe she is your associate? Tyrell's voice turned dangerously low, bordering on a growl. Yes, Miranda and I have worked together on several deals. Mark cocked an eyebrow and closed his menu. When I heard she was the owner of the 1 parcel of land you gentlemen still needed, I knew we could come to some sort of agreement. I'm sure you did. The good old boy twang in Tyrell's tone spelled out exactly what kind of cooperation he imagined Miranda had given Mark. Heat blasted up from Logan's toes, and he crushed the linen napkin in his fist to keep from smacking the lewd look off Tyrell's jowled cheeks. He'd sat silent before when he was a boy, but as a man, he couldn't let the same old story keep repeating. But before he could jump to her defense, Miranda spoke. "I'm glad you're confident in my abilities." There wasn't a strained note in Miranda's voice, but the tension in her straight back showed she hadn't missed Tyrell's dig. She turned toward the waiter. "But before we discuss business, I have a question. Is Miss Linda still running the kitchen here?"
"Yes, ma'am."
The waiter nodded. "Wonderful. I'll have the brown butter chicken breast." She laid her hand on Mark's forearm and leaned close, the move pulling her skirt up to show another inch of creamy thigh. "You have to try it. It is amazing." Pinpricks of jealousy marched hand in hand with desire up Logan's spine. Not that he could do a damn thing about either one. He had to figure something out, or she was going to get the better of him. Again.
"You picked another winner there, Miranda." Mark laid his fork on his now empty plate. Just the way the other man said her name made Logan twitchy. It was too friendly and too familiar for someone who was only a business colleague. And the way she laughed at the other man's jokes, touched his arm to emphasize a point, and looked up at him with her ruby lips parted in an almost continual crooked smile, had Logan seeing red, or more correctly, green. He'd spent the entire dinner shifting in his seat and wondering what she wore under that silky red dress. The tantalizing flashes of thigh that had appeared when she twisted in her seat had him in a nearly constant state of tortured arousal. Good thing Tyrell had kept his foul suggestions to himself during dinner, because Logan, in a frustration-induced black mood, would love to be able to work out his aggression.
"No one makes chicken like Miss Linda. When I worked in the kitchens one summer, I begged and begged for the recipe. She gave it to me, but I can't even come close to her masterpiece." Miranda folded her napkin in 3 precise turns. "But enough of memory lane. I think it's about time we get to the reason for this meeting."
Now she had the attention of Logan's big head and his little head. If this deal fell through, more than just the Martin family fortune would tank. The industrial park would attract new business to Salvation, bringing jobs and a much-needed uptick in the small town's economy. The Sweet Salvation Brewery was all that stood between the industrial park and success. "My sisters and I are willing to grant you river access and allow you to build a road through our land between the interstate off-ramp and the industrial park ramp." In exchange for what?
"In exchange for a 2% cut of your profits."
"That's highway robbery." Tyrell's voice jumped an octave.
"No, it's smart business, seeing as how the next closest interstate off-ramp alone is 20 miles down the road, and even then, drivers would have to go an hour down a 2-lane highway to get to you. Transporting goods to and from the industrial park will be at least 20% higher without interstate and river access." Logan leaned forward. This could be just the break needed to seal the deal with the investors. Not only would the town and his family benefit, but without the land dispute between them, maybe there was a chance to make up for his multiple fuck-ups with Miranda. To show her he wasn't like Tyrell, that he'd changed from the idiot he'd been before. He wanted that more than he wanted to win the bet. The truth of it lifted a decade's worth of guilt from his shoulders and replaced it with a sense of hope, of purpose.
"I'd rather Velcro myself to the devil than tie myself to a sweet."
Tyrell sat back, crossing his arms and smirking at the rest of the table. It took Logan a second to scoop his jaw up off the table.
"You don't get it. This could be a win-win situation. No one has to lose."
Tyrell said,
"No one wins when a sweet's involved. Do you remember that so-called documentary her sister did? A supermodel comes home for Christmas or some such shit. They made fools of us. Made the whole town look like a live-action version of Honey Boo Boo on stupid pills."
Tyrell's chubby cheeks burned with fury.
"And then some fool high school kid recorded the damn thing and posted a YouTube clip of my rendition of Boogie Shoes. That was supposed to be a private moment, just a man singing to his horse and dancing on a starry night. Instead, it went viral. I still get mail from prisons."
His glare encompassed everyone at the table before zeroing in on Miranda.
"From prisons."
The last words echoed off the dining room walls. His tirade had the attention of everyone turned toward their table. Ignoring the gawkers, the mayor pushed back his chair with such vengeance that it screeched across the floor. He tossed his napkin on his plate and stormed out the front door. Cordell and Roger hot on his trail.
Give me a minute.
Embarrassment and anger double-tapped Logan across the cheeks, and he rose from his seat.
I'll talk to him.
He maintained a leisurely pace through the country club, pretending for all the good it did that the world wasn't imploding around him. Old habits died hard. Still, he couldn't let this deal go south. He needed it. The town needed it, and Miranda needed it. Watching her stand up under the pressure of Tyrell's tantrum was like having a blindfold removed and finally seeing how much it sucked to be a sweet in Salvation, and he'd been a part of making it that way. Pushing his way out the front door, he found Tyrell cooling his heels at the valet station. The mayor left his toadies by the curb to confront Logan.
You've got a lot of nerve calling that clusterfuck a win-win. Look, I know you have a problem with the Sweet family, as does every person with 2 brain cells to rub together. They're trash. Always have been. Why can't you give Miranda a chance? She's not her mom, the woman who led the state troopers on a 6-county chase when she snatched a baby tiger from a roadside zoo. She's not her Uncle Melvin, the man who ran naked through the Miss Soybean Festival parade when the governor was visiting town. She's Miranda, and she's got a lot more going for her than all that. You'd better hope your daddy doesn't hear you talking that kind of crazy. I don't care if she's the reincarnation of Mother Teresa. We don't deal with those people.
Logan kept his tone calm, even though his blood pressure had reached DEFCON levels. He refused to let Tyrell's pride and his father's prejudices sink this deal.
I know you don't, but right now, Miranda's offer is the best option we've got. Then you better find another one.
The sound of the mayor's car's finely tuned engine purring to a stop a few feet away sounded as loud as a tornado.
At the next county council meeting, they're going to approve a moratorium on alcohol production within the Hamilton County lines. That sweet girl might get that brewery running again, but it won't do her a damn bit of good.
The mayor was chock full of so much bluster and bravado that Logan almost felt sorry for him, but the fact that Tyrell was also a self-important jackass kept that from happening.
You'll never get a blue law passed. It's been decades since Hamilton County was dry. You forget who's mayor here. I can, and I will make it happen.
Tyrell yanked open the door of his shiny black Cadillac and slid into the front seat.
You're not even on the county council. But who do you think helps the council members get elected? Who finds the fundraisers? Who sweeps their troubles under the rug?
Tyrell slammed the door shut and rolled down the tinted window.
You were doing fine to bet against her, boy. But if you want to bet against me now, you'd better be prepared to lose. I'm the guy that brings a .50 caliber machine gun to a knife fight. You better make sure you're on the right side when I pull the trigger.
The mayor peeled out of the parking lot, leaving a pair of jet-black lines on the driveway and the scent of burnt rubber hanging in the air. The man was dangerous, devious, and determined to get his way. Tyrell had stewed over the perceived humiliation caused by that YouTube video for years, and now he was on a single-minded mission to finally get his revenge. And for the first time in his life, Logan was considering putting his chips in with the underdog. Concentrating on keeping a neutral expression on her face was the only thing that stopped Miranda from exploding into a million pieces in the middle of the sedate dining room. Now, that did not go as I'd expected. Mark finished the last of his white wine and toasted Miranda with his empty glass. You do things a little bit differently in Salvation. I'm used to less emotional reactions in Harbor City. Harbor City stood as one of the global capitals of commerce and fashion, while Salvation represented every small town in America. To say there was a difference in cultures was an understatement, but that didn't excuse the mayor's cut off your nose and ears and yank out an eye to spite your face reaction to her proposal. Tyrell Hawson is a fool to even consider flushing this compromise down the drain because a camera crew caught him dancing like no one was watching with his horse. Mark grabbed his phone. Is it still on YouTube? Put that away before someone sees you. She laughed, and some of the tension seeped out of her spine. Salvation is different, no doubt about it, but the people here work hard. They're good people. She thought of Ruby Sue, the Franklins, Hud Bowden, owners of some of the best businesses in Salvation. They deserve the economic boost the industrial park would bring. If it's that good for the community, why not let them build the road for free? Because it wouldn't matter. You saw how Tyrell acted. It wasn't the percentage that made him have a conniption. It was the idea of being connected, or indebted, To the Sweet family. Mark squeezed the bridge of his nose between his finger and thumb. I can't put my client's money into this deal without that road. What happened in Salvation didn't mean a damn thing to her. She was here to flip the brewery and finally get her corner office. She'd worked too hard and put up with too much shit from Patilla the Hun to veer off her plan now. Salvation's future viability shouldn't be any of her concern. It's not like the town ever cared about her. And yet, none of that mattered, because the truth was that she cared. Miss Linda's chicken threatened to make a return visit. The wineglass shook in her hand, and she shot back the rest of the Chardonnay in one big gulp.
Good, you're still here.
Miranda jumped at the sound of Logan's voice, which held a haggard edge that matched his appearance. Gone was the cocky air of an alpha man here to close the deal of a lifetime. In its place was a bone-deep determination that rolled off him despite the weary droop of his broad shoulders. He'd pulled his navy tie loose and popped open the top button of his white dress shirt, revealing a few inches of the muscular chest she'd spent a good number of hours fantasizing about since their hookup in the vault. In real life, and her imagination, Logan always appeared put together and in control, but seeing him a bit undone and rough around the edges sent her pulse skyrocketing. Damn, what was it about Logan that made her react this way?
I hope like hell I'm not going to regret this, but I'm betting on a Sweets plan.
Logan shoved a hand through his already rumpled, thick brown hair, the dining room light glinting off his gold cufflinks.
We can make this happen.
2 weeks and no more. Mark stood up and pushed in his chair. If there's not interstate and river access agreement by then, I'm going to have to tell my clients it's a bad investment. 10 minutes later, she and Logan stood at the valet station waiting for their cars to be brought to the front. Mark's taillights shrank in the distance as he hit the highway for the drive back to Harbor City. The city of 8 million people was her home, yet she didn't have even the slightest twinge of regret that she wasn't headed down the highway herself. Maybe Olivia was right. She may have started drinking the Kool-Aid. A valet jogged up to the covered awning, a sheen of sweat dampening his forehead.
Ma'am, there's a problem with your car.
Her stomach sank. What's wrong? The valet gulped in a few breaths.
Your tires have been slashed.
Chapter 11. After Miranda's second call to Natalie went straight to voicemail, Logan offered to give her a ride home. It made sense to accept Logan's offer. Of course, that was before she was locked inside the cab of Logan's truck, the tempting scent of cedar, musk, and a dangerous-to-her man heavy in the air. Despite her better judgment, she couldn't ignore the way Logan's hands lightly grasped the steering wheel, reminding her of what it had been like together in the vault. How soft, yet intense his fingers had been on her hips, the roughness of his thumbs teasing her nipple to an almost painful pleasure point. Miranda sat with her hands clasped in her lap. Thanks for the ride. Logan shrugged his shoulders, having abandoned his jacket to a hanger in the truck's minuscule back seat.
I couldn't leave you cooling your heels at the country club for half an hour, waiting for your sister. You'll be able to pick up your car tomorrow morning. HUD said the shop would be able to outfit you with a new set of tires right away.
Thanks. This single word fought its way out of her throat, tight with emotion. He turned left on the highway at the sign for the Salvation Marina.
I know just the thing to set you to rights.
She eyeballed the full moon hanging low over the yachts lined up at the dock. She couldn't spot the security guard, but she knew he was there keeping a watchful eye on the expensive toys bobbing gently on the river. The place had closed hours ago, and all of the yachts were shut up tighter than a mason jar after canning season. You planning on breaking in? He rattled a small set of brass keys.
It's the captain's annual vacation to Bermuda. You feel like playing with the devil?
Is that a rhetorical question?
He laughed. Not a question. It's the name of my private escape vessel.
He pulled the truck to a stop in front of a 64-foot yacht, the white and stainless steel sparkling in the moonlight. The words, "Playing with the Devil," were painted in swirling letters on the back. Of course it is. She giggled, the stress of the night finally hitting her breaking point. You are, after all, the Prince of Salvation.
You keep saying that, but you need to know that crown doesn't always fit. That's when I take her out.
He flashed a wicked grin that did funny things to her stomach.
Come on.
He swung open his door, and they both got out.
Let's go see how you like her.
Reaching down, he untied the ropes tethering the boat to the dock, then took her hand. Together, they hopped from the dock and onto the yacht, which swayed slightly in the breeze. His firm grip anchored her body, But even that small touch sent her mind off in a million directions, all of which involved him holding much more than her hand. What Miranda knew about boats could fit into a shot glass, but even she couldn't help but notice the luxury around her. The immaculate, gleaming teak deck, a sun deck with 2 flush hatches leading, she presumed, to the cabin below. Do I call this a boat or a ship?
I just call it a relief.
He leaned back against the stainless steel railing around the deck, but didn't release her hand.
Whenever this town gets to me, whenever I've had enough, this is where I come. I figured you could use a little escape tonight. What do you say?
Can you do that without the captain? His eyes darkened.
You wouldn't believe all of the things I can do.
But damn her, she wanted to find out. He curled his fingers around hers and led the way through the deck chairs to the wheel. Warmth snaked up her forearm, curved around her elbow, and traveled upward until her entire arm tingled. So, I take it we're in the middle of a truce again? He stopped and turned so quickly she bounced off his strong chest. His other arm reached out, helping her to steady herself on her own 2 feet, even though her pulse was on a roller coaster ride. The charged silence enveloped them as they stared at each other. His gaze lowered from her eyes to her mouth before traveling back up again. The heated look in his eyes nearly turned her thong to ash. Her heartbeat stumbled. He traced his thumb across her bottom lip before turning away, making the ache building in her core that much more intense.
After tonight, I think we could both use it.
He released her hand.
Is it always like that?
What do you mean?
The way Tyrell reacted to your offer just because of who you are.
Had he grown up in a Twilight Zone version of Salvation? Yeah, but in a way I understand. My family is firmly on the crazy side of the mountain. He put the key in the boat's ignition and turned the engine over before steering them out into the wide river.
They must have done something right for you and your sisters to turn out like you did.
Are you flirting with me, Logan Martin? Bubbles fizzed through her system like her blood had become carbonated with lust and longing. She couldn't pinpoint the moment when the fussing and fighting had developed into something far more interesting and important, but it had happened. She was done denying it anymore.
If you have to ask.
His voice lowered to a sexy timbre.
I'm not doing it right.
And here I thought the Martins never did anything wrong. She stepped closer, oh so close, but not yet touching anywhere besides their hands. He stayed still, except for the vein in his temple that had gone into overdrive.
Oh, there's plenty hiding inside our closets.
Like what?
Do you remember when someone spray-painted the Colonel Reeves statue on the town square?
No way! She gasped and clapped her hand over her mouth.
Even a Martin breaks off course every once in a while,
he said, laughing. He lowered his free hand and curled his pinky finger around hers, the innocence of the gesture hotter than if he'd sailed them right into third base. Salvation disappeared behind them as they sailed downriver, away from the rules and the expectations about who and what they were. There were only the 2 of them, underneath a blanket of stars so bright she couldn't hide the truth from herself any longer. She wanted to be here, with Logan. Shit, she'd never stopped wanting that. He pulled back the throttle until they stopped moving and pushed a button with an anchor printed on it.
This looks like a good spot.
Standing close enough that their hips brushed, he let go of her hand and snaked his fingers around her hip. His hooded gaze dropped to her mouth.
You willing to risk it?
Her heart skipped a beat, and she glanced out at the empty shoreline. From their spot in the middle of the river, they were hidden from prying eyes, but not from her doubts. Logan had hurt her before. Could she really trust him again? Could she live with herself if she didn't take a chance? She tilted her chin up. Let's go for it. Logan's eyelids lowered, and he pivoted a half-turn toward her. Body buzzing from the palpable sexual attraction, as potent as a 12% alcohol imperial ale, Miranda fiddled with the gold cufflinks at his wrists. Temptation nearly overwhelmed her. Temptation to say hell with propriety, with other people's expectations. There was no denying she wanted this man. She could fuck him silly and walk away from this small town in a few weeks after selling the Sweet Salvation Brewery to DeBoer Financial at a tidy profit and return to her real life, this time with a corner office. After all, she'd left him in the dust before and been just fine. That's all this would be. A fuck and some fun. Nothing more. Nothing binding. She ignored the little voice inside her head that mocked her rationalizations. He dipped his head, his mouth frustratingly close to hers. You are trouble with a capital T, Miranda Sweet. A desperate need tinged his whisper. She rubbed against the bulge in his pants. Come on, Mr. Perfect. Walk on the wild side. He moaned, then took a half step back, the sudden onslaught of air cool against her overheated skin. Immediately missing the warmth of his strong body, she stepped between his open legs. She was playing with fire, but she couldn't seem to resist his draw. For a second, he just looked at her, his brown-eyed gaze locked on her mouth, and his eyes went wide. Miranda forgot to breathe. Her nipples hardened against the lace of her strapless bustier bra, and she yearned for his mouth against her sensitive flesh. The heat pooling in her belly spread through her body, melting away any doubts or second thoughts. Tonight, Logan was hers, and she was his. The rightness of it spread through her like molten gold. We're in the middle of nowhere, he whispered. No one can see us. A secret, just like their first time together. The parallel slid between her ribs like the sharpest of knives, but she pushed past the pain. She wasn't a love-struck girl anymore. Time had cured her of that. She stepped closer and inhaled the woodsy scent he wore like a sexual promise. She teased her fingers down over his hard pecs, noting his heart's rapid beating against her palm. There's no one to interrupt us here. Thank God, because I plan on tasting and touching every inch of that delectable body. Her fingers snuck his shirt's top button through the buttonhole. Do you have a condom? I have 3. Surrendering to the madness of it all, Miranda pushed 2 more buttons through the small openings. Her enemy, her lover, maybe something more. It no longer mattered. You're either very optimistic, or I'm in for a hell of a night. Logan reached around and busied his hands with the string, holding her silk dress's top in place. Both. I haven't been able to get you out of my mind since the vault, but you've been avoiding me. Her heartbeat ratcheted up to Mach 5 when his fingers brushed the bare skin at her nape. Not avoiding, just keeping a distance. He tilted his head and kissed the sensitive spot where her jaw met her ear. She nearly came unglued in his arms. What about how you backpedaled the moment you saw me in the grocery store? He punctuated the question by nipping her earlobe. I forgot something in another aisle. Her voice sounded so far away to her own overheated ears. So lost was she to the tiniest stroke of his fingers and lips. And at the kitchen sink? He pulled the loose end of the tie holding her dress in place. It swung across her back, and she clenched her thighs together against the yearning building deep within her core. Didn't want to interrupt your lunch with Hud. You've got an answer for everything. If only he could ask the question that mattered. Why had she left before? His fingers grasped the knot and paused as if to give them a last chance to back out. The attraction between them was as crazy as it was doomed, but her breath caught in fear that he changed his mind. The fabric knot behind her neck slipped free, and silk poured over her sensitive skin, revealing the pink upper swell of her areola peeking out from the cups of the black bustier bra. With a shimmying of her hips, the dress glided over her ass, down her thighs, and landed in a pool of scarlet at her feet. Logan glided the backs of his fingers down her throat, across her collarbone, and between the swell of her breasts. You're beautiful. She spread open his shirt, reveling in the expanse of sinewy muscle on display. You're not bad yourself. Everything about the moment felt perfect and right. Being with Logan was like coming home. Skimming her fingers across his flat nipples and continuing south down his washboard abs, she found her next target, the buckle of his black leather belt. As her fingers took care of the buckle, she ran her tongue against his peach nipples. She unfastened the top button on his pants and inched the zipper down. His hard length strained to break free from the confines of his navy boxer briefs, twitching beneath the pressure of her palm and rubbing against it through the ribbed underwear. His moan vibrated against her cheek while she followed his dark, happy trail until it disappeared behind the elastic waistband. Bracing her hands on his strong thighs, Miranda looked up at Logan's hooded gaze. I need you naked. Whatever you want, you get. While he flipped off his shoes, Miranda twisted his gold cufflinks so she could tug his starched white dress shirt off his arms. revealing thick biceps and corded forearms. Next, his pants fell to the deck, followed a moment later by boxer briefs. Once again, he stood as naked as a proud Adonis before her, and the sight of him made her mouth dry while other parts went molten. He rubbed against her lace-covered folds, slick with desire and aching with want. In this, if in nothing else, they were perfectly aligned in purpose and plan. Logan ran his palms down the black satin bustier, covering her ribs, until his long fingers curled around her hips. He slipped his hands behind her, lowering them to her ass and tucking a finger underneath the lace of her thong. In one swift motion, he yanked her against him. Desire pulsed deep within her core, and she twisted her hips, the delicious friction teasing her and hinting at the sweet relief only he could provide. "If you don't want me to rip these in two." He twisted the back of her thong around his finger and pulled the material tight against her sensitive clit. "You'd better take them off now." The rough edge to his voice made her quiver. The underlying affection underneath made her breathless. It gave her hope that she wasn't the only one losing herself in this madness of something so wrong being so right on so many levels. And that realization took her higher than even his skilled touch. She captured his mouth with hers, sucking his bottom lip into her warmth and nipping the tender flesh. Confident in her control of the situation, she ignored his words, teasing him a bit longer by cupping his balls and gently squeezing. In the next heartbeat, the unmistakable sound of tearing material broke through the lust fogging her brain, and what was left of her lace thong fell down one leg. Before she could protest, Logan spun her around, his lips caressing her shoulders as his hands unfastened her bustier's hook and eye closures with the ease of a man who knew her body as well as his own. He kissed and licked his way down her spine, hitting each inch of revealed skin. Her thighs were quaking by the time the bustier fell to the floor, and when he stood, she leaned against his steady form. Logan squeezed her around him and rocked against her. "Fuck, you feel so damn good." Both of his hands snuck around the front of her body. One hand cupped one breast, squeezing her hard nipple between his thumb and finger. His other hand delved lower, his fingers sliding between her slick folds and pushing inside. Miranda threw back her head against Logan's shoulder as his fingers drove her closer and closer to orgasm. Her hips moved of their own accord, twisting so that she rubbed against the heel of his palm. Energy curled into a tight ball in the base of her spine, tightening and constricting as her pleasure built. "You are so wet and soft." He stroked the bundle of nerves inside her while increasing the pressure. "I can't wait to taste you later. I'm going to spread those long legs wide open and play with you until you explode all over my tongue." He emphasized his intent by rolling her nipple until the bliss bordered on torture. And just when she thought she couldn't take another minute of his divine torment, her thighs buzzed and her orgasm crashed against her, drowning her entire body in a wave of pleasure so intense it bowed her spine. Chest heaving, she melted back against Logan, his dark chest hair tickling her back. "That was amazing." She snuggled back, her ass brushing against him, already plotting her next move. They had tonight to feast on each other, and she wasn't going to waste a minute of it. "I hope you're not ready to call it a night already." She spun around on her heel, pressing her breasts against his hard chest and wrapping her hand around his length. Far from it. Stroking him, she brushed her thumb across the head. Miranda lowered herself until her knees hit the smooth teak deck and let go of him. Maintaining eye contact with Logan, she slid her wet thumb tip across her bottom lip, then licked the remainder of the salty liquid from her thumb. He sucked in a deep breath. "Fuck." "Not yet," she winked. Anchoring herself by holding on to his solid thighs, she kissed the head before sliding his girth between her lips. He filled her mouth, forcing her jaws wide as she took in more of him before withdrawing and starting the process again, each time relishing his moans of pleasure. His thigh muscles tensed and relaxed under her palms, in sync with her mouth's movements. She undulated her tongue against the sensitive underside, wanting to take him higher. His thighs tightened under her palms. Intoxicated on her ability to bring him pleasure, she rubbed her tongue along his shaft while he filled her mouth. She reached out to cradle his balls,
one finger rubbing the small patch of skin behind his sack. His legs quaked. "That is so damn good." He ground out the words through clenched teeth, his fingers soft against her head. "Do that thing with your tongue again." Emboldened by his pleas, she took him deeper, stopping only when he bumped against the back of her throat. Her free hand snaked down between her legs, and she moaned around him. "God, yes, baby. Touch yourself. Are you ready for me?" Spurred on by his words, she took him deep again as she circled her sensitive nub. The pressure from her fingers pushed her over the edge. Her moans of pleasure made her throat tighten, eliciting a growl of pleasure from Logan. He clenched his fingers in her hair, unwinding it from the tight bun. With a half-swallowed groan that mixed agony and ecstasy, Logan pulled back on her head. "If you keep doing that, I won't be able to stop myself." Not ready to let him off that easy, Miranda grabbed a condom as he sat down in the captain's chair. The wrapper crinkled as she tore it open and removed the condom before sliding it home in one smooth motion. "My God, look at you." Her hands caressed him, trailing her fingers down until she grasped his hips, lowered herself, and positioned him at her slick entrance. "You're beautiful." He pushed forward slowly, inch by inch, letting her body adjust to his size and the angle. Looking over her shoulder at Logan's closed-eyed ecstasy, she pushed her own ecstasy higher, blanking out everything but him. They came together like nothing else in the world existed or mattered. Hands touching, lips tasting, bodies moving together. It was too much and not enough. It was everything. Logan was everything. Miranda's skin burned with need for him as he filled her body and soul so completely she couldn't imagine the night ever ending. But no matter how much she wanted it, that wasn't the plan. Tonight was about one thing only, relieving an itch she'd needed to scratch since she'd walked into the Martin Bank and Trust weeks ago. Maybe if she kept saying it enough, she'd start believing it, because in her heart, she knew it was much more than that. He leaned forward, changing the angle and driving deeper inside, rubbing against her most sensitive spots. The buzzing started in her calves, gaining strength as it traveled up her legs and driving out any logical thought. Swept along by the overwhelming intensity of sensation, she lost herself to the moment and let her body take her where she needed to go. "Logan," she only managed the single word before her world exploded, sending shock waves of pleasure vibrating through her limbs. Plunging deeper than he had before, Logan buried himself to the hilt as he cried out his own climax. He collapsed against her back, his cheek fitting perfectly in the hollow of her shoulder. "I'm never going to look at the helm the same way again." Logan kissed her shoulder and pulled them both into a standing position before picking her up and carrying her down the narrow stairwell to the enormous cabin below deck. "That makes two of us." She snuggled deeper into his embrace, praying the steady drumbeat of his heart would drown out the little voice demanding to know what she planned to do now. Chapter 12. Miranda eased her way down the wide staircase at Uncle Julian's old house, her thighs protesting each downward step. Despite the image her lingerie drawer projected, it had been a while since anyone besides her had seen her lacy underthings. Muscles she'd forgotten she even had were making 3 condoms and 6 knee-jellifying orgasms worth of complaints. After a night of naked fun and long talks, Logan had dropped her off just before dawn, and she'd snuck inside the isolated country house like a teenager who'd broken curfew. She'd navigated the large sitting room in the dark, avoided the squeaky stair right before the second-floor landing, and tiptoed past Natalie's room. Once in her own room, she'd spent a fitful night ping-ponging between hope and self-recriminations. Now, 4 hours later, she was heading back down the stairs for a cup of coffee big enough that she wouldn't need toothpicks to hold open her eyelids. The cell phone camera flash stopped her mid-stride as she was coming off the bottom step. She jerked to a stop and blinked away the bright balls of white light dancing across her vision. What was that for? Natalie stood in the kitchen doorway, cell phone in hand, clicking away with her thumbs. "I figured Olivia needed to see what happened when someone follows her advice. You look like hell." Oh, the joys of sisterhood. "I love you too, darling sister." Natalie grinned and pushed up her glasses. "So, spill." Let's see. She flicked up her pointer finger.
Tyrell Hawson did not take kindly to our proposal and threw a total fit in the middle of the country club. A second finger went up. Someone slashed all 4 of my tires. A third finger stood up. Oh, yeah, and I had mind-blowing sex with Logan Martin. Natalie blinked her large blue eyes several times before spinning on her heel and striding into the kitchen. Coffee and marshmallow crunchy cereal, now! Miranda mowed through a bowl and a half of cereal and sucked down a ginormous cup of coffee while explaining the events of last night to her silent sister. The caffeine and sugar had kicked her pulse into high speed by the time she finished. Natalie, meanwhile, still drank her first cup of certified organic green tea and took dainty bites of a toasted whole wheat bagel. So, what did the police say about your car? She shrugged, ignoring the spike in her blood pressure at the damage done to her baby. Not much. I told them that I'd recently let an employee go under less than ideal circumstances. The officer said he'd go talk to Carl, but unless he confesses, there's not much evidence to tie him or anyone else to the slashing. That's comforting. Her cup clanged against her saucer. For Natalie, that equated to a scream of protest. No kidding, but right now I'm more pissed than scared. Carl's a slimy little malcontent, but he's not a psycho. Still, it's a good idea to keep the house locked up. Uncle Julian's house, which belonged to her and her sisters now, was an old 2-story farmhouse that had been home to the Sweets for more than half a century. Solid oak doors, double-paned windows, and old-school craftsmanship made the place as safe as a Cold War bunker. Will do. Natalie took a sip of tea. Nothing we can do about Carl, but what about our good mayor? A hammering at the back of her skull added to the angry flush from her pounding heart. Another goose egg. We can't force him to accept our offer of help. Logan hasn't given up, but I'm not holding my breath. Speaking of Logan, she slid down in her seat. The last thing she wanted was to dissect what had happened last night. Do we have to? Does he know your plans for the brewery? That it's just a stepping stone and you'll be out of here in a few months? Hearing the words out loud stung. No, and he doesn't need to know. Miranda searched for the right word to describe what she was doing with Logan. Idiotic folly? She rolled her eyes so hard at her sister that they nearly fell out of her head. Look, Judgy McJudgy Pants, he's a nice guy. What about the bet? Did he call it off? Miranda bristled. It wasn't like Natalie was asking anything she hadn't wondered about while tossing and turning last night, but still, we didn't talk about the bet. Could it all be a ploy to screw us over figuratively as well as literally? Natalie pushed up her glasses and pierced Miranda with an inquisitive stare. You know, you're a real Pollyanna. I'm telling you, he's different. An image of him naked in the captain's chair flashed in her mind. He's nice. I bet he'll seem real nice when he's stabbing you in the back. You know what those Martins are like. Listen to you. You're just as bad as the assholes in town who never gave us a chance because of our last name. Oh, you've given him a chance before. Did he come to your defense then? Or did he just take the that-a-boy pats on the back while you were shunned? That was a long time ago. He's grown up. I've grown up. She resisted the urge to bang her head on the table in frustration. I know a roll in the proverbial hay without benefit of a relationship is beyond the pale for you, but I know the score. Logan knows the score. It was hot, no-string sex, and that's it. Yeah, sure it was. Natalie pursed her lips and drained her lukewarm tea. You two talked about this and agreed to it? Staring intently at the hand-painted flowers on her coffee mug, Miranda avoided her sister's surely skeptical gaze. Not in so many words. Uh-huh. Natalie stood up, took her dishes to the sink, and flipped on the water. This isn't going to blow up in your face at all. Like a 4-year-old caught with her hand stuffed in the cookie jar, Miranda wanted to ignore the whole situation. Will you just give me a ride to fix her up so I can pick up my car without lecturing me the entire way? Lecture? Natalie turned and grinned. I never lecture. The fixer-up auto repair and body shop sat a few miles outside of town on Highway 48, a stucco monument to rebuilt carburetors and oil changes. Hud Bowden had gone straight from the Salvation High School football field to the garage bay right after graduation. Today, he had his head under the hood of a cherry-red Ford Thunderbird. Miranda would have admired the view more if it wasn't for the fact that, even after a shower, she could still smell Logan's woodsy cologne in her hair. Hey, Hud. The former linebacker straightened up, wiping away the black grime from his hands with a rag. He didn't glare at Miranda and her sister, but his look wasn't exactly welcoming either.
Sounds like you had an eventful evening last night.
Her feet froze to the garage's concrete floor, and her toes curled up in her ballet flats. What do you mean? She coughed to cover the embarrassed squeak in her voice.
It's not every day that someone in town makes the mayor blow his top, and has her tires slashed. He cocked his head. Why? What did you think I meant?
Oh, getting freaky in the yacht with your best friend? That pretty much sums it up. She resisted the urge to fan her heated cheeks. Natalie shot her a told-you-so smirk. Sisters. Hud stuffed the rag into his back pocket and jerked his head toward the next bay in the garage.
I've got your car up on the lift now. Give me a few minutes, and I'll have it all finished. You and your sister can wait in the sitting area if you'd like.
She backpedaled at a fast clip toward the waiting room. Will do. I really appreciate your help with my car.
No worries. Logan told me about your offer on the road. Tyrell is a real ass for reacting like he did. I'm sorry that happened to you.
That stopped her cold. Hud's grandfather had been the county sheriff and had spent a decade chasing after her father for illegally brewing moonshine in the backwoods. Before her parents had retired to Mexico, they'd operated like the Bonnie and Clyde of bootleg White Lightning in Hamilton County. Hud's grandfather had caught her parents more than a time or two and thrown them in jail, giving them the criminal records that made it impossible for them to be involved directly with the Sweet Salvation Brewery. Like the rest of the town, Hud and his family expected the Sweet triplets to follow in their parents' footsteps and treated the girls as mini-me criminals and outcasts. An apology from Hud was tantamount to a pardon. She didn't know what she'd done to deserve it, but she'd bet Logan had something to do with it. Thanks, Hud. She swallowed past the tightness in her throat and followed Natalie into the Spartan waiting room, populated by one couch, 2 plastic chairs, and a TV. She flopped down on one end of the olive-green pleather couch, and Natalie hunkered down on the other. Miranda's phone vibrated in her purse. It took 3 rings before she found it at the bottom. Patilla the Hun's name flashed on her caller ID. Ignoring the warning sirens blaring in her head, she forced herself to smile as she answered. Pat, good to hear from you, she said, hoping he didn't hear the worry in her voice. Miranda, I'll get straight to the point. After careful deliberations, Mr. DeBoer has decided that I'll be overseeing your attempt to get Sweet Salvation Brewery up to snuff. She stood up, and her stomach hit her toes. Since she couldn't reach through the phone and smack her immediate supervisor, she paced the 8x8 room. Pat had outflanked her deftly, completely, and without her ever having a clue because she was off the corporate grid in Salvation. Being out in the boondocks wasn't an excuse. Her cubby mate had warned her that something was going on, but Miranda had been too distracted by the ins and outs of the brewery, not to mention fantasies about Logan's hard abs, to protect her home turf. She might be winning the brewery battle, but she had a sinking feeling she was about to lose the war. I have to tell you, Pat continued, I'm looking over your latest report now, and I peg your chances of success as worse than a snowball's chance in the desert during a 100-year drought. That's not true. She fought to maintain an even tone. You've made progress on the operations standpoint, I'll give you that, but you're sucking wind on getting distribution channels. He laughed, a weaselly little nasal chuckle. I warned Mr. DeBoer nothing good would come from this. When I show him this report, he'll have no choice but to agree. Her hand shook, and the phone slid in her slick palm. We've hit a few roadblocks when it comes to folks signing on the dotted line to carry the Sweet Salvation Brewery beer. But we have a solid number lined up for delivery after our next brew day in a few weeks. And I'm in the process of getting a meeting set up to talk with the manager of the Boot Scoop Boogie, one of the biggest venues in the region. I don't think you're really grasping what's on the line here, Miranda. He sneered her name, emphasizing each syllable. If you can't get a big distributor lined up, this deal will fall apart, and so will your shot at a promotion. In fact, I'd have to talk to Mr. DeBoer about your position within the company. The economy isn't what it used to be, and every department is tightening its belt, including us. Having you out of the office has shown just how well we operate without you. Her vision turned black, and blood rushed in her ears, drowning out the rest of his words. Why are you doing this? You thought you could show me up in front of the rest of the department and the managers? Well, you figured wrong. I paid my dues. I worked my ass off to get where I am. The worker bees have to see that there are stiff consequences for subverting my authority. You've always reached beyond your means, and it's about time you learned your place in the world. So there it was. After everything she'd done to overcome being one of those sweet girls from Salvation, working 2 jobs to pay her college living expenses, putting in 80-hour work weeks, ditching the country twang that made everyone in Harbor City look at her like she was a moron, she'd run as far away from Salvation as she could to claim her future on her own terms, not by how people judged her by her last name. She'd be damned if she was going to cede that decision to some power-hungry middle manager with a hard-on for following chain of command. I know where I belong, and it's in that corner office. Her voice gained strength with every word.
That's not up to you.
Oh, yes, it is. I'm going to sign that distribution deal. I'm going to turn Sweet Salvation Brewery into a profitable business, and I'm going to get that corner office. She forced a bone-deep confidence into her voice, even if she didn't yet feel it in her marrow. A condescending chuckle echoed through the phone.
Well, you have a week to make that happen. After that, your stuff is getting packed into a cardboard box.
She hit the end call button with more force than necessary, but her frustration had to go somewhere or her head was going to explode. Miranda shoved her phone back into her purse and sank down into her seat. Now, that was dramatic. Natalie laid down the issue of Chantal magazine she'd been flipping through and stared expectantly at Miranda. If I don't get Boot Scoot Boogie to sign a distribution deal within a week, DeBoer Financial will not only turn its back on the deal, I'll lose my job. Someone cleared his throat. Dread creeping up her back, Miranda didn't need to turn around to know who had just overheard her confession. Still, she couldn't act like her childhood puppy Mitzi, who used to hide her head, and only her head, under the covers when she was in trouble. She desperately wanted to stomp and scream and carry on about the unfairness of the whole situation. Or worse, cry. But a lifetime of keeping her chin up had taught her better. Inhaling a deep breath, Miranda straightened her shoulders and spun around. Hud stood in the doorway, a look of, "Oh shit, did I walk in at the wrong time," plastered onto his face. He held out her keys.
Your car is ready.
Great. She fished her wallet out of her purse. How much do I owe you?
Michelle will have everything for you at the front desk.
Okay, thanks again, Hud.
No problem.
He shuffled his feet.
Look, I know it's none of my business, but if you need an in at the Boot Scoot Boogie, you should ask Logan. He went to college with the owner's son. They were fraternity brothers.
The bit of unexpected kindness hit her right in the solar plexus, loosening her grip on the determination not to lose it in public. I might just do that. Hud tapped the brim of his grimy baseball cap and hurried out back to the safety of the garage. Chapter 13. When the sun was up, the Boot Scoot Boogie turned off its neon signs and flipped on the overhead lights to become a family-friendly bar and grill, complete with tin buckets of peanuts on the tables and construction paper cowboy hats for the kids. At 10 in the morning, the lunch crowd had yet to pack the huge parking lot, making it easy to spot owner Charlie Everton's massive black SUV. Bingo. Miranda parked in front of the part-time honky-tonk, but her butt stayed glued to the seat, while she wished she had another bottle of Tums. She'd eaten the last chalky tablet on the way here, but it hadn't made a damn bit of difference on the amount of acid eating away at her internal fortitude. She had charts and graphs to share with Charlie, but she had no idea if that would make any impact. Uncle Julian's mismanagement of the brewery had left several of their accounts with unfilled orders, repeatedly. The Boot Scoot Boogie had taken several hits before Charlie had told Uncle Julian exactly what he could do with a bottle of Sweet Salvation Brewery beer. She'd managed to salvage relationships with most of the other bars in the area, but unless she wanted to move to Salvation permanently, she needed to seal this deal. In her career, she'd closed multi-million-dollar deals without even a hint of nerves. Now, she needed a jumbo-sized bottle of antacids just to get out of her car, or a double shot of whiskey. God, she was losing it. Before she could psych herself out any more, Miranda killed the engine and opened the door. The walk across the asphalt parking lot took half as much time as she needed to steady her nerves, and her fingers trembled when she pushed open the front door. A trio of waitresses in white t-shirts and denim shorts huddled by the kitchen door, but it was the man standing alone by the bar who snagged her attention. He waved her over.
I was beginning to wonder if you were going to sit in that car all morning, or if you were going to man up and come inside.
Charlie Everton turned, the sunlight filtering in through the front windows, highlighting the few strands of gray hair, breaking up the otherwise ebony hue of his short, coarse, tight curls. At 6'6" with biceps the size of hubcaps, Charlie had a big SUV, because nothing smaller would work.
You got this town buzzing about all you're doing at the brewery.
Well, it wouldn't be salvation if there wasn't gossip about something.
Got that right.
He settled his large frame down onto a bar stool and patted the one next to him.
So, what brings you out here? You're a little early for lunch.
At the mention of food, her stomach started to do a line dance. Sitting down, Miranda centered her focus on the task at hand, sucking in her abs until the rumbling stopped. I wanted to talk to you about carrying Sweet Salvation Brewery beer again. She laid the blue presentation folder on the bar and flipped it open. As you can see, we've got a plan in place to overcome the management challenges we had in the past. Charlie didn't even bother to look down at the 4-color charts.
Yeah, not having your crazy uncle, bless his departed heart, run the place is a huge step in the right direction.
Her head snapped up. Uncle Julian definitely had his quirks, but he kept the brewery going as best he could. He patted her hand.
Honey, I am not disregarding that. Saying a sweet act's different than most folks is like saying the sky is blue. It is what it is.
Miranda ground her teeth together to stop the family-defending retort, desperate to get out. Letting her ugly hang out wasn't going to get Charlie to sign on the dotted line. Be that as it may, we want to bring you on board.
This is nothing against you or your family, but there is just no way I can agree to that.
Because of the bet with Logan Martin?
This has nothing to do with Logan.
Miranda's chest tightened until only a sliver of air found its way into her clenched lungs. But we've got everything in place to be successful.
And you've also made one hell of an enemy in Tyrell Hawson.
Next time she saw Olivia, she was going to kill her sister for making that stupid entertainment television pseudo-documentary, and while she was at it, she'd stuff the people who owned YouTube into an iron box and drop it into the Hamilton River. Sure, Tyrell's mad right now, but he'll get over it, and chocolate will stop being fattening. Charlie shook his head at her bold-faced lie.
I don't think so. There's talk that he wants to make it illegal to manufacture alcohol in Hamilton County. He's already got the Ladies' Church Auxiliary lined up behind him.
The foul taste of moldy bread filled her mouth. Nothing will come of it. Even to her own ears, she didn't sound like she meant it.
So you say, but I'm not going to get caught up in the middle of a ground war, especially not if I want to stay on Tyrell's good side. If he starts making noise about turning Hamilton into a dry county that doesn't sell alcohol at all, my business goes straight to hell.
Charlie pushed up from the stool and handed back her folder.
You seem like a nice girl, always have, but I can't risk my business. I'm retiring this year, and Tyson's taking over. What kind of father would I be if I left my son in charge of a business destined to fail?
She accepted the folder and held it tight to her chest, surprised it didn't bounce in time with the hammering of her heart. What if I can get Tyrell to agree to a truce? The big man's shoulders slumped, and he sighed. Pity shone from his deep brown eyes as he regarded her. He opened and shut his mouth 3 times before getting out any words.
I'm a damn fool for even thinking about it.
He rubbed his hand across his jaw.
But if you can work things out with Tyrell, and that's a big if, then I might give you a shot. It's all I can promise.
It took everything she had not to wrap her arms around the giant of a man and squeal. Instead, she held out her hand. I'll take it. They shook hands before Miranda marched out of the honky-tonk without a plan, but with a renewed sense of determination. She had a chance, and as long as she had a chance, she wasn't going to stop fighting. Miranda sped up the 13 steps, 1 for each original colony, leading to the Hamilton County Courthouse's wood and glass front door. Walking through the doors of the designated state historical site was like stepping back in time. Iron heat registers lined the walls, puffing out anemic bursts of heat that did little to alleviate the October chill from the air. Most of the heat went straight up to the vaulted ceilings, decorated with a fresco of the county's founding fathers. Even Matthew Sweet made an appearance. Now that had to just chap the old guard's hides, but it put an extra spring in Miranda's step as the click of her heels on the stone floor echoed across the lobby. The scent of old paper hung heavy in the air because the county council had yet to convert the plethora of historical land and tax documents into digital form. Now that smell made her feel almost as at home as Ruby Sue's sweet tea. Miranda and her sisters had been dragged to the courthouse on a monthly basis by the parents who were protesting a fine or a cease and desist letter from the county. Mrs. Macrina, one of the county executive secretaries, had always snuck a few cookies out to the girls while they waited for hours on the hard wooden bench in the hallway. She paused at the stairs to fix the drooping ankle strap on her black heels. A man's gruff order to wait here filtered up from below. The sheriff's office was in the basement, and that's where they'd gone as teenagers to bail their parents out after their mom had lit a bag of dog poop on fire on the courthouse steps in retaliation for having to pay to get the family's 10 dogs licensed at $15 a mutt. That incident had made the front page of the local paper and into the news briefs section of the large metro papers in Richmond and Washington, D.C. Not surprisingly, her prom date had backed out after that. She'd spent the evening studying for her college entrance exams and counting down the days until she could leave Salvation for good. Shoe fixed, Miranda marched to the opaque glass door at the end of the lobby with the words County Council painted on it in gold foil. She'd worked out her plan on the drive over. First, she'd outlined the economic impact of people losing their jobs to the county executive, the mayor, and any council members in the office. Next, she'd explain the financial implications of fewer tax dollars going into the county's coffers. Finally, she'd open up negotiations on building a road to the industrial park through the Sweet Salvation Brewery land. The whole thing was fair and completely reasonable. Too bad Tyrell was not. But she'd spent too many years toiling under Patilla the Hun not to master how to outmaneuver a mini tyrant with delusions of world domination. She just had to walk in there like she had brass balls the size of a small man's ego and brazen her way through his objections, no matter how much she wanted to throw up right now. Failure wasn't an option. Pushing back her shoulders and raising her chin, she shoved open the door, accidentally slamming it into Tyrell and sending the rotund man stumbling forward and into Logan. Tyrell collided with Logan like a bowling ball shot out of a rocket, the unexpected collision knocking the air out of Logan's lungs and pushing him back 3 feet. Fighting to maintain his balance, he pushed forward against the mayor and placed a hand on each of the shorter man's shoulders. Over his head, he spotted Miranda staring in the doorway, her blue eyes as round as basketballs and one hand covering that luscious mouth of hers. "Oh my God, are you okay?" Her eyes had grown to dinner plate dimensions. "I'm so sorry, I didn't know anyone was standing there." Tyrell harumphed and shook off Logan's steadying grip. Logan didn't care. His attention stayed riveted on Miranda. The smooth material of her deep purple dress clung to all the right spots, highlighting the curves he'd spent hours tasting last night. He'd licked powdered sugar off her dusky pink nipples and the dimples above her pert ass while she shivered beneath him. When she had moaned his name while he was balls deep inside her, he'd come as close to heaven as he was bound to get. "What are you doing here?" Tyrell puffed himself up to his full height of 5 feet 8 inches. "You don't have anything flammable you're planning to ignite, do you?" A dozen expressions flashed across her face, but the one that surprised him the most was hurt. He'd heard people talk smack about the Sweets for most of his life, but he'd never seen the impact of an on-target hit until now. The sight made him want to tear a strip off of Tyrell's fat hide. With a quick pivot, he placed himself between Miranda and the man determined to ruin her. To her credit, Miranda's fake smile only wavered for a minute before she pulled it back into place, sidestepped around him, and placed herself directly in front of Tyrell. "I wanted to talk to you." Red blotches had bloomed across the base of his throat. "Nothing to talk about." Logan's hands fisted at his sides, but he squashed the impulse to punch the older man in the nose. "You could at least hear what she has to say." "Why do you care what she has to say? She's a Sweet. You know they're all liars and layabouts." "That's not true." Miranda's tone remained calm, despite the fact that her spine had gone rigid and her left eye had begun to twitch. Tyrell ignored her and continued his diatribe. "You've said it yourself, Logan. This town would be a hell of a lot better without the Sweet family. And you were right." Miranda let out a gasp, and she retreated a step back. "All I need is 5 minutes of your time," Miranda pushed forward. "I have a proposal that would be very beneficial for the people of Hamilton County." How she managed to stay so calm, he had no idea, because the only thing he could think about was how easy it would be to crack an elbow against the side of Tyrell's head. "What do you have to lose by listening?" he asked. 5 minutes of my life that I'll never get back," the mayor grumbled. His beady-eyed gaze flicked from Logan to Miranda and back again. "Anyway, why do you care?" "He doesn't." The steel in her tone left no room for questions. She was speaking to Tyrell, but Logan knew the words were meant for him. As a town, Salvation had bullied her, dismissed her, and mocked her, and for too long he'd been a part of that bloodthirsty mob. But instead of hating him for it, she was trying to protect him from becoming a target. The idea shamed, humbled, and enraged him. He had no idea what to do with any of those emotions. He reached out for her, but she pulled back to avoid his touch.
"Miranda, what exactly is going on between you two?"
This time she did look at him. The silent plea in her blue eyes ripped the bones from his body.
"Nothing."
Logan ground out the single, awful lie.
"I don't know." Tyrell rubbed his hands together. "I think the folks down at the kitchen sink might see it a little differently after I tell them about this afternoon."
She flinched. "Look, the last thing in the world I want is to have the whole town gossiping about me."
"I have an easy solution for that." Tyrell paused. "Leave town."
Rage, deep, dark, and ugly, flooded his veins, and Logan fisted Tyrell's suit jacket lapels before the mayor could blink. He jerked the other man to his tiptoes, ready to slam him into the government building-issued tan wall.
"That's enough, Tyrell."
The mayor narrowed his eyes.
"Have you forgotten our little discussion the other night? I'm too busy of a man to make idle threats. You best remember that, son."
At the reminder, an animalistic fury blacked out the rest of Logan's world. He slammed the mayor against the wall so hard the picture shook. He swiveled his right arm so that his forearm pressed against the other man's windpipe. The mayor's eyes watered, and he squirmed against Logan's grasp. He could wiggle all he wanted, but Logan wasn't about to release the shithead. "Let him go." Miranda placed her hand on his shoulder and whispered into his ear. "He's not worth it." The instinct to shrug off her hand warred with the knowledge that she was right. Tyrell Hawson was a slimy bastard, but he wasn't worth an assault charge. Slowly, he released the pressure on the mayor's throat, and the other man slumped against the wall. Tyrell sucked in a raspy breath and glared defiantly at them both.
"At the next county council meeting, they're going to pass an ordinance outlawing alcohol manufacturing within the Hamilton County lines. Then they're going to use eminent domain to claim your property, just like your knight in shining armor here suggested a month ago, and build a connector road between the interstate and the proposed site for the industrial park. You might as well start packing up your bags now."
He raised a slightly shaky hand and pointed at Logan.
"As for you, I won't forget this. You'll get yours."
Hands fisted at his side, Logan wanted nothing more than to finish what he'd started, but the click of Miranda's heels caught his attention. She was out the door and halfway across the lobby before he processed what was going on and took off after her. She was already in the parking lot and had her car door open by the time he caught up with her. Relief loosened the knots holding his shoulders tight.
"Miranda, wait."
Her fingers gripped the door so tight her knuckles had turned white. "Look, what happened last night was us scratching an itch." She kept her gaze locked on the multi-hued leaves tumbling down the sidewalk. "It's been scratched, and now we can move on." He jerked to a stop, every instinct he possessed screaming a warning not to let her go.
"That's not fair."
"Take it from a sweet. Life isn't fair." She leveled a hard gaze at him. Gone was any trace of the passionate woman who'd melted in his arms last night. In her place was someone weighed down by a chip on her shoulder the size of Alaska. "You don't owe me any allegiance just because you got in my pants." A 6-ton brick of agony formed in his stomach.
"We could work together."
Miranda shook her head, the late afternoon sunlight turning her wavy curls golden. "No, we can't. You heard Tyrell. Even if we wanted to, the old guard would never accept it. Instead of pulling me up, I just drag you down into the mud. It's what we sweets excel at." She slid into the driver's seat. "Game over. Looks like you won the bet after all." She shut the door with a slam and drove off before he could get a word out. And for the first time in his life, he had no plan for what to do next. Chapter 14. Even though it was 40 degrees outside, Miranda blasted the air conditioner in her car as she drove down Main Street. The icy breeze did little to cool the heat burning her from the inside out. She'd been right to leave Salvation right after high school graduation. Each time she'd returned, all she'd gotten was a soul-crushing reminder of her family's name's twisted roots. She'd been stupid to think that this time would be any different. Her degree, her career, her life beyond Salvation, none of it mattered in this town. Here she was, just another half-crazed sweet. And who could blame them? Her family was a collection of rabble-rousing misfits. She didn't even have to try hard to dredge up examples of how the Sweets had cornered the market on weirdness. Aunt Laurel had buried Civil War-era pistols in the woods, and at sunset had set Miranda and her sisters loose to dig them up with only a map, a flashlight, and hand shovel. Miranda shook her head in disbelief. What kind of adult did that with 10-year-old girls? Then there was the time that her dad had meditated for 48 hours in silent protest in the middle of the football field when the school had canceled the drama program Olivia had loved. The police had to cart him off the field so they could play the homecoming game. She still cringed at the memory of being jeered as she walked past the cheerleaders decorating the gym for the post-game dance. A few months before he died, Uncle Julian had hot-wired his assisted living facilities van and driven to Harbor City where he'd talked her into driving with him down to the Eastern Shore. He'd eaten so many crabs, he got kicked out of an all-you-can-eat buffet. Her heart had nearly exploded when the cop told her she was driving a stolen vehicle. That had been a long night of explanations and lukewarm coffee, but luckily no orange jumpsuit. The Sweets were all mentally disturbed. Stealing cars barely made mention in retellings of the family's criminal history. Still, she could taste the melted butter she'd dunked those crabs in. Uncle Julian was almost all sunken cheeks by then, but God, he'd made her laugh like she hadn't done in years. She blinked away the sentimentality brought on by the memory. The Sweets were unhinged, passionate and devoted, sure, but still loony as jaybirds. Still, her dad's stunt had worked. The school board had reinstated funding for art class and drama classes the next year. Miranda chuckled despite herself. She bit the inside of her cheek, bringing herself back to reality. The Sweets were wild and without any sense of propriety. Letting kids roam the woods all night long and then feeding them homemade waffles and center-cut bacon when they brought their bedraggled butts home in the morning. She'd been so tired that she'd barely been able to finish breakfast. But her aunt had kept asking about all the details of how she and her sisters had found every last one of the pistols, keeping her awake long enough to finish every last bite. Then she and her sisters had fallen asleep in a big pile of lanky little girl limbs on the floor in the living room while cartoons played on the TV. The resentment that she'd held on to for so long and that bubbled in her stomach whenever she thought of family popped like a balloon thrown against a cactus. That night was one of the best adventures of her life. The Sweets were dysfunctional, slightly delusional, and more than a little deranged at times, but they were family. Her family, and she loved every one of those demented people. Realization hit her smack in the forehead. Everything wasn't lost. The Sweet Salvation Brewery could still be saved. Instead of running away from the Sweet family legacy, she needed to embrace it, but she couldn't do it alone. While paused at a stop sign, she switched on her speakerphone and punched in Natalie's cell phone number. Her sister picked up halfway through the first ring. "So, how did it go?" "Hold on, let me get Olivia on too." Miranda entered the number. Olivia, being Olivia, took 4 rings to finally pick up. "Please tell me this is good news because I can't take any more of the other kind today." The static of the 3-way call couldn't disguise the bone-deep weariness in the youngest sister's tone. Miranda's triplet early warning system blared in her head. "What happened?" "My slug of an ex-boyfriend posted some pictures I sent him on the web." "So?" Natalie's voice zinged through the speakers. "There are pictures from your modeling days online already. Your Google image search is about 1 billion pages long." "I'm naked in these, and the lighting is awful." Natalie sputtered something incomprehensible. Shock stunted Miranda's reaction speed so much that she nearly missed the turn onto the highway to get to Uncle Julian's house. "Can't you make him take them down?" If she hadn't been driving, Miranda would have crossed her fingers in hope. "Wish I could, but since I sent them to him, my lawyer tells me the law considers the pictures a gift, and the tiny dick douchebag can do whatever he wants with them." The muttered statement proved once again that Olivia's taste in men was so bad she could pick the one jerk hidden among a million angels. Seriously, the girl needed to consider switching teams. But Miranda couldn't say that out loud, not while the wound was still raw. But she had to speak before Natalie recovered and started spouting one of her patented "will you ever learn" speeches. Grasping for something to say, Miranda uttered the first "I told you you should never send naked selfies" she could think of. "That sucks." "Pretty much." Damn, she hated hearing Olivia's sound so defeated. "I hate to add to the crap heap, but Tyrell is pushing the county council to make it illegal to manufacture alcohol in Hamilton County. Miranda turned off the highway and onto the 2-mile-long dirt driveway leading to Uncle Julian's old house. If he succeeds, Sweet Salvation Brewery is no more. People will lose their jobs, and I'll be standing right behind them in the unemployment line. Natalie found her voice. We can't let that happen. Agreed. She eased off the gas as she approached the 1-lane covered bridge over Lazy Creek. When no other cars appeared on the opposite side, she continued onto the bridge. We need a plan of attack. What if we... A camouflage-painted monster truck peeled around the bend in the driveway and barreled onto the narrow bridge, coming straight at her. A stark white fear pushed the rest of Natalie's words into the background. Oh my God! Miranda's scream sounded so far away to her own ears. Her gaze flew to the wooden beams that spanned the side of the bridge. There wasn't enough room for the 2 vehicles to pass. Instead of slowing down, the truck sped up. Her heart clogged in her throat, and panic drowned out the frantic questions her sisters yelled out from the car speakers. She slammed on her brakes. Her Lexus's tires squealed, and the scent of burnt rubber filled the car. Acting on instinct, she shifted into reverse and stomped the gas pedal to the floor. Her car flew backwards, but like a monster in a horror movie, the truck kept coming, its engine roaring. The truck's dirt-caked grill filled the view out of the front windshield. She put everything she had into pushing the gas pedal. Her thigh strained with effort, her car shimmied when the tires crossed from the wooden bridge back to the dirt road, and her hands slid against the steering wheel. The truck's bumper collided with the Lexus, jarring her foot from the pedal. It didn't matter. The car continued its backwards trajectory as the truck pushed it at speeds that turned everything into a blur. Squeezing her eyes shut against the terror, she gripped the steering wheel with both hands, slammed both feet against the brake pedal, jerked the wheel to the right. Swung around by centripetal force, her shoulder slammed into the driver's side door, and her head cracked against the window as the Lexus spun out of the truck's path. By the time she opened her eyes, all she could see of the monster truck from hell was the cloud of dirt kicked up by its tires as it headed toward the highway. Her lungs ached from the breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. It whooshed out of her lungs, and she immediately sucked in fresh air to fill her burning lungs. A haze softened the edges of her vision, and the world tilted sharply to the left, taking her stomach with it. Determined not to puke in her car, she tried to reach for the door handle, but couldn't release her white-knuckled grip on the steering wheel. Miranda! Miranda! Are you all right? Natalie's and Olivia's high-pitched voices overlapped as they filtered out from the car speakers. Snapped out of her daze, her hands fell from the steering wheel. She clamped her teeth together and swallowed, forcing the acidic bile back down her throat. I'm okay. Miranda clasped her trembling hands together tight enough to make her bones crack. I'm okay. The trio of county sheriff's office cruisers formed a semicircle around her Lexus, which stuck out onto the dirt road at a 45-degree angle. The front bumper had crumpled under the attack. One headlight had shattered, and when she'd spun out of the truck's oncoming path, she'd smacked the Lexus's back quarter panel against an eastern hemlock tree. It had taken the deputies about 15 minutes after Miranda's call to 911 to arrive with HUD in his tow truck following behind. The oldest deputy spent the next 20 minutes pulling every detail she could remember about the truck out of her muddled brain. An almost cotton-like fuzziness slowed her normally whip-quick thinking, making the whole process arduous for everyone involved. I know this is difficult, Miss Sweet, but if you can remember anything else... Damn, she wished she could, but all she could see was the truck's grill taking up almost the entire view from her windshield. She scrubbed her palm across her face, rubbing against the bridge of her nose. Everything just happened really fast. He took a step closer and leveled a critical gaze at her. Are you sure you don't want an ambulance? I'm good. She shook her head, setting off an army of ice-pick jabbing minions who delighted in piercing her brain. Well, at least take a load off. He jerked his chin toward the wooded area behind her. Miranda sank back down onto a tree stump and watched HUD hook her car up to his tow truck. First the slashed tires, now this. The deputy flipped his notebook closed. It seems someone has taken a pretty strong dislike toward you. Any ideas? In Salvation? Take your pick. She rolled her neck, stretching out the tightness there. My sisters and I inherited the Sweet Salvation Brewery. The words died in her throat as an image of the brewery parking lot flashed in her mind. The line of trucks with one overshadowing them all. A custom camouflaged paint job. Huge tires. An empty can of chew laying on the front dash. A shiver of fear worked its way up from her toes, spilling ice through her veins. It was the same truck. She'd swear to it. If it hadn't been in the Sweet Salvation Brewery parking lot since... She shot up from the stump. It was Carl.
Does Carl have a last name?
Brennan.
Her body went from Arctic to Sahara in half a heartbeat.
The last bits of confusion fled. It made perfect sense. The asshole didn't have the nerve to confront her face to face, so he pulled this crap instead, slashing her tires, trying to ram her off the road, safe and snug in his hulking truck's cab. A coward's attack. He used to be the brewmaster.
Used to be?
I fired him.
Imagine he wasn't so happy about that.
He flipped open his notebook again and started scratching notes in some sort of cop shorthand. Not in the least. Her initial angry bravado abandoned her, and a platoon of icy cold ants marched up her spine. He told me he'd get what was coming to him.
The deputy's pen halted in mid-loop. Did you actually see him in the truck?
No, the only thing I could focus on was the truck's front grille taking up my whole windshield. Anxiety pinched her shoulders tight. Slashing her tires was one thing. Trying to flatten her car while she was still in it was another. But you can still arrest him, can't you? I know it was his truck.
I can talk to him. Maybe the lab can find paint scrapes on your car from the perp's truck. We can compare those with Mr. Brennan's vehicle.
He shrugged, the movement as blasé as his tone. She tightened her arms across her belly. You don't sound hopeful. The deputy opened his mouth to say something, but shut it before a sound had a chance to escape.
Sorry, but I'm going to have to ask you to move.
Hud dipped the brim of his cap at her as he strode over to where she stood with the deputy.
Got her all locked and loaded. You want me to drop her off at the impound lot?
Yep, thanks. The deputy ushered her away from the bridge and out of Hud's way. The tow truck's engine roared to life, and she flinched. It would probably be a good long while before the deep rumble of an oversized engine didn't have that effect on her.
Do you know where I can find Mr. Brennan?
I'm sure we've got a home address and contact information in his personnel file. She pulled her phone out of her purse. Let me call my sister. She'll be able to access it. Turning, she saw Natalie a second before she sprinted underneath the police tape crossing the road. I'm right here. Natalie practically shoved the deputy over in her rush to Miranda's side. Oh my God, are you okay? Fine, Miranda wheezed out. She would have answered more forcefully, but her sister's vice-like grip around her chest was squeezing out every ounce of oxygen from her lungs. Natalie released her and spun around to face the deputy. Her face took on a mama bear ferociousness as she crossed her arms. Do you have this wackadoo in custody? The deputy held up his hands.
Ma'am?
Don't you ma'am me. I want to know... It was Carl, Miranda said. The pronouncement stopped Natalie in mid-diatribe. Her face blanched. Carl? From the brewery? She nodded her head. I was about to call you to get his address out of his personnel files so the sheriff's deputies could interview him. Do you think Sean's still there? He could get it. Of course Sean's there. I don't think that stubborn beast leaves the brewery, but we don't need him. Natalie pulled her phone out of the tan messenger bag, slung across one shoulder, and began clicking away at the keypad. I upgraded the system so that all the files are in high-security, password-protected cloud storage. It's accessible anywhere that has an internet hookup or cell signal. Really, it's just basic business continuity planning. I'm sure you would have thought of it eventually. If you say so. Here it is. Carl Brennan, 5528 4th Street, Salvation, Virginia. Natalie glanced up and absent-mindedly hooked a finger around her pearl necklace. Do you need phone numbers?
Yes, ma'am.
The deputy scribbled into his notepad. It's 241-5622. Natalie scrolled down the tiny screen. I don't see another number, so I'm not sure if that's home or a cell.
Thanks. I'll be sure to follow up with him.
The deputy closed his notepad and slid it into an inner pocket on his standard-issue brown jacket.
In the meantime, stay alert.
Miranda rubbed her palms against her upper arms. Being hyper-aware was not going to be a problem. Not freaking out once the adrenaline stopped pumping through her system, now that could get iffy. Chapter 15. Logan's fingers drummed an impatient beat on his steering wheel while he waited for the red light to turn green and tried to process the news Hud had just delivered. He was going to wring Carl's neck like a wet dish towel. As soon as he found him, which, considering how frickin' long the light was, could be another decade. No other cars were traveling the opposite direction, but here he was cooling his jets on the corner of Main Street and First Avenue like a no-nuts asshole. He yanked the staid red and blue striped banker's tie from around his neck and tossed it onto his suit jacket, lying in a crumpled heap in the passenger seat. His gaze dropped down to the Bluetooth display on his dashboard, showing HUD's cell phone number.
Are you sure about this? Based on what she said to the deputy, I don't see how it could be anyone else.
His best friend's voice boomed over the truck's speakers. The light finally changed, and Logan sped through the intersection toward Salvation's busiest road, Route 1, which was littered with fast food restaurants, gas stations, shopping centers, and bars.
And you didn't see any paint scraped onto her car? I gave it a good go-over before leaving it at the impound. Her bumper is shot, her grille is dented, but I didn't see anything. Now maybe, if they go all CSI, they'll find something. But let's be realistic. This is Hamilton County, not Harbor City. No one was hurt, and the county is squeezing every penny possible out of each tax dollar as it is.
Logan punched the gas.
And the sheriff has arrested half her family at one time or another, so he's got no reason to waste resources on a suite.
He hooked a right onto Route 1, his tires squealing against the pavement.
So it will be her word against Carl's. Bingo.
HUD paused.
So, what's the deal?
He switched to the left lane and passed a minivan going the speed limit.
What do you mean? With you and Miranda.
Everything. Nothing. Not nearly as much as he wanted.
There is no Miranda and me. Could have fooled me.
Shame prickled his skin as he remembered the way he'd treated Miranda when she walked into his office a few weeks ago. How condescending he'd been when she'd burst into the investors' meeting at the kitchen sink. She hadn't been a person, just an adversary fucking up his plan. Now, she was more than that. She was Miranda.
My family and the rest of this town have treated her family for shit for generations. I've been right with them, acting like a complete ass. So, what are you going to do about it?
What makes you think I'm going to do anything? Logan pulled into the Spotted Pig's parking lot. It was half full, but dusk was falling fast. It wouldn't be long before vehicles filled every available spot.
Well, whatever you're not doing, make sure it's nothing stupid. And if it is, call me. It's been a while since I knocked heads together.
You got it. Logan ended the call and backed into a spot in the corner. The position gave him an unobstructed view of the bar's tinted glass doors, framed by two 10-feet-tall hogs dressed in cowboy hats and silver belt buckles. Nothing would feel as good as pounding Carl's face in right about now. But that wouldn't help Miranda in the long run. Carl's family had a long history in Salvation. If the sheriff's deputies even believed Miranda's story, the gossips would say she'd driven Carl to act out. If Logan smashed the shithead's nose into a bloody mess, they'd blame his actions on a suite's bad influence. Either way, Tyrell would use it to get more county council votes to outlaw alcohol manufacturing at the next meeting. That couldn't happen. Like it or not, he had to keep his fists back for this one. But that didn't mean he couldn't have a friendly word with Carl. He scanned the lot, looking for Carl's distinctive truck. There were other camouflaged vehicles, including one puke-green subcompact, which made his head hurt with its ugliness, but none were Carl's. He could wait for his prey inside the bar, but that would start talk about why a Martin would be hanging out in a honky-tonk on the other side of town from the country club. So he opted to sit and wait in the oppressive silence of his truck. An hour ticked by, and his frustration grew while he watched a line of vehicles pull into the parking lot. None of them were the right one. The longer he waited, the less his plan made sense. He was about to turn the key in the ignition when Carl's truck pulled in with its oversized tires and undersized driver. The truck circled the parking lot before backing into the last spot near the door. Logan pushed open his door and was halfway across the parking lot by the time Carl had gotten out of his truck.
"Hey, Brennan," he hollered.
Carl swiveled around. A snide smirk formed when he spotted Logan.
"I was wondering how long it would take for you to show up here."
Logan stopped and slid a sideways glance at the front of Carl's truck, noting the small scratches on the mud-covered grill.
"Let's say it took me a while to see your side of things. Welcome to the light. Can we talk?"
He covertly pressed the record button on his phone and slipped it into the front pocket of his shirt. Carl nodded toward the Spotted Pig's entrance.
"Come on in. I'll let you buy the first round."
A couple stumbled out the front door of the bar, the blaring sound of the jukebox following them out. There was no way he'd be able to get a clear recording on his phone.
"I'd rather talk out here." "Too good for a brew when it's not served at the golf course?"
A thread of contempt weaved into the other man's tone, matching the snarl curling his lip. Rather than deny the man's assumption, Logan played into the whole Lord of the Manor stereotype, brushing a speck of dirt from his sleeve.
Does it matter?
Guess not. Carl eyeballed him for a minute, then spit a stream of tobacco onto the pavement.
So talk.
He had to play this carefully if he wanted the state troopers to accept the covert confession.
I wanted to follow up on that offer you made me at the brewery.
So, you got your little piece of sweet goodness, and now you're ready to send her packing, huh? Heat blazed its way up his spine, and his hands curled into fists, but he couldn't give in to the urge to pummel the man who'd run Miranda off the road. First, he had to get the bastard to spill his guts. Pulling from his reserve of Martin family control, he uncurled his fingers and forced his body into a casual stance.
Something like that.
Well, like I said, there are a million things that can go wrong at the brewery. He shrugged. All it takes is a little loosening here or a little too much tightening there. Logan's gut clenched. A few years ago, an employee at the nearby Gulch City breweries had been seriously burned while cleaning the beer kegs. One of the kegs hadn't been purged of the internal pressure, and when the man had opened the valve from the hot water heater, the boiling water had overflowed the tank and showered down on him, leaving third-degree burns covering 25% of his body. The idea of that happening to Miranda, or anyone else at Sweet Salvation Brewery, sent a cold rush of fear through Logan.
Would anyone get hurt?
Depends. He paused. Do you want them to? Logan shoved his hands into his pockets before he ruined everything by turning the shithead's face into hamburger meat.
Speaking of which, I hear Miranda had a car accident this afternoon.
Carl rocked back on his heels and tilted his head skyward. You don't say. God, he couldn't wait to smack the "who me" look right off the other man's face.
You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you?
Rolling slowly back to the balls of his feet, Carl shot him a look with dead eyes that sent ice down Logan's spine. Sometimes folks are in the right place at the right time.
And you were?
You're asking a lot of questions about shit that ain't none of your business.
Just making sure we're on the same page. Man willing to pull that off is the kind I need.
Just saying the words left an ugly taste in Logan's mouth, like a skunk had died on the back of his tongue.
I'm not sure you're that kind of man, unless you can convince me you have the balls to really see something like this through.
Oh, I have the cojones. He puffed up his scrawny chest and glanced around. I was out at her uncle's place, figuring on scaring some sense into that little bitch, when who do I see tooling up that long-ass driveway? Figured I could give her car a couple of love taps and get my message through without ever having to get out of my truck. He hawked a brown loogie. Like I said, right place at the right time.
So you did.
Logan firmed up his stance and fisted his hands. One punch, that's all it would take, and he'd have Carl kissing pavement. God knew he deserved it. Tyrell, Carl, hell, he'd been a total asshole to Miranda too. It was past time it ended. Another blast of country music filled the parking lot, jerking both their attention toward the door, and a bearded man striding out of the Spotted Pig. Logan recognized him from the brewery. Sam? Stan? Sean? Carl glanced over his shoulder, and it seemed like his whole body tensed. The other man slowed his stroll, but didn't stop. He climbed into his SUV, the engine roared to life, and the SUV pulled out of the parking lot. What a chicken shit asshole, Carl muttered before turning back to face Logan. We done here? There's a pitcher of beer with my name on it in there.
Not quite.
Logan shifted his stance.
I'll give you the first punch.
What in the hell are you talking about?
I'm going to flatten you like a pancake for what you did to Miranda, but unlike your mother, mine taught me to fight like a man, not a scared little asshole who hides behind a 1-ton truck.
You're fucking nuts. Carl turned away and took a half step before spinning around and planting a sucker punch against the corner of Logan's mouth. Blood trickled down from his busted lip, and he reached up to wipe it away with his thumb.
My turn.
He connected with a right jab to Carl's nose. Blood squirted down the other man's face, soaking his gray Harley-Davidson t-shirt. Logan followed up with a left uppercut to the jaw that snapped back Carl's head with vicious efficiency. A sock to the gut sent the other man staggering back until he banged into the driver's side door of his truck. The need to keep hitting until there was no mistake about his message thundered through Logan, carried by adrenaline and pent-up fury. He cocked his fist back, ready to clock Carl right in the eye. "Stop!" Carl wheezed out the single word and held up his hand. "Please." He hesitated, calculating the damage he'd already done. Blood, snot, and spit mixed together on Carl's mangled face. "She's worth more than a dozen of you, and it's about time this town realized that. About fucking time I did." He loomed over Carl. "You don't come at Miranda again. You don't drive near her. You don't go to the brewery. You don't talk about her. You don't even fucking think about her, or I will find you and pound you into the ground. Got it?" Carl whipped the back of his hand across his nose and winced. "I got it." Adrenaline leaching from his bloodstream, Logan turned toward his truck. He needed to hand over his evidence to the cops. Then he'd go see Miranda and make sure she really was okay. "That girl must have one magic pussy to get you all worked up over a little fender bender." Bitterness, heavy as bricks, weighed down Carl's words. Fury exploded in Logan, and he whipped around, blood rushing in his ears. He didn't think, he didn't breathe. He just found his target and smashed his fist into the disrespectful weasel's face. At that moment, a chorus of angels couldn't have sounded as good as the crack of Carl's nose breaking against his knuckles. The other man slid down the truck's door, landing in a heap on the pavement. "You won't get another warning, asshole." Logan crossed the parking lot and got into his truck. After dropping off the recording, he had only one destination in mind, and only one person who mattered. Miranda. Chapter 16. The night was made for yoga pants and her favorite threadbare "Jake Ryan is my boyfriend" t-shirt, but not, apparently, for sleep. Never one to stay up past 10, Natalie had staggered off to bed an hour ago. Miranda had downed the Natalie-prescribed cup of soothing chamomile tea, which had done nothing to suck the tension out of her muscles or ease the need to constantly be in motion. Prowling around Uncle Julian's house, her way illuminated by dim light over the kitchen sink, Miranda stopped in front of the refrigerator and contemplated the stainless steel behemoth. Julian had been a confirmed bachelor and non-hunter, yet his fridge was the biggest they made with double doors and a pull-out freezer in the bottom. Just another sweet family quirk, she figured. The thought gave her pause. A few weeks ago, it would have been another sign that her blood was contaminated with the order-defying crazy. But today, she chalked it up to a little silly eccentricity. God, she really had drunk the Kool-Aid. Shaking her head, she swung open one of the refrigerator doors and immediately wished she hadn't. Since she'd been practically living at the brewery for the past few weeks, she hadn't bothered with grocery shopping beyond instant oatmeal and frozen dinners. Whatever the green mush ball in the crisper drawer had been in a previous life, it was a nasty-smelling science experiment now. She yanked the crisper drawer out of the fridge and dumped the contents into the kitchen garbage, squirted a healthy dose of dishwashing soap into the now empty, but still reeking, drawer, and filled it with water. A quick scrub in the morning, and it would be good as new. The kitchen, however, would smell like a toxic dump site if she didn't get the trash bag into the outdoor container. Bracing herself for the October night's chill, she dashed out the back door and made a beeline for the outdoor garbage bin next to the house. In one fluid motion, she tossed the plastic bag in and swiveled to head back to the house. A truck sat parked at the end of the driveway, blocking in Natalie's rental car. The front porch light was off, obscuring all but the outline of the vehicle. Heart in throat, her mind went blank except for one word, one name. Carl. She scanned the shadowy wraparound porch for signs of movement, but even the wind had stilled. Weak light spilled out from the back door she'd left open. Open! Like an idiot, she'd left the house vulnerable, and Natalie was inside, asleep and alone. Pushed forward by the terror nipping at her heels, she sprinted the last few feet and bounded onto the porch. She grabbed the screen door's handle with one hand, and with the other grabbed a hollow ceramic garden gnome sitting on the railing. "Miranda!" She whirled around and brought the gnome down against her attacker's head. It shattered against his skull, and he dropped to his knees. Taking advantage of his incapacity, Miranda ran into the house, slammed the door shut, and flipped the deadbolt. The front door. Was it locked? She tore through the kitchen, whacking her thigh against the corner of the table and not giving a damn. The living room was located on the other side of the dining room, and beyond that, like a lone sentinel on a faraway battlefield, stood the front door. Running as if her sister's life depended on it, she slapped her palms against the front door in record time. The deadbolt was already locked. Still, She ran her hands over it to confirm what she saw. Her clammy palm slid off the cool metal, and she sunk down to her knees, sucking in lungfuls of air. She rolled back onto her haunches and listened for the truck's motor to turn, and for Carl to get the hell off their property. The only sound she heard was her own blood thundering through her ears. She had to call the police. Hauling herself up, she tried to mentally pull herself together. The old farmhouse was solid. Natalie and she were safe. All she needed to do was get to the kitchen and call 911. Ignoring as best she could the pain in her thigh, Miranda limped into the kitchen and grabbed the phone with shaking hands.
"Miranda."
The muffled voice coming through the back door struck a chord. Was that? Her fingers faltered on the phone's number pad. "Logan?"
"It's me," he said. "I'm bleeding. Please let me in."
The phone hit the hardwood floor with a bang. She hurried to the back door and flung it open. Logan stood with his right palm pressed against his temple, blood dribbling down his cheek. "Oh my God, I thought you were Carl!" She grabbed his free hand and pulled him inside the kitchen.
"Yeah," he gave her a shaky smile. "I would have called first, but had to leave my phone at the station."
Logan sank down into a chair at the oak table. His jaw tightened and blood traveled a crooked path down his cheek, making the skin around it ashen in comparison to the bright red. A wave of dizziness hit her. "I'm so sorry. It's bleeding like a stuck pig, but I don't think it's very deep." He paused and inhaled a deep breath before letting it out with a groan. Miranda sprang up from her seat and grabbed a clean dish towel out of the drawer by the sink and dampened it. Knowing she had a job to do, calmed her jangly nerves and gave her something to focus on beyond her own panicked reaction. "Okay, let me take a look at my handiwork." He dropped his hand, revealing his blood-covered temple. Bile rose in Miranda's throat, and her knees wobbled. There was a reason why someone with her grades in organic chemistry bypassed medical school and went straight into the finance program. Clenching her jaw against the upcoming tide, she wiped away the blood to reveal a 2-inch-long gash that, while bloody, didn't look to be all that deep. She gritted her teeth and surveyed the cleaner surface. "It's not awful, but you should probably still get it checked out. You might need stitches."
"You're looking a little green there, sweetling."
He flashed her a grin that sent panties dropping 6 counties away.
"It's nothing. Head wounds always bleed like crazy."
Whether or not he meant to distract her, it sure as hell was working. Her heart skipped a beat, or 12, and heat pooled in her belly. Leaning in closer, she wiped away the blood already drying on his skin. His woodsy scent reminded her of warm summer evenings and soft kisses that turned into so much more. Damn, the man was like potato chips. She could not stop with just one night of hot sex with him. "Oh yeah? You have plenty of experience with head wounds, huh? Are you leading some kind of double life?"
"HUD split open my skull in middle school while we were swinging horseshoes at each other. One nicked me in the back of my head. It was like the Red Sea was parting my hair."
Determined to resist the pull of attraction, she devoted her attention to cleaning along his hairline. Turning to get a better angle, she bobbled. His arm shot out to her waist, steadying her balance, but throwing everything else out of whack. Suddenly, her lack of bra became more noticeable as her breasts grew heavy with want and her nipples tightened. The threadbare t-shirt left little protection from the lust licking its way across her skin.
"I probably could have used stitches that time, but I skipped it and survived. This isn't nearly as much blood."
Logan circled his thumbs against her hips, neither pushing nor pulling, instead taunting with careful control. "Why were you and HUD fighting?" The bleeding had slowed to barely a dribble, but she wasn't ready to step out of his arms just yet. Truth be told, she wanted to sit astride him and see if the bulge in his pants felt as good as it looked.
"Who said we were fighting?"
His brown eyes turned as dark as espresso, the irises expanding.
"It was just good."
His hands slid higher on her hips, sneaking underneath her t-shirt's hem.
"Clean."
Stopping just above her yoga pants' low waistline, his fingers caressed her lower back.
"Fun."
Her breath caught, and her body ached for his touch with such an overwhelming force that it scared her. "Get a hold of yourself. He's a Martin, and he's sitting in your kitchen bleeding because you whacked him with a garden gnome." She needed space. Now. "You hold this." She pressed the cloth to his cut, slapping his hand on top of it and backing away from his touch. The knuckles on his right hand were bruised and swollen, but she didn't have the fortitude to stick around to find out why. "I'll go get the first aid kit." In the bathroom, she gave her flush-cheeked reflection a long, hard look. For the love of Pete, the man was injured, and all she could think about was jumping his bones and riding him like a rented pony. She hadn't just drunk the Salvation Kool-Aid. She'd started to brew her own. That was not good. Not good at all. She needed to bandage him up and get him the hell out before she forgot who he was. Again. She grabbed the kit from under the sink and hurried back into the kitchen. Okay, I got the... What are you doing? A barefoot Logan stood at the sink, holding a yellow and green I Heart Normal glass in one hand, the stained dish towel tossed aside on the granite counter. Getting a drink of water. You should be sitting down. The last thing he needed was to pass out, or whatever it was that people did after getting conked on the head with a garden gnome. It's not that bad. He put the glass under the running water. It's barely bleeding anymore. She threw out one arm and pointed toward the table. Sit. He shut off the water and walked over to the chair facing out toward the rest of the kitchen. She should run, lock herself in the bathroom, but she didn't, couldn't, wouldn't. With exquisite slowness, he unbuttoned his light blue shirt, which had a small reddish-brown stain on the collar. Inch by inch, he revealed his broad chest and the happy trail that disappeared beneath his waistband. The sight made Miranda's tongue stick to the roof of her mouth, and her thighs quivered. Desperate to stick to the plan, she leaned against the doorframe to anchor herself to the here and now instead of the if and when and why nots. He never lost eye contact as he shucked off the shirt and laid it across one of the empty chairs. God, he shouldn't, but he looked perfectly at home in the farmhouse kitchen. Big and brawny and sexy as all hell, with his mahogany hair ruffled and the fuck-me-now pheromones coming off him in waves. She tried to remember he was an injured man, a very sexy injured man. He sat down in a chair and spread his legs, drawing her gaze to the outline of his hard cock pressing against his pants. I'm all yours. She pushed away from the doorway, holding the first aid kit in front of her like a shield. Saying something like that is just the sort of thing to get our ancestors turning over in their graves. She sat down next to him, her legs so close to his that it brushed against his knee, sending a delicious shiver up her thigh that hit home in her core. She opened up the kit and laid out the rubbing alcohol, cotton pads, and butterfly bandage. She doused the pads with rubbing alcohol. This is going to hurt. God, wasn't that always the case when a martin and a sweet mixed company? Still, she was starting to believe the pain would be worth it. Worth him. Logan flinched once when the pad touched his skin, but he managed to stay still after that. When did our families begin feuding? After one last swipe, she dropped the pad to the table and grabbed the bandage. Right about the dawn of time? As she moved between his legs, his hands wrapped around her hips, his touch burning through her yoga pants. Her thoughts scattered, but the yearning for him in her core centered and grew. Hot and hungry, desire threaded its way through her body. So bad, yet so good. And there was more, a need for him that couldn't be satisfied with only sex. Damn her greedy soul, she wanted more. All because your however many greats-grandfather broke into the family homestead and stole my however many greats-grandfather's fiancée, Elizabeth, out of there on the night before the wedding? He pulled the bandage from her grasp and peeled away the waxed paper over the adhesive before handing it back. This time, he kept his hands to himself, making it easier for Miranda to form coherent thoughts and complete her nurse duties. Sort of. Her fingers trembled as she centered the bandage above his wound. That's not how it happened. They'd planned her escape together. She chose to go with Matthew Sweet for love. With as soft a touch as possible, she sealed the bandage and took a step back, but Logan tugged her back between his legs. Unlike before, his touch wasn't playful or teasing. It didn't make her thighs quiver or her breath quicken. Instead, his fingers dug into her skin, skating the line between hard enough to bruise and exquisite pleasure. His flirtatious, easy smile slipped, replaced by pursed lips clamped so tight a white line formed around them. I'm sorry. Her entire body clenched. For what? He dropped his gaze to the ground, and Miranda's heart plunged along with it. Even though she shouldn't give a damn, his answer mattered, really mattered. More than the fight over the brewery land, more than the past hurts, more than their family's history. Finally, she admitted it to herself. Her heart hung in the balance. Fear blew a cold breeze across her skin. Logan took a deep breath and looked up.
How I have treated you and your family. It was wrong. I'm sorry.
Head swimming with the effort of understanding her tumbled emotions, she tried to tear free of his grasp, but he wouldn't relent. Why are you telling me this? She pried his fingers from her hips, but he grabbed her wrist before she could escape his overwhelming closeness.
Because I know how Elizabeth felt.
His voice broke with emotion. He let go of her wrist, letting it fall limp to her side, as if her closeness burned him.
It's hell to be pushed into following a certain plan because of someone else's expectations of you, especially when the one person you want so badly that your whole body hurts is the person you can't ever have. I fucked up before. I wasn't man enough to stand up for you then. I am now, and I'm hoping like hell that you'll let me prove it.
The world tilted under Miranda's feet. She'd always thought they were so different, but sitting in this kitchen lit only by the single bulb above the sink, she saw that they were just opposite sides of the same coin, both fighting against others' perceptions. But together, they could just be themselves. That's how it had been that summer. It was how it could be again. His 5 o'clock shadow scratched against her palm when she tipped his head up. What if you're wrong, Logan? Chapter 17. The kiss started as a brush of her lips across his, meant to reassure and comfort. A soft exploration of something too new to name, no matter how strongly she felt it. A tentative touch, a gentle skim. But it wasn't enough. Miranda needed more. Careful to avoid his bandage, she swept her fingers through his thick hair and deepened the kiss. She teased his lips apart and swept inside, tasting the coffee and chocolate that lingered on his tongue. He groaned into her mouth, and his strong fingers spanned her waist. He tugged her down to his lap and the hard bulge behind his zipper. Her lips trailed across his stubble-covered jaw as her fingers squeezed between their bodies to tangle in his dusting of coarse chest hair. She rocked against him, the friction enough to tease, as she undulated her hips against him. Logan's groan vibrated his chest under her fingertips. She nipped his earlobe. I want you.
Sweetling, I need you so bad it makes me cross-eyed.
He fisted the back of her t-shirt, pulling it tight against her boobs. Her nipples poked against the thin material, their dusky hue visible through the white shirt. His eyes dilated, and he reached out with his free hand, tweaking her nipple. It hardened, begging for more attention. That's a lot. She arched her back, pushing her breasts out even more.
It doesn't even begin to scratch the surface.
He released the shirt.
Take it off. The pants, too.
She shivered in anticipation. Aren't you demanding?
When it comes to wanting you, there's no other way I could be.
I don't know. It's a little chilly. I might want to add more layers. He growled, grabbing the hem of her shirt and yanking it over her head. He tossed it into a corner.
Pants.
These? She hooked her thumbs in the low waistband, turned, and lowered the pants an inch, showcasing the upper swell of her ass. Enjoying the thrill of teasing him, she rolled her hips from side to side and lowered her yoga pants another few inches, revealing half her butt to him. Logan traced the crack of her ass with a finger, making her clench. He followed the move by licking up the base of her spine while pulling her pants to her ankles. Her heart raced as she stood with her back to him, naked, vulnerable, and nearly melting with need.
I'm half tempted to bend you over my knee for teasing me like that.
His warm palm glided across her ass before he spun her around, lifted her up, and laid her flat on the table.
Maybe next time, if you try it again.
The wood surface bit into her shoulder blades, but she barely noticed. She was so busy thinking about what they could do this time, let alone next time. Next time? Getting ahead of yourself, aren't you? Maybe she was, but it was what she wanted. Him. A next time. And another after that. Every part of her body ached with the need to be touched. To touch him. Her whole body throbbed with want. She winked. I look forward to it. Looking down at Miranda spread out before him took Logan's breath away. She turned him inside out, and he loved her for it. The realization hit him like a lightning strike. Love. He really did. He opened his mouth, but the words were too new to come out. But he could show her. He slid his hands up her thighs, pushing her legs wide apart,
so he could see her glistening center. Unable to help himself, he bent down and sucked her clit into his mouth, and was rewarded by her moan of pleasure and her taste on his lips. His right hand glided down her stomach, stopping at the border of her springy curls, and he lifted his face. "I should have known you'd taste sweet."
"Glad you like it."
She gave him a saucy grin as she cupped her boob and brought it as close as possible to her mouth. Maintaining eye contact, she stretched her tongue and lapped her nipple. It took everything he had not to lose it right then. He'd never seen anything as hot as Miranda's sweet in his entire life. He lowered his mouth again, licking, tasting, and exploring her. Bringing her higher wasn't just about an orgasm. He needed to show her he was no longer the boy in the back of the pickup truck all those summers ago. Now he was a man who knew what he wanted and who he wanted to be with, no matter what anyone else said. With excruciating slowness, he glided his hand between her curls and into the center of her wet heat. She mewed her approval. As he watched the ecstasy cross her beautiful face, he slid 2 crossed fingers deep inside her, twisting them so they rubbed against her walls. She arched against him. Her breath caught, and she opened her eyes wide, focusing on him. For a second, she didn't move. Then her back bowed off the table, whipping her head forward, and moisture flooded against his hand. He fisted his dick, wetting it with her juices, before grabbing the foil package and ripping it open. He rolled on the condom as her breathing slowed and lined himself up with her. "This isn't just an itch we're trying to scratch, sweetling." He slid just the head of his dick in her. His fingers dug into her hips in his effort not to surge forward and bury himself into the hilt. "It's not about our families or this short-sighted town." He pulled out of her welcoming heat, the movement going against every instinct in his body. "This is about you and me." He surged forward, stopping at the halfway point. "Us." Her legs wrapped around his waist, her ankles locking together at the small of his back. The sight of her panting and wanting before him, her arms tossed over her head and fingers wrapped around table's edge, nearly undid him. So beautiful, so perfect, so his. She urged him forward, but he resisted. Instead, he leaned forward, taking one dusky nipple into his mouth, sucking and tugging until she writhed underneath him. She dragged her nails down his back, hard enough to leave a mark. Oh, he liked that. He playfully bit her nipple, and she arched off the table as she clenched around him. He licked the round underside of her tit. "You like that, do you?" He nipped her sensitive skin and dragged his prickly chin across the deep valley between her boobs. "What about this nipple? Should I try it here, too?"
"Do it."
"Whatever you want." He grazed his teeth across the hard nub, and she dug her nails into his ass, branding him with her passion.
"More. I want more."
She lifted her hips, inviting him to plunge into her depths. "You want me, sweetling?"
"Yes."
The word tore from her throat in a frustrated groan. "Then tell me, does it stop tonight? Are you going to walk away again?" Her heavy-lidded gaze locked on his.
"No."
"Good." He pushed forward until his balls hit her round ass. His vision shorted out, leaving only a white haze as he tried to adjust to the heaven of being tightly sheathed inside her. He sucked in a deep breath and fought for his composure in the middle of all this bliss. He withdrew and immediately buried himself again. "You're mine." She sucked in her bottom lip as pleasure twisted her face. God, he loved being able to take her here, to make her forget about everything else and live in the moment. She swiveled her hips, and he couldn't think any more. He could only love her. The aftershocks of Miranda's orgasm pulsed through her as she took in Logan, tightening her legs to pull him deeper inside. She wanted him. All of him. Tonight, tomorrow. She couldn't bear to think beyond that. Her life was in Harbor City. Logan's was here. As much as he declared her his, men made a lot of promises in the heat of the moment. It was best if this stayed between them, especially if that meant having him, if only for a little while. Until she had to leave town, she was his, and he was hers. He gripped her hips, yanking them higher and changing the angle. She unwrapped her legs and planted her feet flat on the table. Her thighs trembled as she pushed her hips up to meet each of his thrusts.
each one driving her closer and closer to climax. Logan leaned forward, sucking a nipple into his mouth. The move brought him in constant contact with her clit, rubbing against the sensitive nub with each inward stroke. Her fingers dug into his hair, holding him to her breast, as the vibrations built in her calves and her chest, taking her up and away from everything except pleasure. He groaned against her skin. Miranda. Straightening, he increased his speed. His face twisted, and he thrust deep inside her a moment before she felt his whole body turn rigid. She was close, and he seemed to sense that, because though he'd climaxed, he continued to pump into her. Once, twice, 3 times, until her orgasm exploded inside her and wiped away the rest of the world. She came back to herself when he pushed away from her and disposed of the condom in the trash. Halfway caught up in a post-coital coma, she didn't want to move. A girl could get used to that.
You'll have to give me a minute, but you can count me in for an encore performance.
He grabbed her hands and pulled her into a seated position.
In the meantime, I'm thinking camping out naked in your kitchen may not be the best choice.
Reality hit her as soon as her bare feet hit the cold hardwood floor. Natalie.
Logan's eyes widened. Tell me she's not behind me.
Laughing, Miranda bent down and grabbed her clothes. No, her room is way in the back, but if she were to wander down for a midnight snack, she'd get more than she bargained for.
Sure, now you think about that.
He smacked her playfully on her butt and gathered his clothes. What can I say? You have a wonderful way of distracting me. Clothes clutched to her chest, she tiptoed up the stairs with Logan right behind her. At the landing, she turned left and hurried into her bedroom. Once inside, she dropped her clothes and dove onto the bed, flipping over so she could watch him strut to the bed in all his naked glory. The man was just as good coming as he was going. Her heart lightened in her chest, threatening to float right out of her body, tethered only by the string of uncertainty and doubt. His fingertips traced up her stomach, making her shiver. She grabbed his hand and pulled him into the bed. Laughing, he rolled her over to her side and spooned against her.
I could stay like this forever.
Now that would get the town talking.
Let them talk. I don't give a damn.
His whispered words blew a strand of hair against her ear.
So what happens now?
Her eyelids fluttered closed. We sleep. His arm tightened around her waist, and he tugged her back so the curve of her ass fit snug against him.
Sounds like a plan, sweetling.
Chapter 18. Miranda hummed along with the dance pop tune filling the interior of Natalie's rental car, bopping her head along to the beat as they turned into the Sweet Salvation Brewery parking lot. The overcast sky blocked out most of the morning sunlight, but a ray beamed down through a break in the clouds, bathing the Sweet Salvation Brewery sign in a golden glow. Natalie put the car in park, but she didn't turn off the engine. Instead, she swiveled in her seat and pierced Miranda with a no-nonsense look. Your good mood wouldn't happen to have anything to do with the truck that pulled out of our driveway this morning? Damn. She'd hoped Natalie had still been sleeping. You saw that, huh? Judging by the pair of men's underwear I found stuffed in a corner by the broom in the kitchen, I'm just glad I didn't see it last night. A heated flush burned Miranda's cheeks. Sorry about that. She and Logan had looked everywhere for his boxers, but wandering around naked in the dimly lit kitchen had only led to more naked fun upstairs. Natalie tugged on her pearl necklace, running her finger across the milky white ovals. Miranda, I know you're a grown woman, but are you sure this is smart? He's a Martin. You're a Sweet. This is salvation. Don't you think it's time we moved beyond all of that? She couldn't completely obliterate the negative doubt in her tone, something her all-knowing sister no doubt had picked up on. Just be careful. Natalie pulled the keys from the ignition. At least it's only until DeBoer buys the brewery. Then you can return to your real life in Harbor City, and I can get back to my research. Miranda crossed her arms in front of her chest and rubbed the sudden chill from her upper arms. The plan all along had been to make the brewery profitable, get the hell out of Salvation, and move into her own corner office in Harbor City. Now that she was so close to accomplishing her goal, her plan left the taste of skunky beer in her mouth. Sean and the rest of the crew were growing on her. She couldn't imagine walking away and leaving them floundering for economic security. What if we didn't sell? The idea was insane, but part of her grabbed hold of the possibility and refused to let go. Very funny. Natalie giggled before her eyes grew wide. Oh my God, you're serious. A new plan started forming in Miranda's mind. expanding distribution beyond Virginia, building a beer garden, hosting brewery tours, launching an online class about beer and food pairings, maybe even branching out to hands-on classes in Harbor City. It's the family business. Natalie rolled her eyes. Yeah, our crazy family. Exactly. Our family. Rebels, entrepreneurs, and mavericks. People not afraid to cross boundaries and veer away from the established path. Our family helped settle and build this town. Isn't it about time we reminded folks of that and added to that legacy? Miranda glanced at the brewery, a squat, nondescript building that could use a fresh coat of paint and a landscaper's loving care. Still, the possibilities were there, hidden behind the bedraggled exterior, and she wasn't ready to give up now. It's our brewery. We can make it into something to be proud of. We can make being a sweet in Salvation a positive thing. And just how are you going to do that? Natalie asked. Now that was the $1 million question. I have no idea, but we have a week until the county council meeting to figure it out. Caught up in the excitement of a shiny new project, Miranda wanted to rush out of the subcompact and dance in the parking lot. After a lifetime of watching her family's out-there antics and feeling like she and her sisters must have been adopted, she finally understood the rush of standing on the metaphorical cliff, ready to dive off into the unknown. Her pulse clocked in at 100 miles per hour in a 25-mile-per-hour zone, and she had never felt better. Where exactly does Logan Martin fit into all this? Just his name added a few watts to the giddy electricity buzzing through her veins. Honestly, I'm not sure. You know I'm always there for you, no matter what. If you think holding on to this place is for the best, I'll back you on that with Olivia. Natalie's hand wrapped around hers and squeezed. Just be careful. Always. But this time, being cautious meant betting on her future. Like a condemned man after a pardon, the whole world seemed brighter to Logan as he strolled inside the heaven-sent bakery for a donut and a coffee before a day at the bank. It would be a long day, not because his calendar was packed with meetings, but because he'd be constantly checking the clock, counting down the hours until he could see Miranda again. Just the idea of her lightened his footsteps as he approached the counter. A pair of older men sat at one of the corner tables, talking in the kind of hushed tones only used when the gossip was really good. When one of the men spotted Logan, he dropped his gaze to the table and folded up a newspaper. "Morning, Mrs. Franklin. How are you today?" Logan handed over a $5 bill to the bakery owner. Usually his opener started a 10-minute chat about the weather, her grandkids, and the family's pet pig that thought it was a person. "Doing fine. Here's your coffee and blueberry cake donut." Mrs. Franklin practically shoved the steaming cup, donut, and his change at him. When he didn't move right away, she leaned closer and her voice dropped to a whisper. "I'm real sorry about your dad. I knew he had been unhealthy a while back, but I didn't realize he'd had a stroke. A real bit of yellow journalism it is. I have half a mind to write a letter to the editor about it." Logan's appetite disappeared, and the donut crumbled in his hand. "What are you talking about?" "The story. In the newspaper." Her cheeks flushed scarlet. "Oh, God, you haven't seen it yet." Mind a blank, he shook his head. Mrs. Franklin rummaged around in the shelves under the counter for a minute before slapping the Salvation Gazette down on the counter. A story on the new water processing plant was the lead story, with a picture of the local 4-H group's upcoming fundraiser taking up most of the top half of the front page. Below the fold, next to an article about an emergency county council meeting, a photo of his father holding up a glass filled with amber liquid caught his attention. Though undated, it had to be decades old. His father hadn't had that much hair since Logan had been in high school. Maybe it was just because he was looking for it, but he couldn't help noticing that the old man's eyelids were droopy and his sloppy smile listed to one side. "Financial troubles plague proposed industrial park," read the headline. In the sentences that followed, certain phrases jumped out. Financial mismanagement, lack of disclosure, alcohol addiction treatment facility, multiple stays. Logan grasped the countertop with both hands, anchoring himself to its cold reality. Tyrell had promised he'd make Logan pay. It looked like the small-town Napoleon had made good by hanging the Martin dirty laundry on the town square. The report made it look like the Martins were bumbling idiots attempting to fleece the community. Instead, they were fighting to bring more jobs as well as right their own family's financial ship. His throat tightened, and each heartbeat pulsed through his body. He'd let this happen and opened up his father to public humiliation. The old man was a giant pain in his ass, but he was still his father, and that meant something.
Has my father been in yet today?
The 7 words scratched their way out of his raw throat. Worry lines deepened Mrs. Franklin's forehead. About an hour ago. Not giving a shit about the way it must look, Logan tore out of the bakery, intent on finding his father before he found a bottle. A Hamilton County deputy's patrol car sat parked in front of the house when he pulled into the driveway. A deputy stood on the front porch, his hands clasped behind his back in military fashion. Logan didn't see his father or an ambulance, and fear shook him like a rag doll. He was too late. His dad had gotten drunk, and something had happened. Judging by the dark look on the deputy's face, maybe the worst. A car accident that left his father's car wrapped around a tree, a fall down the stairs while his father had been drunk, or even fatal alcohol poisoning. Every bone in Logan's body ached with regret and grief. He'd always known this moment would come. He just hadn't thought it would hurt this fucking bad. Holding on to the last threads of Martin-bred propriety, Logan forced himself to get out of his truck and walk the stone path connecting the driveway to the house. Each step was closer to a place he didn't want to go.
Logan Martin?
His gut contracted, and he climbed the steps to the front porch.
Yes. I'm sorry to do this, but...
The screen door flew open with such force it banged against the house, and his father burst out. Confusion and relief tugging at him, Logan sank down against the porch railing as his heart rate returned to normal.
You're okay.
I most certainly am not. Larry glared at the deputy with stone-cold, sober eyes. He's here to arrest you. Now that stopped Logan in his tracks. Shock numbed him to the absurdity of it.
For what?
The deputy sighed and unhooked the handcuffs from his belt.
Logan Martin, you are under arrest for assault and battery in relation to an attack on Carl Brennan.
Miranda settled in behind her desk at the brewery and opened her email. One name stuck out. Patrick Basin. Shit. And there went the rosy hue to her late afternoon good mood. She chewed on her bottom lip as the cursor hovered over the "update needed" subject line. Where were the internet blackouts when she needed one? A sharp rap sounded, jerking her attention away from the screen. Sean stood in the open door with a rolled-up newspaper in his hands and a twisted grimace on his face. The dread weighing down on her shoulders evaporated. Even a something else is broken delay was better than opening that email. He peered around her cramped office, slapping the newspaper against his opposite palm.
You alone?
Yeah, but Natalie is out looking for you. She wanted to get your input on an operations flowchart. She grabbed her cell phone from where it leaned against the pencil holder. Let me text her and let her know you're here.
Wait.
The intensity in his tone gave the single word enough weight to sink a ship. Her shoulders curved forward, and her chest caved in like a condemned coal mine. What's wrong? Miranda's gaze skittered over to her laptop screen. That email from Patilla the Hun started looking better with every labored step Sean took toward her desk.
Seen the paper?
He held out the offending document. She shook her head, her mouth too dry to form any words. Sean plopped it down on her desk and pointed to the headline stating, "County Council calls emergency meeting." She scanned the story, the twitch in her left eye speeding up with every word she read. By the time she got to the end of the column, she needed a bottle of extra-strength aspirin, a stiff drink, and an industrial-sized can of whoop-ass. The bastards! She pushed the newspaper away. They're not just going to vote on the alcohol production moratorium. They want to start proceedings to seize the Sweet Salvation Brewery's land. Tonight. We have to present our case during the public comment portion of the meeting, and we have exactly... Miranda glanced down at her watch. 3 hours to put a plan together.
Can they really seize the property?
Sean asked. They have a case because of eminent domain. They're claiming the land is needed for an important public-private partnership that will affect the county's tax base, thus making it a public project for the common good of Hamilton County. Never mind the fact that I've offered to give them the land to build a road for a small cut of the industrial park's profits.
Which leads to this.
Sean pointed to another headline. Financial troubles plague proposed industrial park. The article started off with information about the Martin Industrial Park and the investors who were supposedly fleeing because of Logan's mismanagement. About halfway through, it devolved into rumors about Larry Martin's secret alcoholism and how the Martin family fortune was down to roughly 2 plug nickels. With each word she read, her chest tightened, and bile twisted its way up her esophagus. Everything was laid bare for the entire town to pick at like vultures until all that was left was the bones. She had to get to Logan before he saw the newspaper, if he hadn't already. Shoving back her chair, she grabbed her purse out of her desk's bottom drawer and threw her cell into the handbag. "There's more." A dark look replaced Sean's trademark neutral expression. Miranda clutched her purse to her chest and waited for the next information bomb to detonate. "He's in cahoots with Carl." "What do you mean?" "Saw the two of them acting all buddy-buddy outside of the Spotted Pig last night. When they spotted me, they stopped talking and didn't start again until I was driving out of the lot." Her mind reeled. Why would Logan be talking to the man who'd run her off the road? The same asshole who'd been against her since she arrived in Salvation and had tried to start a mutiny at the brewery. Doubt curdled her lunch. Logan had been trying to shut her down since day one. He'd turned her down for a loan, and he'd intimidated contractors not to work with her. She'd burst in on him with Tyrell Hawson after the mayor had promised to put her out of business. Was he just playing good cop to Tyrell's bad cop? Had he put Carl up to running her off the road? And what about the bank? The yacht? Last night? Had that all been part of his plot to win the bet? A lump formed in her throat as she considered the possibilities. She couldn't get past the part of herself holding tight to the man who'd sat at her kitchen table and apologized for everything that had happened before. She believed in that man. I'm sure there's a good explanation for all of this. There had to be. The Logan she'd spent last night with would never betray her. She had to believe he could give her an explanation. She sucked in a fortifying breath of air and placed her palms flat on the desk, pushing herself into a standing position, ready to leave and go find out exactly what that explanation was. Sean crossed his arms across his barrel chest. "Now they're both in jail." "What?" She dropped back into her chair, and her purse slid out of her grasp, landing on the floor with a thunk. His words sucked the hope right out of her heart. "One of the delivery guys just told me that Logan's in a cell right next to Carl at the county jail." Sean could have kept talking, but Miranda wasn't hearing his voice anymore. Her fingers flew across the keyboard until the Hamilton County Jail's phone number showed up in her search. She misdialed twice before the call went through. "Intake, this is Farley." "Is Logan Martin in custody?" Her question came out confident, but she squeezed her free hand closed to stop the shaking. "Who's asking?" "Miranda Sweet." "Why do you want to know?" Belligerent was so not the tone to take with her right now, not when her stress level was at the breaking point. Miranda opened her mouth to blast the jailer, but then closed it before she could give Farley a what for. The information was what was important. She just needed to hear the word no, and then she'd know the whole thing was a crazy rumor being peddled by old farts at the kitchen sink, hopped up on Ruby Sue's sweet tea. "Look, it's public information. Is he there or not?" Her cell phone buzzed in her purse. She jammed the landline receiver between her ear and shoulder and dug it out. "Yep, he's here." Miranda flinched, squeezed her eyes shut, and pictured Logan with his hair tousled and eyes sleepy when he'd kissed her goodbye this morning. Her cell phone vibrated in her hand. Like a dog with its head hidden under the bed, she wanted to pretend everything was fine. But she couldn't. The phone vibrated again. She cracked her eyelids open. A red circle with a white number 1 glowed next to the text message icon on her cell phone screen. Holding her breath, she clicked it. "Tried your work phone, but it's busy. Break in your case. Made arrest. Please call. Patrolman Warner." "If that's all..." "What's the charge you're holding Logan on?" Miranda tried to keep it together, but the words squeaked out. "Assault and battery." Well, trying to run her off the road would sure count as that. She hung up the phone, too numb to utter goodbye or thank you, and stared at the framed dollar bill hanging on the wall opposite her desk. It wasn't the first dollar from the first sale at Sweet Salvation Brewery. No, that would be too normal for her family. It was the first dollar her grandfather had made from bootlegging liquor decades before the brewery was even built. Logan's cell at the county jail probably had Pawpaw's initials carved into the cinder block walls. Sean cleared his throat. "You okay?" "No." Even if she could elaborate about the vast, queasy mess inside her, she figured Mr. No Public Emotions would not be the one to spill her guts to. She had fallen for the same asshole not once, but twice. The first time, her reputation had ended up in shreds. This time, it was her career and sisters that would pay the price. She picked up the phone receiver again to call the state trooper, but she couldn't force her fingers to dial. She locked her jaw and hung up the phone. She already knew everything she needed about Logan's betrayal. A Martin's duplicity was a tale as old as time. Why wallow in the details of the latest example? Natalie burst into the office, her eyes wide and her fingers twisted in her pearl necklace. "Have you heard about the meeting? What are we going to do?" Glad to focus on something that didn't involve her obliterated heart, Miranda plastered on her best I-can-fix-anything smile and cracked her knuckles. Show Salvation just how good a suite can be. Logan paced the 8 feet by 8 feet jail cell, making his way from the bars to the window set high in the cinder-block walls. They'd taken his wallet and his belt, but at least he wasn't in an orange jumpsuit. He stopped when his toes hit the wall, and not for the first time in the past 2 hours, he noticed the word "suite" scraped into the wall and wondered if Miranda's people had carved it. His gut tightened at the thought of her. As soon as he made bail, he had to find her and explain what had happened. How he hadn't planned to punch Carl in the face, but the asshole deserved what he'd gotten. He'd meant to tell her what had happened and how he'd gotten Carl to confess last night, but after her kamikaze attack with the gnome and everything that followed, it just didn't seem as important at first. And then he figured he'd have more time. Logan pivoted and headed back in the other direction. The swish of the automatic doors sliding open halted his pace. A deputy strode through and made his way to a desk in the far corner. Finally. Logan rushed to the bars. "Is my dad here yet to post bail?" "He came, but I sent him home. You can't make bail if it hasn't been set. Only Judge Carter can do that, and he's gone home for the day." Using utmost care, Logan pressed his forehead against the cool bars, but what he really wanted to do was bang his head against them until he blacked out from the pain. "Gone home?" The deputy nodded. "Yep, something about accompanying his wife to the county council meeting." "What meeting?" He asked the question, but deep inside he already knew the answer. Unable to stand still any longer, he prowled the cell like a caged animal. "What am I, the damn newspaper?" Logan jerked to a stop in the middle of the cell and spun around. Remembering the stories about people in high-stress situations who lifted cars off babies, he eyeballed the cell bars. Something on his face must have startled the deputy, because his eyes widened and he took a step back. Putting every ounce of menace he could muster into his face, Logan stalked to the front of the cell. "What meeting?" The deputy flushed. "Someone's got their panties in a twist and called a meeting to vote on banning alcohol production. Oh, and taking over the Sweet Salvation Brewery." And here he was, stuck in a cell in the basement of the Hamilton County Courthouse, 1 block away from the county council chambers. He wanted to scream his frustration, or better yet, go all Hulk and smash through the walls. Neither of which was an option, all of which had dried up like the Red Oak Creek during a drought. He sank down to the bunk and dropped his head to his hands. The thin mattress sagged under his weight. "I have to get to that meeting." "Well, unless they're going to relocate the meeting to Cell 3, the deputy drawled, "I'd say you're shit out of luck." Chapter 19. Miranda squeezed through the crowd gathered outside the county council chambers, ignoring the conversational buzz that fell silent when she neared, and then rebounded louder than a football field-sized pack of cicadas as soon as she passed. Anxiety itched up her spine, leaving a clammy trail of moisture in its wake. "About time you got here." Ruby Sue clamped her arthritis-gnarled hand around Miranda's forearm. "Come on. Natalie and I saved you a spot up front. I had to threaten George Gunderson, but that old rust bucket finally moved his bony butt down a chair." Following the older woman's lead, Miranda weaved her way through the folks clogging up the aisle to the front row. Natalie sat with her hands clasped in her lap, her jaw tense. Sean sat next to her. The unexpected support from the brewmaster hit Miranda right in the tear ducts, and her bottom lip trembled. "Thanks for coming," she whispered. Sean nodded, and the strip of skin above his beard line pinkened. "If I could have your attention," the council chairman, Sheldon Monroe, banged his gavel. "If y'all could take your seats, we'll get started." The crowd milled in from the hall, taking up every seat in the county council room, and then some. High school football games had fewer folks than were packed into the rows and along the walls. Usually, the homecoming game had the biggest attendance of any event in Salvation, but it looked like the Sweet family's metaphorical execution was an even bigger draw. She could practically feel the weight of all the stairs on her back. Unable to help herself, she threw a quick glance over her shoulder. Tyrell Hawson sat a few rows behind them, sporting a hateful gleam in his eye. "Just ignore the idiots, like Mom and Dad always taught us." Natalie patted her knee. Miranda was about to turn and face front when movement by the door caught her attention. Hud and another man were in a heated discussion with Judge Carter that had attracted gawkers who weren't even pretending not to be listening in. Seeing Logan's best friend was like being kicked in the ass by a goat, but in this case, the sharp pain was in her heart. She'd been a fool to believe Logan really cared, and she had to be every kind of idiot because part of her still did, and she really wanted that part to be right. Moron. Ruby Sue delivered a sharp elbow into Miranda's ribs, dragging her out of her mental ass-chewing. "I can only imagine what Carl Brennan looks like right about now. I tried to take a peek when I stopped by the sheriff's office this morning, but they wouldn't let me back to the holding cells. Talk about taking the fun out of small-town living." Like an iPod stuck on repeat, Ruby Sue's first words played on a loop in Miranda's head. "What are you talking about?" Only a blind man could miss the bloodthirsty glint in the older woman's eyes as she rubbed her thick-knuckled hands together. "Logan found him at the Spotted Pig last night and beat some sense into him." None of this made any sense. He and Carl were co-conspirators. Why would he do that? Ruby Sue narrowed her eyes. "Either you're a lot dumber than I ever gave you credit for, or you've been sampling your brewery's goods today for some backwoods courage. Which is it?" "Logan went after Carl?" The words spilled out in a rush as she tried to comprehend Ruby Sue's report. "Yep. Word at the kitchen sink is that he went to town on Carl, broke his nose, and got a confession out of him about trying to ram you off the road. Now, I don't know if it'll hold up in court, but it's got folks reconsidering things around here." Someone must have leaned against the thermostat because a blazing heat enveloped Miranda, and her palms turned clammy, appropriate since her brain had turned to ash in an effort to understand. Logan had played her for the fool, pushing all her buttons in an effort to close down Sweet Salvation Brewery. Hadn't he? It hadn't seemed that way when she'd woken up this morning and caught him staring at her while twisting her hair around his finger. The kiss that followed showed his intentions more than any words could. Still, doubt ate away at her like acid. Dropping her gaze to the floor, Miranda fought to work through her confusion. "That can't be the bet." "Why are you repeating that tired nonsense?" Ruby Sue tisk-tisked and shook her head. "Miranda, sweet, I am sorely disappointed in you. If I didn't think it was a temporary insanity brought on by this here mess, I'd be tempted to cut you off from my pecan pie." Miranda stood, intent on threading her way through the crowd to Hud, but the county council chairman banged the gavel. Indecision froze Miranda to the spot. Should she push her way to the back of the room and get the real story about Logan, or did she stay and argue to save the brewery and her future in Harbor City? As if her feet didn't take orders from her frazzled brain anymore, she took a step toward the aisle. Natalie's fingers wrapped around Miranda's wrist. "You can't go up to the podium yet. You have to wait for them to call for public comment." Caught between a sister's clueless guidance and her own uncertainty, she hesitated. The respite gave Judge Carter, Hud, and the third man enough time to squeeze through the crowd and out the front door. She tugged her arm out of Natalie's grasp to follow them. The need to know the truth pushed her feet forward. "Where are you going?" Natalie wound her finger around her rope of pearls. The question stopped her in her tracks. If she left now, she'd miss out on her chance to talk to the county council. Could she really risk the brewery's future by blasting out after them? What if Ruby Sue was wrong and Logan had been fighting dirty the whole time? The gavel banged again, the sound reverberating down her spine. "Miss Sweet, if you will take your seat." Glancing around, Miranda realized she was the only one still standing. Too confused to be embarrassed, she plopped down into her chair and scrambled to remember her plan. The doors dividing the holding cells from the rest of the sheriff's department whooshed open. Logan's head snapped up from the cot where he'd been trying his best to stare a hole into the jail cell's ceiling and escape. "Looks like somebody up there likes you. Judge Carter came back to set your bail." The deputy buzzed the cell door open. "Hud posted it. You're a free man. Come on." Logan's heartbeat pounded in his ears as he popped up from the cot and hustled to the open door. With any luck, he'd make it before the emergency meeting ended. He had little doubt Tyrell had rigged things to go down just like he wanted. After the expose in the newspaper today, he may not have much sway in salvation, but he was going to put all of it behind Miranda. Please let it work. He crossed the threshold, hoping like hell he'd never see the inside of a cell again, and followed the deputy down the hall. Empty cell after empty cell on the left side, cinderblock wall and Officer of the Month plaques on the right. The deputy slowed as they approached the last cell. "Wake up! Time to go before the magistrate judge and get your bail set." The deputy punched in a code on a number pad, and the cell door slid to the left. Carl, his nose stuffed with cotton, made it out into the hall, spotted Logan, and took a hasty step back into the cell. His left eye widened. The other eye, still purple and swollen, stayed mostly shut. "What the fuck? I ain't going nowhere with this asshole." Logan straightened to his full height and grinned scornfully at the other man. "What's wrong? Afraid you'll get your ass handed to you again?" "You attacked me without provocation." Spittle flew from his lips, and his face darkened to an angry plum color that emphasized the purplish-yellow bruises circling his eye. "I told the cops how we were just talking, and you sucker-punched me like the spoiled little rich kid you are." "Are you as stupid as you look?" He stepped forward until he loomed over the shorter man, who took another step back. "You could have killed her. You're damn lucky a broken nose is the worst of what you got." Carl gave the deputy a shifty-eyed glance. "I have no idea who or what you're talking about." "Trying not to implicate yourself, eh? Shit for brains?" Logan rolled back on his heels and shoved his hands into his pockets. "The troopers already have your confession, the one I recorded last night before knocking you on your ass." Carl's face turned molten, and a splash of red bloomed at the base of his throat. "Why, you—" The cell door rumbled closed, drowning out the rest of the other man's words. The deputy dropped his hand from the number pad controlling the doors. "Since you two can't play nice, I'll come back for you once the judge is finished with him." He nodded his head toward Logan. "Maybe I'll get lucky and you two will get assigned cells right next to each other. Watching that would be better than pay-per-view." The first part of the county council meeting flew by in a blur as Miranda's knee bobbed up and down, her heel clicking against the floor. The council went through the roll call, the preliminaries, and a droning appeal from the First Baptist Church's Ladies' Auxiliary before Sheldon cleared his throat and leaned in close enough to the microphone that it caused a peal of feedback. People squawked in surprise and straightened in their seats. "Sorry about that." A deep red hue dominated the chairman's cheeks. "Back to the matter at hand. The council has before it a motion to make it illegal to manufacture alcohol in Hamilton County. Salvation Mayor Tyrell Hawson has requested a few minutes to address this matter." The crowd murmured behind her, but Miranda refused to look back over her shoulder again at the man who caused this whole mess. He ambled up to the podium at the front of the room, smiling and nodding to folks as he passed them. Tyrell didn't have any notes. She couldn't detect a tremble in his hands or a nervous twitch around his eyes. This was a man who thought he had the whole thing tied up with a bow. Too bad he was as wrong as mayonnaise on a moon pie. If there was one thing a sweet knew how to do, it was fight the good fight, even if it got a little dirty. "Thank you so much for letting me have a moment of your time to discuss this important issue before the council. I come to you not as Salvation's mayor, a position I've held for the past 15 years, but as a father and a concerned citizen." He turned and looked meaningfully at his adult son and daughter, as well as at the gaggle of tow-headed children piled between them. "Not to mention a proud grandfather." "And a little man with a big grudge," Ruby Sue muttered under her breath. Miranda shushed the older woman. She couldn't afford to miss anything Tyrell said, not if she wanted to counteract it when her turn came. "I am concerned about the serious, life-threatening dangers posed by alcohol manufacturing facilities. All having a brewery in Hamilton County does is endanger people. Breweries are treacherous places where explosions and fires are a distinct possibility. It's only a matter of time. I'm sure every one of us here remembers when a worker at Gulch City Breweries sustained severe burns in a workplace accident. There have been other brewery accidents where people died." Annoyance heated her skin as effectively as a tanning bed. Uncle Julian was a lot of things, but he cared about the employees at the brewery. He'd made sure proper safety processes were followed, a plan she and her sisters adhered to now and would continue to do so. Her mouth was open, and the words of protest were on the tip of her tongue. But she snapped her jaw closed. Tyrell was playing to his audience already. She wasn't about to give him a bigger stage by making a scene.
"My friends, let's take a look at this specific brewery."
Tyrell shed the aw-shucks politician body language like a snake slipping off its skin. His jaw tightened and his posture straightened. He slapped his palms flat on the podium and leaned his considerable weight forward.
"We all know the Sweets. We know what kind of people they are. We know the trouble that nips at their heels like Satan's puppy."
The crowd buzzed around them and barely whispered comments to their neighbors. Miranda kept her head high and closed her hands into fists in her lap. She wouldn't let them see how much she wanted to shrink down in her seat, just as she had all those times growing up when people had shunned her and her sisters for being Sweets. Sheldon banged his county council gavel, silencing the crowd. The chamber doors creaked open, and Logan walked in with Hud and another man. Their appearance got the crowd murmuring again, but the men showed no sign of acknowledgement as they made their way along the far wall of the standing room-only chambers and squeezed in beside Mr. and Mrs. Franklin. Logan winked at her, and she wrestled with the competing urges to either melt in her seat or stomp over to chew his ass for putting himself in such a spot for her. So this was what it's like to fall for the now-tarnished Prince of Salvation? Miranda blinked rapidly as the world spun around her. That's exactly what she'd done. She'd fallen, and fallen hard, for Logan. Not like in high school, when she'd been in love with the man he could become, but the adult version where she loved the man he had become. Her lungs contracted, and her eyes watered from holding her breath, and just when she thought her chest would cave in under realization's weight, she forced herself to breathe. Oxygen flooded her bloodstream. The room quieted, and Tyrell waited a few beats before continuing his diatribe.
"I won't go into all of the examples of disconcerting behavior from the Sweets, but I instead have this question to ask. Do you trust that the Sweets can keep the brewery running safely, especially when Miranda Sweet's only motivation is to make the place profitable so she can get a promotion at her real job in Harbor City?"
The stunned look on Logan's face melted into hurt before solidifying into a neutral mask. Watching his expression change was like shoving an ice pick into her eye.
"Oh, yes," Tyrell nodded. "I talked to her boss, Patrick Basin at DeBoer Financial. The only reason Miranda Sweet ever set foot back in Salvation was to advance her own career. She never planned to stay in Salvation, and she sure doesn't care about what happens to the people here. She has no real deep commitment to Sweet Salvation Brewery, and it's only a matter of time before she abandons the brewery. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, you must vote to end alcohol production in Hamilton County and close the doors of Sweet Salvation Brewery."
A few people clapped their support. Stuck in her seat at the front of the room, a lump clogged Miranda's throat as she watched Logan turn, push his way through the crowd, and walk out the door, leaving her to face the town alone again. Chapter 20. Logan stomped down the deserted hall. The sound of his boots hitting the tile floor echoed off the high ceiling as loud as thunder, but the sound couldn't drown out the words he kept hearing repeated in his mind. She never planned to stay. She was leaving. Miranda would abandon Salvation, him, as soon as the brewery turned profitable. She'd confessed as much during their first truce by the Hamilton River, but hearing the words announced to the world with a sneer by Tyrell, that hurt. Bad. He felt like an orange traffic cone after it had been run over by a city bus, leaving him squashed, dented, and tossed over to the side of the road. But that didn't mean he'd given up. He slammed open the county council's front door and stormed out into the crisp evening air. He hooked a right as soon as he hit the sidewalk and hustled across the street. Being a shrewd asshole, Tyrell Hawson had hit every concern point anyone on the county council would have about the Sweet Salvation Brewery. He ran up the county courthouse steps, taking them two at a time, and hurried to the clerk's office. The clerk's secretary, Ione Pike, worked late almost every night, and he hoped like hell tonight wouldn't be the exception. The clerk's office doorknob wouldn't turn, but through the glass he spotted Ione sitting at her desk. She had a pencil stuck behind her ear and a mammoth World's Best Grammy coffee cup within easy reach. Logan tapped on the glass, and she jumped in her seat, her startled gaze searching her surroundings before settling on him. Her shoulders relaxed, and she shook her head as she pushed away from her desk, then walked to the door and opened it. "If you weren't my godson, I'd have the sheriff arrest you for scaring the bejesus out of me like that."
Sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you. He stepped inside the office, relieved no one else was there. There wasn't enough time for the normal chit-chat small-town living required, not if he was going to enact his plan before the county council voted. He had to show them that it was past time to stop blaming the Sweets for everything that went wrong in town, and to do that, he needed backup. Crossing her arms over her chest, Ione gave him a once-over.
You aren't here for more bail money, are you?
From someone else, those would be fighting words. From Ione, it was a love tap. You're always busting my chops.
Why do you think your mother picked me to be your godmother?
Because you're the only sucker willing to take the job. He squeezed her narrow shoulders. I need a favor.
I'm listening.
I need the city's founding charter and a copy of the history of salvation.
A university history professor with an affection for digging up old dirt had written the book 10 years ago. Its contents had scandalized the town, and they disavowed the tome, even as they devoured it behind closed doors. She didn't even blink. Does this have anything to do with that sweet girl and the fool meeting going on down the street?
It does, and his last-ditch effort to get her to stay. He figured he had a 15% chance of success, but he was done with sure bets. He cared about this, about her. Making things right with Miranda was worth risking a loss. Hell, it was worth everything. Ione narrowed her eyes, but she went back to her desk and spent a minute typing on her computer. She clicked the mouse, and the printer buzzed to life. Next, she pulled a thick book out of the bottom drawer. By the time she strolled over to the printer, a piece of paper sat in the out tray.
You know that stuff in the paper was just the opening salvo. If you tick him off any more, Tyrell will have a lot more bile to spew before he's done with you. She handed the printout of the charter along with the book over to Logan. She worth it?
Without a doubt. He grabbed a handful of the polished oval worry stones in a decorative dish on her desk and dropped them into a pocket. Thank you for this. He was halfway through the door when Ione's voice stopped him.
Your mother would be proud of you for this.
You think? His breath hitched.
Without a doubt.
Are there any other citizens who'd like to speak in favor of this vote? Sheldon Monroe asked into the microphone. The county council chambers fell silent. Everyone looked at each other to see who would be the next to step forward. Miranda forced her jiggling knee to stop bouncing. There wasn't a damn thing she could do to change some folks' minds. She only had to concern herself with the 6 voting members. Anyone? Sheldon scanned the murmuring but seated crowd. Well, in that case, is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Inhaling a deep breath, she knocked her shoulders back and raised her chin to face the firing squad. Giving Natalie a wink that was more bravado than confidence, she stood up. If you don't mind, I'd like to address the council. Logan's deep voice carried across the room from the back and hushed the chattering mass. They all turned to watch him walk to the podium. Surprise knocked Miranda off her feet, and she thunked down into her chair. Her belly fluttered like the moment at the top of a roller coaster's first big loop-de-loop. A stillness fell in the room. She could practically hear people's minds wondering what Logan was going to say. Miranda was right there with them. For his part, he looked as cocky and sure of himself as he had the first time she'd walked into his office. All brass balls and confident swagger. He didn't look at her or acknowledge her presence in any way as he strutted by the front row. Laying a thick book and a piece of paper on the podium, he cleared his throat and gave the council a hard look. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to share with you the Salvation City Charter. He held up the printed page. As you can see, there are 2 signatures here, one from Benjamin Martin and one from Matthew Sweet. With this document, they agreed to combine some of their land to found Salvation. If it wasn't for the Sweets, there wouldn't be a Salvation. Hope bubbled up inside her, making her limbs lighter. She snuck a glance at Natalie, who couldn't hide her slack-jawed shock. As Logan walked around the podium, the room was as silent as a man 5 minutes past dead. The 6 council members straightened in their chairs as he approached the dais. Miranda had been clasping her hands together so tight, her fingers had gone numb. She loosened her grip and extended her fingers, allowing the blood to return to the tips. Reaching into his pocket, he stopped in front of Sheldon's place at the far end of the dais and pulled a handful of small, oval rocks from his pocket. He laid 1 stone in front of each council member's name placard, then returned to the podium where he flipped open the book. I know just about everyone here has read The History of Salvation, even those of you who won't ever admit to it. There's just too much good stuff in here for a gossipy little town like ours not to have poured over. Let's see. Your family is in here, Sheldon, for the time your great-grandfather threw a man out of a bar window for insulting his horse. And your family practically has its own page in the index, Tyrell. Hell, practically everyone who's ever set foot in Salvation is in this book, with a lurid tale attached to their name. He slammed the book shut hard enough that Miranda jumped in her seat. So before you vote based on nothing more than one man's personal vendetta, you need to think about the fact that the Sweets are a part of Salvation. As an employer and a taxpayer, the Sweet Salvation Brewery is an important part of our community. Sure, they're a little bit wild. The crowd chuckled. But you're all armed with rocks, and I say, let those who are without sin cast the first stone. He paused, giving the council members time to eyeball the shiny ovals at their disposal. Miranda couldn't help but tense. She didn't really think they'd stone her, but it piqued her sense of self-preservation, honed as it was to a sharp edge by growing up in a town that had given her the side-eye since she'd been born. When no one made a move to swing the rocks, Logan continued. If we can all stop our knee-jerk reaction of hating the Sweets, maybe we'd all finally see everything they bring to Salvation. He turned, and for the first time since he'd marched up the aisle, looked straight into Miranda's eyes. The fun, the hope, the never knowing what she's going to do next. The everything. If we did, then maybe she'd stay. I know I hope she will, because I love her. Every thought in her head scattered to the edge of the universe, except for one. He loved her and wanted her to stay. In Salvation. With him. The whole idea was so farcical that she should be rolling her eyes. Instead, she couldn't keep the grin off her face. But it felt right. Somehow in all the madness, Salvation had become home again. Before she had a chance to make sense of it all, Logan strode over and hauled her up from her seat. His lips were on hers in the next heartbeat, rocking her world in all the right ways. The kiss was both a declaration of intent and a plea for agreement, and she neither had the will nor the want to say no to either. When he released her a second later, she had to grab hold of his arm in case her knees gave out. Go get him, he whispered in her ear, before giving her a push toward the front of the room and stealing her seat. Miranda wobbled a bit, but she made her way to the podium. Once there, she realized she had no idea what to say, and winging it was not her game. Wow. She raised her fingers to her kiss-swollen lips. Watch out. It looks like the Sweet family crazy is catching. Laughter filled the room, and even Sheldon cracked a smile at the joke. But the noise died down before her jumbled thoughts fell back into order. I had a whole speech planned out, but the words dried up in her mouth. She sucked in a deep breath and steadied her nerves. For most of my life, I've hated being a Sweet in Salvation. I've done almost everything in my power to distance myself from this town and nearly everyone in it. But over the past few weeks, I've realized that you can't ever really run away from home. She covered her heart. Because it's always here. Just like your family, it doesn't always make sense, but there's nothing in the world like it. Firming her resolve, she turned her attention back to the council. The Sweet Salvation Brewery is an important part of the community. If you vote to keep the brewery open, I promise you, we'll do more to support the town and its citizens. But know this, no matter how you vote, I'm staying. You can't get rid of the Sweets that easily. Her gaze locked on Logan, and in an instant, everything fell into place. You can bet on that. Floating on hope and high expectations, Miranda returned to her seat and squeezed in between Logan and Natalie. Thank you, Miss Sweet. Sheldon shuffled the papers in front of him. I think we're ready for a vote. Can I get a motion? I make a motion that we outlaw alcohol production in Hamilton County, said a councilwoman. Seconded, said another. Miranda threaded her fingers between Logan's. His thumb brushed her skin, calming the nerves threatening to jump right out of her body. All in favor? Sheldon asked, his gaze firmly on his hands. Her lungs ached as she held her breath in anticipation, and she leaned forward in her seat. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. Nothing. It was so quiet in the council chambers. If it had been summer, the croaking of frogs would have carried in from the river. Every muscle in her body tightened as she strained to hear the slightest sound. All those opposed? 4 voices called, Aye.
Miranda jumped up from her seat and let go of it all, the air trapped in her lungs, the resentment toward her family, the frustrations about Salvation's citizens, and most of all, her second thoughts about her future with Logan. It didn't fit into her 10-year plan, but she didn't give a damn.
Motion fails. Meeting adjourned.
Sheldon banged his gavel and sprinted from his seat faster than a jackrabbit on speed. A few hours and several celebratory beers later, she and Logan were tucked into the porch swing at Uncle Julian's house. A blanket and Logan's strong arms kept the fall chill at bay as they watched the stars twinkle above. The rest of the party had dispersed 30 minutes ago, and Natalie had scurried upstairs to start working on plans for reorganizing the brewery for prime efficiency. As she sat with her back to his chest and her ass firmly against the growing bulge in his pants, he had the perfect angle to torment her, while she couldn't reach him at all. His fingers danced up her inner thigh, coming so close to the juncture, but always stopping short. The man had her strung high and tight. If he didn't touch her soon, she was going to file a formal protest. "You scared me there, you know?" She squirmed against his hard cock as his fingers made their way up her leg again. He nuzzled her neck, right at the sweet spot where her shoulder met her throat.
How's that?
He nipped her sensitive flesh, and her nipples tightened in response. "When you left during the meeting, I thought you were gone for good." Saying the words out loud pinched her heart.
Sweetling, I'm not going anywhere except upstairs, where I'm going to make love to you until you pass out happy.
On a bed? She couldn't keep the giggle out of her voice. He scooped her up in his arms and carried her inside.
First time for everything.
While he bounded up the stairs, she started unbuttoning his shirt, relishing each inch of skin revealed. They reached the landing and crossed into her room.
And hopefully a second, and a third, and a...
Hungry for Logan, Miranda silenced his words with her lips. Her pulse thundered in her ears as pleasure jolted through her, electrifying every nerve until she could focus only on his touch. A groan vibrated his chest, and he tossed her onto the center of the bed.
You make me crazy.
We sweets have that effect. She whipped her shirt over her head and dropped it to the floor. His hands went to work on his belt.
Nope. Only the woman I love does that to me.
Her fingers slipped from her bra closure as her brain tried to process the word. Love, huh?
You don't have to say it back.
He tossed his shirt into a corner.
Not yet, anyway. But yeah, love.
A sense of rightness filled her. This was how everything was supposed to happen. Maybe it didn't happen on her schedule or according to her expectations, but being with Logan was the plan from here on out. I love you too. He grinned.
Good, because otherwise this conversation was going to get very awkward.
Logan's pants dropped to his ankles, and he stepped out of them.
Now, where were we?
He kicked the bedroom door closed, shutting out the rest of the world, and proceeded to keep his promise. Chapter 21. A hint of fresh paint hung in the air at the redesigned Sweet Salvation Brewery tasting room, but none of the 30 people who just finished a brewery tour complained. If anything, the inaugural tour crowd was a relaxed, chatty bunch. Miranda had been hesitant to start the tours only a few months after the dust-up with Tyrell and the county council, but in the end, she had followed Natalie's advice. Now her sister had turned her focus on Sean and getting him to agree to change the brewery's organizational flow. The whole thing was like watching two stubborn donkeys bray at each other. Miranda grabbed a short glass of beer from the tasting room bar and stepped onto the stage where a local band had just finished setting up. "If I could have your attention?" Her voice boomed through the speakers, and she took a step back. "Sorry about that." The glass shook in her hand, the liquid sloshing around as she tried to calm her nerves. God, she hated public speaking. At least this audience was more receptive than the first talk she'd given at the brewery. Ruby Sue held court by the bar. Natalie and Sean wove through the room, making sure everyone had a glass of their latest batch. Logan sat at a corner booth with his dad and Hud. Larry and Hud were laughing about something, but Logan looked straight at her and mouthed,
"Love you, sweetling."
Her nerves melted into a gooey warmth that heated her better than a sauna in July. She sucked in a deep breath, and her hands stopped trembling. "Uncle Julian used to tease me all the time about my penchant to map out everything. He'd warned me that life was what happened when you were making other plans. It turns out, he was right. Miranda glanced over at Logan, and her heart shimmied in her chest. And I couldn't be happier. She raised her glass. To Sweet Salvation Brewery's first new ale in a decade, and hopefully your new favorite beer. Sweet Enemies. The pale ale went down smooth, its fruity maltiness contrasting with the fresh floral characteristics of the hops they'd had to beg, borrow, and practically steal. Now please, enjoy yourselves, and if you like the beer, consider taking a growler home with you to share. Olivia hadn't been able to make it home yet, but her stamp was on the brewery in the form of the customized Sweet Salvation Brewery growlers. The distinctive hot pink glass jug held 64 ounces of beer and kept it fresh for a week, if not a bit longer. And at $30 a jug, it had a great profit margin. She walked down the 3 steps from the stage. Logan was by her side before her foot hit the floor, and her stomach did that swerve and dip it did every time he was within arm's reach. He clinked his glass against hers.
I have an idea for the name of your next specialty beer.
Oh, really? What's that? He pulled a small blue box out of his shirt pocket and dropped to one knee. Everyone in the tasting room turned to gawk. Her heart whacked against her rib cage, and she held her breath as she looked down at the man she loved.
How about One Sweet Proposal?
He flipped open the box, revealing a diamond ring that glittered in the tasting room's soft light. Yes, the word rushed out. Logan sprung up from the floor and slipped the ring on her finger. The crowd erupted in cheers and well-wishers, pulling them apart to offer their congratulations before they even got a chance to kiss. "This is so exciting!" Natalie enveloped her in a hug. As she stepped out of her sister's embrace, her gaze caught Logan's. He winked and pointed toward her, hooked a thumb toward himself, and then nodded toward her office.
Bet you I'm faster,
he mouthed before disappearing down the hallway. Excitement tingled across her skin, and she sucked in her bottom lip. She couldn't wait to get him behind her office's locked door. Images flashed in her mind involving her desk and him on his knees between her thighs. A shiver worked its way up her spine until every nerve in her body quivered. "We need to get started on arrangements right away." Natalie whipped out her cell phone. "I have a flowchart that would be perfect for a wedding." Miranda shook her head at her sister and backed toward the hallway. "Let's figure it out next week." Right now, she had an important bet to win.